I thought the toy factory I inherited was about to go bankrupt. Even relatives came to humiliate them. Until I activated the Supreme God Engineer system. A casually upgraded toy bionic bird was mistaken by the Northern Bear Country for a top-tier reconnaissance drone. A $1 billion order landed right in my lap. The system instantly amplified 100-fold. The production line is fully automated. 10 days to deliver 100,000 units. Seeing the explosive increase of 7 billion in the card, I gave my snobbish relatives a resounding slap in the face. But when I learned that the toys I had made were swarming the battlefield in droves, carrying explosive charges to precisely destroy the enemy's artillery positions, I realized things had gotten out of hand. This is no toy factory. This is clearly the armory from Star Wars. And my next client seems more interested in the toy that can fly into space. Chapter 1 Big Mao, I do have $1 billion. Bring me 100,000 units. Longwei Zhuhai Airshow. As an annual showcase of military trade products, professional military personnel from various countries have come to visit. Some aim to observe the progress of Dragon Country's military development, while others seek to purchase operational weapons for their nations. After all, the affordability and durability of Dragon Country's weapons have been widely recognized by most nations. But today, the procurement staff from Beixiong Country were quite unhappy at heart. On one hand, because the country is currently at war with Ukraine, the national treasury is truly stretched thin. Originally, they had planned to secretly purchase some high-precision missiles here, but they simply don't have the funds. A single missile costs over $1 million. This is simply unbearable for Russia. Goncharov walked out of the exhibition hall in great disappointment. The speed of Dragon Country's weapon development has become so rapid that it's now almost invisible, and the prices keep rising. Meanwhile, his own country has been stagnating, with technological progress sometimes relying on archaeology to regain the advancements of the former Soviet Union. Come take a look. The latest product from Tongsu Toy Factory, lifelike toy birds. Put on VR goggles and experience the freedom of bird flight. Goncharov sighed to himself. Since he had finally made it to China, buying some toys as gifts for the children back home would be perfect. Boss, can I try it out? If it's fun, I'll buy several, Goncharov asked, pointing at an eagle-shaped one. After hawking his wares all morning, Lù Jié immediately perked up when he finally saw a customer. Ah, this gentleman has sharp eyes. You've picked the most impressive one in the whole collection right away, he enthusiastically explained. Give it a try, put this on. Lù Jié handed over a pair of goggles to Goncharov. These are matching VR goggles, wearing them will enhance the experience. Goncharov took it and, under Lù Jié's operation, connected it to the toy. At this moment, in Goncharov's eyes, it had transformed into the perspective of that toy eagle on the table. Let me explain the operational procedure to you. Lù Jié carefully outlined the operating process to Goncharov, which was just as simple as operating a regular remote-controlled airplane, with no technical complexity involved. After getting familiar with it, Goncharov pressed the start button. My God! Goncharov exclaimed, as his perspective began to slowly lift into the air in his eyes. Next to the remote control, there are two buttons, one to zoom in and one to zoom out the view, Lù Jié said expectantly, looking at Goncharov. The foreigners who came here were all wealthy folks. If a deal could be struck, his toy factory would be saved. Goncharov wasn't very impressed at first. How clear could a camera from a toy factory be? But after giving it a simple try, he was stunned. He was now over 2,000 meters above the ground, yet with the magnification, he could even read the words on the paper in people's hands below. Goncharov's breathing grew increasingly rapid. This was such a fine treasure indeed. Additionally, due to its bionic design principle, it operates very quietly, so you don't have to worry about the noise disturbing neighbors while children are playing. The moment he thought of neighbors, Goncharov was reminded of his country's neighboring state, that annoying little dwarf. The picture is clear and the sound is low. This is practically the perfect tool for surveillance. This toy also has impressive battery life, with the eagle claws below capable of gripping objects weighing up to 30 kilograms, and it can fly for 3 hours at full speed. It can carry 30 kilograms of cargo. Fully loaded, it has a 3-hour endurance. Goncharov had completely lost his composure. Wasn't this exactly what he had been searching for? Wasn't this precisely what his country lacked at this very moment? Lù Jié saw the foreigner getting even more excited, which boosted his confidence in securing this client. What child could resist such a toy? Goncharov excitedly took off the VR headset, suddenly realizing he hadn't even initiated the return flight. Just as he feared the drone might crash, the toy eagle actually flew back on its own. It landed perfectly stable on the table. This is another major feature: auto return. It solves the problem of children losing control of the toy during quarrels or tugs of war. When our system detects excessive shaking of the glasses, the drone automatically returns. Goncharov couldn't take it anymore. His mind was already envisioning what kind of devastating impact this military toy would have on the second squad. How much is this? Goncharov asked eagerly. Seeing him inquire about the price, Lù Jié felt slightly uneasy. After all, just a few days ago, several people had initially shown the same enthusiasm as this foreigner, but ran away the moment they heard the price. So Lù Jié extended one finger, just this amount. Bang! Goncharov slammed the table in excitement. Lù Jié thought the price was too high and chuckled awkwardly. If possible, we can actually negotiate, hee hee. Seeing Goncharov remain silent, Lù Jié assumed the price he offered was indeed too high. Anyway, yen won't do. Are you mocking me? Although my northern bear nation's economic strength isn't great now. But you can't compare me to a country like Sakura Nation. Goncharov made up his mind and said resolutely, isn't it just 10,000 pretty coins per unit? I'll take it. The small amount of money is within our northern bear nation's means. Can you produce 100,000 units this month? This time it was Lù Jié's turn to be dumbfounded. He had expected it to be 10,000 RMB per unit. This guy didn't drink vodka either? Can you or not? Just give me a straight answer. Goncharov was furious at this moment. Comparing the great northern bear nation to a puppet state like Sakura Country was an enormous insult. Certainly, certainly. May I ask if you'd prefer to pay in installments or full payment? Full payment. Full payment. Goncharov was furious. Since when had the northern bear nation been seen as incapable of even $1 billion in pretty currency? If you have time now, you can come to my residence immediately. We can sign the contract. I can transfer the money directly. The full amount. When Lù Jié looked at the deposit notification on his phone, he still felt a bit unreal. 10 billion pretty dollars, over 7 billion long country currency. B. Sales of bionic bird toys reach 100,000, equivalent to 1,000 divine level engineer points. The divine level engineer system has been fully unlocked. Newbie period benefit, the bionic bird production line has been upgraded to a fully automated production line. Originally priced at 10,000 engineer points, now only 1,000 points. Host, would you like to upgrade? Lù Jié didn't hesitate for a moment. With no one currently in his toy factory, he could proceed with the upgrade without any worries. Upgrade. Chapter 2, if you can get $1 billion, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. Hey, my friend? It's time to sign the contract. Goncharov saw Lù Jié standing there dumbfounded and felt puzzled. Could this dragon countryman be shocked that I could produce $1 billion in one go? Damn those Ukrainians, if it weren't for them, our great bear nation wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. When I get back, I'll definitely make that damned Ermao taste the power of my bionic bird. After regaining his focus, Lù Jié felt somewhat embarrassed. Sorry for spacing out just now. Let's proceed with signing the contract. When Lù Jié took the contract, he glanced at Goncharov with some surprise after seeing the company name printed on it. Beixiong Country Sweet Chocolate Company. I never expected such a seemingly 200-pound burly man to have a company name that's so elegant. After reviewing everything and finding no issues, Lù Jié proceeded to sign the relevant information. Goncharov picked up the contract and glanced at it. Tongsu Toy Factory. Indeed, these shrewd Longwa people, even when selling such items, claim it's just their toy factory. Mr. Lù Jié, I hope we'll have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. Goncharov stood up and extended his hand, thinking to himself, such a cheap arms toy manufacturer is an absolute steal. Of course, I hope so too. Lù Jié also replied with a smile. Having such a sucker of a business partner was simply too profitable for him. When Lù Jié left, he drove away in his own wooling minivan, humming a tune the entire time. Today's a good day, with crisp green bills filling my pockets. Goncharov watched Lù Jié depart, his heart filled with countless emotions. The boss of such a high-tech company actually drives such a cheap car. No wonder Longwei is developing so fast. Lù Jié drove to his factory, located in a very remote suburban area of Jiangshi where sometimes fewer than 10 vehicles could be seen passing by in a day. After stepping inside, Lù Jié opened his factory workshop with a nervous heart. In that instant, Lù Jié's eyes lit up. A series of fully automated machines were arranged in place. If one ignored the peeling paint on the exterior of the building, anyone stepping inside would surely think this was a high-tech company. Fully automated intelligent production lines. Each line requires only one worker to supervise, and each line can produce 500 imitation birds in a single day, the system's voice echoed in Lù Jié's mind. Due to the limited factory space, there are only 10 production lines available. Please work hard to expand the scale of the toy factory. 10 production lines, that meant he could complete Goncharov's order in just 10 days. That's really great. Lù Jié thought to himself. Time to go buy the raw materials. After preparing everything, Lù Jié went back home. As soon as he returned home, he immediately sensed an extremely unusual atmosphere inside. When he saw the woman with a fierce expression on the sofa and the well-dressed man in a suit sitting beside her, Lù Jié's mood instantly hit rock bottom. One is his own aunt, the other is his own cousin. Oh, Lù Jié's back, perfect timing. Your mom and I were just discussing your future job prospects, Aunt Luya exclaimed loudly. My son just graduated recently and is now working as a junior manager at a factory, not making much money. Chaos, tell your cousin how much you earn a month. Cousin Wang Chao adjusted his glasses and said, I don't have a monthly salary, it's all based on an annual income. I only make 200,000 a year. Oops, look at my memory, I forgot our chaos doesn't have a monthly salary anymore. Lù Jié ignored the grim expressions on Lù Jié's parents and turned to him instead. Lù Jié, Auntie heard your toy factory is barely hanging on these days. Why don't you beg your cousin, hand over that plot of land to him, and let him get you a security guard job? 3,000 a month now, that's a sweet deal. Yeah, Lù Jié, as long as you give me your piece of land, I'll give you 100,000 yuan, Wang Chao said with an arrogant expression. For you, 100,000 is already a lot. If you miss this chance now, the price won't be the same later. Only 100,000 for my entire plot of land? Lù Jié nearly laughed in anger. Did people really think everyone else was a naive fool except him? Right, it's only 100,000 yuan, and that's only because you're my cousin. Otherwise, giving you 50,000 would already be more than enough. Then you'd better leave, I'm not selling. Lù Jié bluntly stated, don't think spending a few years studying abroad makes you something special. With your condescending attitude of treating others like fools, it's baffling how that factory director even made you an on-site manager. Lù Jié, don't be so ungrateful. You can't even afford to pay back your bank loans now. If the bank repossesses your house, let's see where you'll live. You don't need to worry about that, cousin. I just signed a contract worth 1 billion. Ha 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 ha. Lù Jié, have you lost your mind? 100 million? Your tiny toy factory could never make that much. I'll eat SHT in the bathroom if that's true. Wang Chao looked at Lù Jié's father Lù Yan and laughed loudly. Uncle, you should find Lù Jié a psychiatrist. I think he's gone completely mad. Lù Jié also chimed in with a laugh. Lù Jié, there's no need to act tough. If the repayment pressure is too much, your aunt can lend you some money. How about 5,000? Would that be enough? Lù Jié didn't say much, simply taking out his phone to show the payment receipt. 1 billion USD. Wang Chao, who had been giggling and ready to laugh at the joke, was dumbfounded when he saw the proof, but then thought of something else. Lù Jié, sometimes you don't need to be so vain. Photoshopping isn't really meaningful. Yeah, Lù Jié, we're all family here. It's not about looking down on anyone, there's really no need for this, Lù Jié chimed in. Lù Jié took the phone, opened his bank card app, and placed it on the table. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion. 7 billion. Lù Jié exclaimed in shock. Lù Jié, have you done something illegal? I'm telling you, there are some things you just can't touch. How could you possibly earn 7 billion by yourself? Are you involved in online scams? Or did you sell something illegal? Or did you go work as a male prostitute? Tell your aunt, she won't call the police. Lù Jié. Lù Yan was about to lose his temper when Lù Jié stopped him and also took out the contract from his bag. Here's the contract. If you like these figures, you can print a copy and take your time reviewing it. Lù Jié smiled as he looked at the two of them. The two carefully examined the contract after receiving it. When Wang Chao saw the client, he couldn't help but exclaim, Beixiong Country Sweet Chocolate Company. Why would you sign a contract with him? I tried meeting him many times but never succeeded. After saying this, Wang Chao immediately regretted it and looked toward his mother. Indeed, Lù Jié's expression was now as grim as death. The mother and son were utterly embarrassed at this moment. The account balance and contract displayed right before their eyes were undeniable proof that Lù Jié's toy factory had succeeded. Looking at the 7 million in someone else's bank account, my earlier boasting about making 200,000 a year seems utterly ridiculous. Lù Jié grabbed her son's hand and was about to head out when she heard Lù Jié shouting from behind. Auntie! Won't you stay for dinner? We're all family here, we wouldn't think less of you. Chapter 3, Flocks of Eagles? Ermao. Bringing warmth. Lù Jié felt immensely relieved after letting off steam. With relatives like these, you just have to slap them in the face, otherwise, they'll keep pushing their luck. At the same time, Lù Jié shared his news with his parents. Learning their son had landed such a major contract filled them with pride. After all, the factory's funds represented the family's entire savings. Lù Jié, since this is an export deal, you absolutely must prioritize quality. Only then will you get repeat customers, Lù Yan said earnestly. Lù Jié knew his father's temperament well and immediately assured him. The next day, Lù Jié posted job openings online. Skilled technicians and a sales manager for the company were urgently needed. First, operating the machinery required skilled personnel. Second, communicating with the North Bear country also demanded capable staff. If the other side tried to pull any tricks with the paperwork, it would be a real headache. Moreover, Lù Jié offered competitive compensation, 10,000 yuan monthly plus 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. The sales manager position offered 50,000 yuan monthly, also with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. So resumes started pouring in quickly from people wanting to apply. After reviewing the applications, Lù Jié swiftly selected his candidates. One was a woman named Su Qiuran, who had previously worked at a foreign trade company and was fluent in the language of the Northern Bear Nation. The requirements for technical workers weren't particularly high either. After upgrading the system, the entire production line was fully automated. Workers only needed to monitor switches and perform routine maintenance tasks. Upon arriving at Tongla Toys, Su Qiuran was shocked by the dilapidated exterior, as Lù Jié had only posted photos of the factory interior on the recruitment website. So when she saw it, she was a bit surprised. But when Dai Lan walked inside and saw the machines operating in perfect order, and that there were only about 10 people in the entire factory, she was stunned. When did toy factories start using fully automated production lines? Lù Jié spotted Su Qiuran and invited her into his office. Mr. Lù, what exactly is our main business? Looking at the expensive machinery below, Su Qiuran couldn't fathom how a toy manufacturer could be so profitable. Lù Jié pointed to the business license. It's called a toy factory, of course we make toys. Or could it be that my toy factory actually manufactures military weapons? Though Su Qiuran didn't voice it, the sight of the production line churning out one mechanical bird after another did give Dai Lan that impression. May I review the recent trade contracts? Dai Lan still wanted to learn more about the factory. Lù Jié handed over the contracts without hesitation. Su Qiuran froze upon seeing the name of the contracting party, Sweet Chocolate Company of North Bear Nation. Back at the Foreign Trade Company, they'd handled numerous food orders with this very firm. And when she saw the transaction amount, Su Qiuran was stunned. A single unit of this thing could sell for 10,000 pretty coins, and they were ordering 100,000 units at once. More importantly, they were paying in full. 70 billion pretty coins. Even Dai Lan, with her years of experience at the Foreign Trade Company, had never seen an order like this. May I ask what my primary responsibilities will be? Communicating with the North Bear Country team, primarily to gauge user experience. Lù Jié took his father's words seriously. Only by continuously listening to user feedback could they improve their product. Occasionally, you might need to handle other tasks concurrently. Would that be feasible? The factory is still quite small, so we can't hire too many people right now. Lù Jié felt a bit awkward, since this hadn't been mentioned during recruitment. But rest assured, once the factory expands, we'll hire staff promptly. Su Qiuran didn't refuse. While she could have earned 50,000 yuan a month at her previous company, it required working overtime every single day. This job would be much more manageable. At this point, the children's fun toys factory was officially getting back on track. On the third day, Goncharov's call came through. Hey Lù Jié, my friend, I'd like to know how production is going on my current order. Don't worry. We've already produced 15,000 units. Your entire order will be completed in just over 10 days. Goncharov momentarily thought he'd misheard. 15,000 units in 3 days, and these were bionic birds with such complex manufacturing processes? Lù Jié, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Lù Jié gave a helpless chuckle. This is our first collaboration, and it's my first major order. I'm counting on you guys to build my reputation and help my toys sell worldwide. There's no reason for me to lie to you. In that case, can I take these away first? The people back at the company are in a hurry to get them. Absolutely no problem. You can come anytime. After hanging up, Goncharov's face beamed with satisfaction. Rest assured, Lù. Your toys will become world-renowned. Goncharov acted swiftly. Within half an hour of hanging up, several trucks had already arrived outside the factory. They quickly cleared out the entire inventory. By the time Lù Jié returned to lie down again, these goods had already arrived at the airport and were being loaded onto large cargo planes. In less than 2 days, the cargo reached the front lines where Damao and Ermao were stationed. With hands-on instruction, the soldiers quickly mastered the equipment. One by one, they happily began testing them out. At Ermao's artillery position, soldiers were chatting idly. The Bear Nation's strength has hit rock bottom. Their domestic economy is in shambles. This war will be over soon. Plus, we've got the entire beautiful country and the European continent as our arsenal and moneybags. There's no way we can lose. See this cannon next to me? It's the latest missile model sent by the United States. Its accuracy and range are astonishing. When we fire, those foolish northern bear soldiers won't even know where the shots came from. Ha 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 ha. Sir? I was wondering, do eagles travel in flocks? The officer looked puzzled. Eagles are solitary rulers. They never travel in flocks. Go back and study your books properly. But, the soldier pointed behind the commander. A flock of eagles is flying right toward us. The commander paid no heed, merely glancing back. Yeah, amazing. But, when did eagles learn to fly this fast? The officer raised his binoculars. The moment he saw what the eagles were carrying in their talons, he fell speechless, for they were already directly overhead. Duck! Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted. Ermao's artillery position, worth hundreds of millions, was completely destroyed by several bundles of explosives costing less than 100 pretty coins. Chapter 4, Goncharov. This thing is way more useful than artillery. Meanwhile, cheers erupted one after another from the northern Bear Nation's positions. General Surokan of the Northern Bear Nation watched the returning bionic birds and laughed heartily. This thing is way more useful than artillery. Goncharov, which military contractor in Dragon Nation supplied these? They're incredible. Dragon Nation's technology has advanced tremendously. Goncharov felt a bit awkward. Sometimes he wasn't even sure if the factory he procured from was actually a military contractor. Goncharov? Which one is it? We absolutely must hold a press conference after returning to praise this company. It's not a military contractor. Not? Surokin found this even funnier. Ha ha ha. If it wasn't a military contractor, then what was it? A toy company? Ha 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 ha. Goncharov nodded awkwardly. It is a toy company. What? Suluojin knew this guy never joked around. Do you know how much one of these things costs? Goncharov asked, pointing at the bionic bird lying on the ground. It's not cheap. You'd need at least 100,000 pretty coins to buy one. No, this one only costs 10,000 pretty bucks. 10,000? Suluojin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Goncharov. You're not pulling my leg, right? This thing only costs 10,000 pretty bucks? Camel drones cost 50 grand each. This thing is way more advanced than a drone. Goncharov sighed helplessly. Why would I lie to you? You can look up your military budget records. Oh my god. Suluojin sighed deeply, speechless. Over the next 10 days, the Northern Bear Nation used the bionic birds to destroy numerous artillery positions belonging to the 2nd Mao. For a time, 2nd Mao soldiers would dive headfirst into dugout holes the moment they spotted birds in the sky, without a second thought. Some wounded soldiers, seeing the birds in the sky on their way back, rolled off their stretchers in terror, cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The Northern Bear Nation, which had previously suffered from weapon shortages due to economic constraints, suddenly found relief. Due to the birds' high maneuverability and exceptional camouflage, Ermao's air defense radars often identified them as mere birds, so they paid little attention. This also contributed to the bionic birds' astonishingly low attrition rate. By the time 100,000 units were fully deployed to the front lines, only 100 had been lost. Ermao soldiers spent their days scanning the skies with binoculars, desperate to capture one for Western research to develop countermeasures. Thus, when one soldier finally captured an intact bionic bird, the delighted higher-ups immediately awarded him a Medal of Distinguished Service. The bionic bird was urgently transported to the rear. As Western scientists excitedly carried the bird to the lab to dissect it, they discovered a message inscribed on its outer shell. A scientist fluent in the Dragon Nation language translated it. Children, please do not disassemble toys carelessly. This is a very dangerous act. But the scientists dismissed this warning, merely sighing that the Dragon Nation's military factory was being overly cautious. Did they really think sticking a piece of paper here would stop people from opening it? So they proceeded to dismantle the internal components without a care. Beep, beep, beep. With 3 warning beeps, the bionic bird in their hands suddenly became scorching hot, then the entire body disintegrated. The scientists were stunned and rushed over to inspect the parts. Sure enough, everything was charred beyond recognition. Only the general shape hinted at what they might have been. Dragon Nation is utterly despicable. To supply such terrifying weapons to Bear Nation. They must be condemned. The next day, Ermao's spokesperson launched a scathing attack against Dragon Nation on social media. Selling weapons to the evil Northern Bear Nation. This is a blatant violation of international law. The entire world should condemn Dragon Nation. Cut all economic ties with them. Let Dragon Nation's economy collapse. Dragon Nation should support the righteous. The Minzu, the sesame oil-loving 2nd Mao. Below were demonstrations of how the bionic birds operated in combat, along with footage of one completely destroyed unit. This wave of exposure left the Dragon Nation's leadership collectively dumbfounded. Wait, we only sold them to third parties. How could anyone have figured this out? Besides, this bionic bird isn't produced by military factories, isn't it still in the research phase? Could it be that tech company developed it ahead of schedule and sold it to the Northern Bear Nation? Just as the Dragon Nation's leadership ordered a thorough investigation into who sold it, news emerged from the Bear Nation. First, we strongly condemn the remarks made by Ermao. Every action taken by Ermao pushes the world closer to the brink of war. Moreover, we extend our gratitude to a toy company in Dragon Nation. Their creation has completely revolutionized modern warfare and will profoundly reshape future conflict paradigms. The Children's Delight Toy Factory stands as our nation's most steadfast ally. After hearing the foreign ministry's statement, Goncharov looked toward the east with deep satisfaction. Lù, your toy factory will now be famous worldwide. I hope you'll offer us more discounts when we make future purchases. Western Military District. Commander Zhuo Zishan swiftly picked up the ringing red landline. Commander! What are your orders? Yes. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Zhuo Zishan hurried out and barked, quick! We have an urgent mission. By 6 o'clock, the workers had all clocked out and gone home. Only Lù Jié and Dai Lan remained in the company office, handling the company's accounts. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Lù Jié looked out the window and saw over 50 thugs gathered at the factory gate, shouting incessantly. Zhang Tian stepped out. May I ask what brings you here? The thug leader tossed aside his half-smoked cigarette and strode over arrogantly. You're that damned Zhang Tian? I'm giving you half an hour to clear out everything from this factory. If you don't move it, my boys aren't pushovers. As he spoke, the thugs behind him brandished their weapons, threatening menacingly. At that moment, Su Qiran emerged. What's going on? The thugs behind him licked their lips and approached their leader. Boss, why don't we just go in and take care of this woman? The gang leader eyed Su Qiran up and down. Her tailored suit, bodycon skirt, and stockings clinging to her long legs instantly ignited a lustful fire within him. Lù Jié slowly stepped in front of Su Qiran and whispered, hurry back and call the police. Su Qiran sensed the man's unsettling stares and hurried back. The gang leader wasn't about to let his prey slip away. He bellowed, guys. Charge in. That woman's ours. With that, he kicked the door with all his might. The factory gate, long neglected and decayed, couldn't withstand the force of so many bodies. It collapsed in moments. The thugs watched Dai Lan's retreating figure and couldn't help but swallow hard. She was truly exceptional. What are you doing? What are you doing? Lù Jié stepped forward, blocking the crowd. I'm telling you, I've already called the police. If you keep this up, you'll be held legally responsible. The thugs burst into laughter upon hearing this. Every last one of them had been inside before a few years behind bars was nothing to them. They weren't afraid. Kid, if you step aside, I might spare your life. Otherwise, some of my buddies here have other tastes. I dare you to try. Damn it, you don't understand human speech. Guys, beat him up. The rest of you, follow me inside to grab the little lady. Ha 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 ha. Lù Jié rushed to the factory door, grabbed the handle with both hands, and blocked the entrance. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he stared at them. I dare any of you to try. If you want to go in, you'll have to kill me first. Damn it, this is ing crazy. Guys, beat him. Beat him to death. Lù Jié's hands clenched the door handle tightly. The thug's fists landed with brutal force, but despite the pain, his grip never loosened. Chapter 5, I told you to promote me, not send me to war. Su Qiran leaned against the doorway, trembling as she listened to the sounds of the fight outside. She fumbled for her phone and dialed a number. Someone's beating people up here. Lots of them. Hurry over. Dai Lan's voice trembled with tears. Having lived a pampered life since childhood, she'd never faced anything like this. Lù Jié stood guard at the doorway, blocking the mob. He grunted coldly with each blow he took. Thud. Freeze. The sudden gunshot froze everyone in their tracks. They turned to see a circle of fully armed soldiers pointing guns at them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they quickly crouched down. Holy, these were the real deal. Move aside. Move aside. A rugged man in military uniform stepped down from the armored vehicle, pushing through the crowd to stand before Lù Jié. You're Lù Jié? Lù Jié, his face unrecognizable from the beatings, nodded. Zhuo Zishan had long witnessed a bionic drone demonstrating formidable prowess on the battlefields of North Bear Nation, marveling at the nation's seemingly bottomless technological depth. But today, when higher-ups called him, he learned this thing was actually developed by a company within his own military region. To protect the company's security, Zhuo Zishan immediately mobilized all available armed forces and rushed to the scene. After all, the Northern Bear Nation's propaganda had explicitly named Lù Jié. This made the Western nations, already suffering heavy losses on the battlefield, harbor a deep-seated hatred for this company. The gang leader instantly froze in terror upon seeing real soldiers with live ammunition. He'd been committing crimes in this area for years. Because it was so remote, sometimes the worst punishment for his misdeeds was just a stint in prison. Today, he'd been hired to teach a friend named Lù Jié a lesson. But what was the meaning of all these soldiers? Zhuo Zishan was furious upon seeing Lù Jié beaten beyond recognition. Intelligence indicated Lù Jié had never hired any scientific or technical personnel. This meant that all the technology behind the bionic bird had been developed by Lù Jié alone. Upon reviewing the combat footage from the Northern Bear Kingdom, the Dragon Nation's High Command immediately recognized the critical importance of the bionic birds and the man behind them, Lù Jié. Even General Hua, a high-ranking military official, bluntly declared, Lù Jié's bionic birds are equivalent to an entire division. Now, this entire division lay dying here. How could Zhuo Zishan not be furious? Take them away. Interrogate them all as spies under strict interrogation protocols. Yes, sir. The soldiers behind him wasted no time, grabbing the thugs and dragging them out. The gang leader shouted desperately, I'm innocent. I really am not a spy. Watching them all get dragged away, Lù Jié finally collapsed unconscious. His hands still clutched the door handle tightly. When Lù Jié regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital. Lù Jié, you're awake. Doctor. Lù Jié's awake. Dai Lan cried out excitedly upon seeing his eyes open. Soon, a doctor and a group of people in military uniforms entered the room. After checking some readings and asking about his current condition, the doctor confirmed Lù Jié was fine, though he needed proper rest for the time being. After the doctor left, Lù Jié looked at the soldiers, feeling a bit at a loss. Is there something you need? Lù Jié, your company developed such an incredible thing, why export it overseas? If I could sell it domestically, why would I export it? The topic ignited a fiery indignation within Lù Jié. When I first developed it and tried to market it, no one would buy it for even 5,000 Manhwa currency. They called it a toy with no cost effectiveness, saying the price was rip-off. Do you know how much I sold it for abroad? 10,000 pretty bucks and all paid in full up front. The officer tried to retort, but Zhuo Zishan cut him off. He addressed Lù Jié kindly. Honestly, we mean no harm. It's just that this machine you've developed holds significant potential for warfare. War? Lù Jié was puzzled. Exactly. Your machine was deployed on the battlefield in North Bear Nation, dealing a devastating blow to Ermao. It wasn't until they held their press conference that we learned someone within our country had developed something this formidable. Damn it! I knew a 200-pound giant couldn't possibly be a kid's snack vendor. Lù Jié instantly regretted his actions. Even if it was unintentional, did this count as arms smuggling? That could cost him his head. Lù Jié scrambled to defend himself. I had no idea about this. Look at what she wrote in the contract. He said he was a kid's snack vendor. Goncharov. You're such a good guy. I asked you to promote my business, not send me to war. Seeing Lù Jié so flustered, Zayazishan explained, I know this was done without your knowledge, so I won't hold you responsible. But we need to purchase 500 flights of the bionic birds from you to test their combat effectiveness. Hearing he wouldn't be held accountable, Lù Jié breathed a sigh of relief. 500 units? No problem. We'll deliver them today. Oh, and it's free. Zhuo Zishan was somewhat surprised. Did you already have that much inventory on hand? No, but my production line can make all of them for you in a single day. If you're in a hurry, I can run it at full capacity? Zhuo Zishan froze. This thing is already in mass production? And they're making them one by one? At that moment, in the office of Latte Food Factory, Wang Chao was enjoying a massage from his secretary. Wonder how Lù Jié's doing now. Don't blame me for being ruthless, cousin. Blame yourself for making me lose face. With that, Wang Chao tightened his grip, eliciting a gasp from his secretary, Xiao. Hearing the sound, Wang Chao instantly grew excited. He rose and embraced the secretary, ready to impart his wisdom. Bam! Who's Wang Chao? The sudden deafening bang sent Wang Chao collapsing instantly. Turning to see a group of soldiers armed with rifles, panic instantly seized his heart. Arrest him! Take him away! Realizing he was being targeted, Wang Chao shouted, What right do you have to arrest me? What crime have I committed? Do you have an arrest warrant? Do you? The soldiers pulled out an arrest warrant from their pockets. Wang Chao, suspected of hiring gangsters to attack a state-protected facility and suspected espionage. You are being arrested and brought to trial according to the law. Anything else to say now? Nationally protected facility? You must be mistaken. I wouldn't dare do something like that. The toy factory was that you're doing? What do you mean? Tongsu Toys Factory, a nationally protected site. Got it? A righteous hero worth 10 divisions nearly got beaten to death by you filthy vermin. Mark my words, your crimes are grave. Death is the minimum sentence. Take him away. No. You can't take me. I'm calling my dad. Do you know who my dad is? The mayor of Goose City. You can't take me. You can't. The soldier in front halted and turned to face Wang Chao, his defiant expression unchanged. Wang Gang's been investigated too. His crimes are no small matter. Looks like you two will be keeping each other company. Hearing this, Wang Chao instantly collapsed. Chapter 6, Commander, no need to worry, I have second-generation technology. Lù Jié's injuries were severe, requiring several days of recovery in the hospital before he could be discharged. Meanwhile, public opinion outside was already spiraling out of control. Su Luojin's press statement ignited global outrage. The military brass of the United States were dumbfounded. They never imagined that the bionic birds causing such headaches for their forces were actually produced by a toy company. Furious, the US Congress immediately grilled the laboratories. What the hell have you been doing? We pour millions into your programs every year, and you can't even master the basic design of a bionic bird. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation's technology is already fully operational. Nearly half a ton of explosives, speeds approaching 80 kilometers per hour. What is this? It's essentially a mobile mortar. It flies silently, mimicking real birds in every detail. What if Dragon Nation deploys this against us? Can we even intercept it? And they're actually selling this thing. What does that tell us? It means Dragon Nation has something even more advanced. FK. Thanks to you bunch of F-King scientists. When the hell will my beautiful country ever surpass Dragon Nation in drone technology? The congressmen were seething with indignation, unleashing a torrent of abuse against the scholars and scientists. This time, they were genuinely furious and genuinely terrified. Anger at the fact that billions in annual research funding had yielded nothing tangible. They were terrified that the Dragon Nation seemed to enjoy revealing one generation, hiding another, researching yet another, and launching projects for still another. The technology they actually revealed was outdated. It was hard to imagine what the next generation of biomimetic drones would look like if they were already hard to spot flying high in the sky. If they were stealthy, they could blend seamlessly into real bird flocks, undetectable by anyone. Imagine the horror if one day it silently arrived at your own doorstep. No matter what. We must develop more advanced bionic drones. We must also deploy our agents to obtain the real machines and crack their core technologies. Under no circumstances can we let Dragon Nation surpass us. The Foreign Ministry must immediately condemn Longwa's violation of international law. Arms trafficking is immoral. Pesh felt a twinge of guilt uttering these words, but quickly regained his composure. We are the champions of democracy and soybean oil, we are the righteous ones. After the meeting, the lawmakers stepped outside to see birds darting through the square, their unease deepening. Could these birds be Longwa's latest bionic drones? Hadn't Longwa just eavesdropped on our conversation? I feel these birds are starting to disrupt the surrounding environment, Speaker Pesh remarked with a frown. The surrounding legislators nodded in agreement. Soon after, the spokesperson for the beautiful country urgently convened a press conference. This action by Dragon Nation constitutes a grave violation of international law. It is the blatant trafficking of weapons to a belligerent nation. This undermines the global order. It's a despicable tactic to escalate the conflict. It gravely undermines the sovereignty of the second Mao. It is an open provocation against international governance. It is a despicable tactic that harms world peace. We demand the Dragon Nation recall these weapons and cease supplying arms to either belligerent party. Moreover, these bionic weapons pose significant risks to civilians. We urge Dragon Nation to share its technology to prevent such dangerous weapons from being deployed in horrific conflicts. In an instant, following the United States statement, its lackeys rushed to repost and express agreement. Cherry Blossom Nation, defend world peace. Protect global democracy. Demand public disclosure of bionic drone data. Western aid nations, Dragon Nation's actions constitute grave imperialist behavior, utterly unforgivable acts that undermine global peace and provoke war. When Dragon Nation netizens saw this, they had only one thought. Disgusting. Damn. If you flip this statement back at the US, it wouldn't feel out of place at all. Damn it. How can these people say stuff like this without blushing? F. Release data? They just want to study it for new weapons. Wait. That drone, did the Bear Nation really say it came from a toy factory? No way that's true? Overthinking it. No way. This is state secret weapon tech. What kind of research capabilities could a toy factory possibly have? Just the bionic flight research alone would cost hundreds of millions. Wait, I found this toy factory online, they're actually selling this stuff. Holy crap? It's real? Countless people flooded the shopping app. Searching for Tongsu toys revealed only one product, this bionic drone. Tongsu VR bionic drone lets your child experience the sensation of flying like a bird. Price, 8,000 LGB. Age range, 6-12 years old. A ridiculous yet undeniably real thought began to take shape in everyone's mind. This bionic drone, it couldn't possibly be made by a toy factory, could it? Holy crap. That kid's drone has a battery life lasting a whole day. It can hit speeds of 100 miles per hour. Wait. I'm just a kid myself. In an instant, the previously zero-selling bionic drone suddenly hit 500,000 orders. And the number kept climbing. On average, 100,000 orders were added every single second. Lù Jié smiled contentedly as he watched his engineer points steadily climb. Goncharov really is a great guy. Even though his promotional tactics weren't quite right, the results were truly impressive. He'd just earned over 5,000 engineer points. But when the military saw this, they immediately took action. If such technology fell into civilian hands, the consequences would be severe. They swiftly cut off the shopping link and shut down Lù Jié's entire shop. When Lù Jié saw his engineer points plateaued at 20,000, he knew the military had intervened. Sure enough, Zhuozishan soon walked in, his face full of regret. Little Lou, this kind of thing just can't be sold to the public. Just watching the footage from the battlefield shows how powerful this stuff is. If it fell into the hands of criminals, the consequences would be unimaginable. So for now, it's best to stop selling these toys from your workshop. No need to worry, sir, Lù Jié replied with confidence. What I'm selling is outdated. I've got even more advanced bionic drones here. They're called leader birds. As the name suggests, it can command the entire flock, with superior flight endurance and payload capacity. Sir, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Once the leader bird is deployed, it can remotely control all the flock birds nationwide. Zhuozishan, upon hearing this news, was utterly stunned. We haven't even tested your first generation, and you've already got a second one? Chapter 7, Lu Qingshan shock, a second generation already? Xiao. Xiao Lu, you shouldn't joke like that sometimes. Are you saying you already have mature technology for the second generation? Exactly. I believe toys should maximize joy through parent-child interaction, so the second generation model is designed for parents to foster mutual engagement between parents and children. Lù Jié shared his vision, completely oblivious to Zhuo Zishan's astonishment beside him. Although he hadn't personally tested the first-generation bionic drone in combat yet, videos from the Northern Bear Nation had already demonstrated its outstanding performance, exceptional in both reconnaissance and offensive capabilities. If it were second-generation birds, it would be unimaginable. If deployed in winter, forming a flock with mostly first-generation drones and a single second-generation drone to mimic migrating birds who could possibly detect them? Moreover, a single drone could synchronize dozens of others. If equipped with high explosives or small rockets on the battlefield, the resulting destructive power would be unimaginable. Comrade Lù Jié, please focus on recovering here. If you have any needs, just tell the people outside, we'll do our utmost to accommodate you. I need to report this matter to higher-ups. I'll be leaving now. With that, Zhuo Zishan hurried out. Watching Zhuo Zishan's hastily retreating figure, Lù Jié couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how impatient middle-aged people had become these days. Inside the military zone, numerous military experts were observing the newly produced bionic drones fresh off the assembly line. After donning the controls and operating them, every single one was filled with awe. This thing is an absolute game-changer on the battlefield. It's a shame that short-sighted Lù Jié sold this technology. It's practically treason. Wang Peng exclaimed angrily after completing his test. He should have handed over the patents and related technology directly to us. China's bionic drone technology would be light years ahead now. Now look, we've given the whole world free access to this technology. Not only have we lost our edge, but we've handed other nations a lethal weapon. Oomph. That Lù Jié must be severely punished. Listening to Wang Peng's complaints, the surrounding experts dared not say anything. Among this group, his seniority might not be the highest, but his research achievements and awards were undoubtedly the most numerous. Though everyone knew full well how this guy managed to publish 10 professional papers a year. So all eyes turned to the elderly man standing on the other side, Lù Qingshan. Everyone regarded him with respect. For this man was the true giant of scientific research. Behind every milestone that profoundly impacted the Dragon Nation's military sphere, its mushroom bombs, rockets, aircraft, and more, his influence loomed large. Lù Qingshan gently stroked the bionic bird's hull, his touch tinged with emotion. Just then, Zhuo Zishan entered the room. Seeing Lù Qingshan there surprised him somewhat, as the elderly scientist, now in his 80s, usually resided in a nursing home. Old Lù, what brings you here? Zhuo Zishan hurried over to greet him. Wang Peng pursed his lips when Zhuo Zishan didn't greet him first. With something this remarkable, how could I possibly stay away? Lù Qingshan smiled warmly at Zhuo Zishan. Zishan, might I meet this young comrade named Lù Jié? This device is quite fascinating. Now you're talking nonsense. Once Lù Jié's injuries have healed, he'll definitely come to see you. Ah, don't even mention it. Truly, new talents emerge in every generation. I've seen this thing, it's packed with amazing features. Lù Qingshan ran his fingers over the bionic drone. Just the material alone is incredible. Not only does it need high hardness, but it also has to be lightweight and highly ductile. Honestly, I'd love to have a proper chat with this young man. Oomph. What's the point of looking for it now? Wang Peng approached, his mood sour. Such valuable information has already been leaked. It's useless now. Zhuo Zishan, order your men to make Lù Jié hand over all the data immediately. Otherwise, with something like this in the hands of a civilian, who knows how it'll be wasted? Don't worry about that. How can you not worry? Such valuable information leaked. That's treason. Wang Peng, you're overstepping. Lù Qingshan shot an annoyed glance at the furious Wang Peng. He knew Wang Peng's ulterior motives all too well. Even if Lù Jié sold all the technology, it's his own choice. Besides, why blame others when you can't develop it yourself? Could it be your latest paper hit another roadblock? Professor Lù. You. Wang Peng was so furious he couldn't speak. Lù Qingshan ignored him and turned back to Zhuo Zishan. Zishan, what were you about to say? What I meant to say is, selling the bionic drones is no longer an issue. Lù Jié informed me he already possesses more advanced second-generation technology. What did you say? Lù Qingshan and Wang Peng exclaimed almost simultaneously. Absolutely true. Lù Jié told me personally. By the time we sold this generation, the second generation was already fully developed. His vision was to create an interactive parent-child toy. The first generation is just a flock of birds, while the second is called the leader bird. As the name implies, the leader bird guides the flock. With it present, you can directly control the entire flock. So we don't need to worry about the products we've sold? Our countermeasures won't cause any significant disruption? However, the military applications of this technology are simply too significant. That's why I came back to report it to higher-ups first. Lù Qingshan nodded upon hearing this. It is indeed critical. It's almost like one person could control a small fleet of unmanned bombers. No. Zishan, take me to meet this comrade immediately. I must speak with him. No, wait a moment. Lù Jié suddenly regained his composure. It's not appropriate to go now. Lù Jié is still injured. Visiting him would be disruptive. Make sure to tell me once his injuries have healed. Old Lù, you fell for that so easily? Wang Peng sneered. He claims to have developed a second generation? I could claim to have developed a third generation myself. Our lab has been researching this for nearly a decade without success. How could a recent undergraduate graduate be more skilled than our lab's PhDs? Don't set your hopes too high. Disappointment will only be greater, Wang Peng remarked in a sarcastic tone, paying no heed to Lù Jié's expression. Seeing the tension between the two escalate, Zishan quickly intervened. Mr. Lù, academician Wang, will witness a demonstration exercise shortly to test this drone's combat capabilities. Why don't we go observe it first? Zishan is right. No matter how flashy it looks here, it can't compare to seeing it in real combat. It might just be all show. Wang Peng finished speaking and walked away. Though Lù Jié was furious, his anger quickly subsided. If that guy channeled his talent for power grabbing and self-interest into research, he'd have won international awards long ago. Chapter 8, What? Undetectable by radar? Across a stretch of Gobi Desert, armored vehicles and tanks raced freely across the barren landscape. The radar vehicle was parked in a concealed location, scanning the air continuously at full power. This time, a mechanized infantry brigade served as the adversary for the drones. Inside the tanks, the soldiers paid little attention to this staged exercise. It was no surprise that Ermao's radar couldn't detect them after all, it was just outdated junk no one else wanted. Their own radar, however, was the latest mobile air defense system developed recently. It could track down not just a small drone, but even the stealth drones of the United States. Sergeant, how long do you think it'll take to finish this engagement? Shaoqi shouted. Listen up, this exercise is real combat. Don't take it lightly, got it? If that drone could be shot down easily, there'd be no point in doing this exercise at all. Sergeant Lù Jié snapped sternly. Got it, Sergeant. Seeing his men weren't taking it seriously, the squad leader sighed. After all, without experiencing real combat, they'd never truly grow. Vehicle Crew 3, copy that. Respond. Vehicle Crew 3, copy that. Respond. Vehicle 3, copy that. Lù Jié picked up the radio to respond. The objective for this exercise is to destroy the enemy command center. Exercise extreme caution en route. The opposing force has deployed new bionic drones. Maintain constant vigilance of your surroundings. Unit 3, copy that. Gazing at an eagle circling the boundless blue sky, Lù Jié furrowed his brow. He picked up his binoculars and looked through them. No matter how he examined it, the bird appeared perfectly ordinary, no mechanical traces whatsoever. Yet a lingering unease settled in Lù Jié's heart. He then slammed his fist against the tank hull. Full speed ahead. Yes, squad leader. Meanwhile, at the White Army Command Center, Lù Jié's actions were clearly visible to everyone inside. On the other screens, every detail of the Blue Army's movements was displayed in real time, including high-definition footage of their command post. Yet the Blue Army's air defense systems showed no reaction whatsoever. Zishan sighed helplessly upon seeing this. Under these circumstances, it was already clear that the Blue Force had lost. The surrounding officers were equally astonished. Initially, the soldiers operating the drones had advanced cautiously, fearing detection. Yet, even upon reaching the Blue Army command post, there remained no response whatsoever. And it had only been a mere half hour since the exercise began. Disappointed, Zishan declared, call off the offensive. There's no point in continuing. This time, the drones wouldn't even be needed. With precise coordinates already in hand, artillery alone could obliterate the Blue Force command post, while the remaining combat units would be systematically eliminated by the drones. Soon, all Blue Forces personnel heard an unfortunate announcement over the radio. Attention all Blue Forces, attention all Blue Forces. The Blue Forces command post has been destroyed. All officers are confirmed killed in action. Command authority transferred. Exercise continues. The entire Blue Force was stunned. Where had they placed their command post? How had the enemy scouts located it so quickly? Sergeant, what's going on? How did the command post get taken so fast? Losing the command post was a massive blow to morale. But Lù Jié quickly regained his composure. Don't worry. Even without the command post, our mission proceeds as normal. Don't let this affect you. It might just be a tactic from the White Force. Hearing their squad leader's words, the soldiers' hearts eased a little. At first, having their base stolen felt like a blow to anyone's morale. Caw! The eagle's cry caught Lù Jié's attention. He looked up to see a bird of prey diving straight toward them. Lù Jié's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Quick! Quick! Turn! Turn! But it was too late. After the eagle dropped a small armor-piercing shell, smoke began to rise from the helmets of every crew member. It was a sign of death. Lù Jié leapt from the tank, staring speechlessly at the eagle soaring away. Holy crap! Squad leader. The command center must have messed up. Where'd these armor-piercing rounds come from that blew us to bits? Exactly, Sergeant. This mistake is beyond belief. Lù Jié shook his head, pointing at the eagle soaring overhead. That must be the latest drone, just like the ones from Bear Country. Damn, I never thought it'd look so much like a real eagle. No wonder it's been tailing us this whole time. Just then, the eagle that had flown far away suddenly turned back, steadily descending in altitude. It nearly grazed Lù Jié's head as it passed, kicking up a cloud of dust that forced everyone to shut their eyes. Everyone felt a deep sense of contempt from this maneuver, yet their hearts were filled with profound awe. This thing was utterly unstoppable. Damn air defense. What the hell are those guys doing? After the exercise concluded, the air defense unit naturally received significant attention. Nearly every soldier voiced complaints about the unit. How could such a massive radar fail to detect all those drones? This was no joke. Zhuo Zishan tracked down the air defense team and demanded an explanation. I don't know either. We couldn't see a thing. Not a single anomaly. To avoid taking the blame, they even demonstrated it again just as he'd said. There were absolutely no fluctuations whatsoever. Which meant these damn drones were invisible. Their stealth capabilities were even more advanced than those of the US fighter jets. Zhuo Zishan was speechless with shock upon seeing the results. It had ultra-long endurance and massive payload capacity. And now it had stealth capabilities too. Is this even a toy anymore? That toy even has stealth capabilities. Lu Qingshan muttered to himself, impressive. Truly impressive. Zuwazishan. Lù Jié must be protected at all costs. Foreign entities will likely catch wind of this soon. Given their nature, they'll probably target Lù Jié. Zhuo Zishan grasped the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, old Lu. With me here, Lù Jié will be perfectly safe. After the charade ended, Zhuo Zishan immediately reported the outcome to his superiors. Upon receiving the report, his superiors immediately ordered Lù Jié's protection and a thorough investigation into his background. Today's air defense radar systems, developed over a decade and spanning 3 generations of engineers, can detect any fighter jet in the world, let alone a small drone. Yet one man had developed materials undetectable by radar. This was beyond genius. Chapter 9, Wang Chaoyi's just a child. Gaoxing University. 5 police cars suddenly pulled into the campus, quickly drawing a crowd of students. But when they saw who stepped out of the vehicles, the students were momentarily taken aback. Instead of uniformed officers, they were all men in suits wearing glasses. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the faculty. Upon hearing police cars had arrived, the principal abandoned his own affairs and hurried over. But upon seeing the visitors' attire, the principal froze in place for a moment. The principal had served in the military and had occasionally encountered such individuals during his time in the army. But generally speaking, when these men came knocking, it was never about trivial matters. Because they were state security agents. Are you Luo Geng, Principal Luo? The lead officer asked upon seeing Luo Geng. Yes, that's me. What brings you here? We need your cooperation with an investigation. Please find a quiet place. Certainly, certainly. This way, this way. Let's discuss this in my office. Though Luo Geng appeared calm on the surface, his mind was in utter turmoil. If something had gone wrong at the school, his position as principal would be in jeopardy. Once in the office, Luo Geng sat down nervously. The state security agent wasted no time, pulling out Lù Jié's photo. Is this person a graduate of your university? Luo Geng recognized the face instantly. After all, taking a leave of absence during university required the principal's approval. Yes, he was a student in our mechanical engineering program. He withdrew after his sophomore year before graduating, claiming he needed to return home to start a business. Has something happened to him? Luo Geng asked anxiously. If Lù Jié had gotten into trouble outside, it would ruin the school's reputation. No, we're just here to gather information about him. Could you help us contact his friends or professors from the university? We need their assistance with some matters. No problem, no problem. Soon, Lù Jié's former advisor and roommate arrived at the office. Seeing this group of men in black suits, he felt a surge of nervousness. Teacher, how was Lù Jié's academic performance at school? The young counselor visibly flustered. Well, his grades were excellent. He was top of his class last semester. What about his personality? How did he treat teachers and classmates? He was also very kind. Lù Jié was gentle with everyone and always willing to help. Did he mention why he took a leave of absence? He said he found school uninspiring and wanted to go out and explore. After finishing the record, the officer turned to the 5 roommates beside him. Does Lù Jié have many friends? Not many. Lù Jié barely left the dorm most of the time. He only participated in activities necessary for credits and spent more time drawing blueprints at his desk. Hearing this, the state security agents immediately grew alert. Did any of you see what he was drawing? How many of you saw it? Seeing these men suddenly grow so serious, the three roommates were startled. We did see it. Lù Jié said it was a design for a children's toy airplane, so we didn't think much of it. But no one else knows Lù Jié was designing anything. Seeing this, the state security agents frowned. They surmised that the blueprints for the biomimetic drone must have been designed at the university, then fabricated outside after he withdrew. He then pulled a confidentiality agreement from his bag. Read this carefully and sign it. If you reveal anything you shouldn't, the consequences will be severe. The others nodded quickly, glanced at the agreement, and promptly signed their names. After all the national security agents had signed, they addressed the roommates, "Take us to your dorm to have a look." The final outcome brought relief to the state security agents. Finding no design blueprints left behind at Lù Jié's previous location, they packed up and departed. A similar scene unfolded in Lù Jié's hometown. That day, nearly every elderly villager was questioned about Lù Jié's family, alarming the village chief, who immediately called Lù Jié's father, fearing something terrible had happened. Lù Jié's father, thinking the worst, immediately made a call. The moment Lù Jié heard the news, he knew the state was investigating him. Yet he felt no surprise. It would have been unexpected if they hadn't. It's nothing serious. Just a project with some connection to a state-owned enterprise, so they're being cautious. Everything's fine. Tell everyone to relax. I'm doing just fine. Oh, and I'll be pretty busy these next few days, so I probably won't be able to come back. I'll be staying at the factory for a while, so you don't need to worry. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Lù Jié breathed a sigh of relief. He'd feared his son's 70 billion yuan might be in trouble, but it turned out to be a false alarm after all. Li Hui looked anxiously at her husband. Lù Jié is okay, right? He's fine. He said it's because of a partnership with a state-owned enterprise, so they're conducting a more thorough review. Li Hui patted her chest. That scared me to death. I thought something terrible had happened. Just then, the doorbell rang. Li Hui walked over and peered through the peephole. Standing outside was none other than Lù Jié. After opening the door, Lù Jié burst in, sobbing uncontrollably. Spotting Lù Jié, she immediately threw herself to the floor and wailed, "Lù Jié, you have to save us. Now. Wang Chao and his father have both been arrested. If you don't help me, I can't go on living either." Lù Jié looked utterly confused. "Sis, what's going on? I'm just a regular citizen. Even if I got arrested, what could I possibly do? Besides, how could someone as high-ranking as your father-in-law get arrested? Even if he did, what could a lowly teacher like me possibly do? No. You can help. You can. Just one word from your son, and my son and husband will be released. Please, little brother, just say something to Lù Jié." Wait, what exactly happened? How is this connected to Lù Jié? Lù Jié grew more and more confused. Lù Jié wiped her tears. My son lost face here last time. He was so upset he sent people to cause trouble at Lù Jié's factory. But who could have imagined Lù Jié was so powerful? My son was immediately arrested by the soldiers. And his father was arrested too. Brother, I beg you. Your son may be in the hospital now, but Wang Chao is in jail. Wang Chao never endured hardship growing up. Once he's locked up, I'm afraid he'll take his own life. Brother, I'm begging you. Please help me. He's still just a kid, your own nephew. How could you bear to send him to prison? Chapter 10, the development took quite a while, 3 months. What did you say? Lù Jié's in the hospital? Li Hui asked in panic. Which hospital? Lù Jié clenched his fists in anger. He's Wang Chao's cousin. How could Wang Chao do such a thing? Lù Jié is in that hospital. I'm telling you, if anything happens to Lù Jié, this matter won't end between us. No way. None of you are leaving until you agree to my terms. Lù Jié stood up abruptly, blocking the doorway. Lù Jié, I'm telling you, Lù Jié's condition isn't looking good. He probably won't make it. If you don't agree to my demands, I'll make sure you don't even get to see him one last time. You. Lù Jié's heart ached at Lù Jié's shamelessness, but the thought of his hospitalized son pushed aside all hesitation. Fine, I agree. As long as you let us leave, we won't pursue this matter with Wang Chao. Words are meaningless. Lù Jié pulled a piece of paper from her bag. Sign this. Sign it, and you can leave. Lù Jié took it without looking and signed his name immediately. Seeing her goal finally achieved, Lù Jié stepped aside. Lù Jié is at Dongcheng Hospital, but I don't know the exact room. Lù Jié carefully tucked the contract back into her bag. Thanks, little brother. Wang Chao will definitely thank you both once he gets out. Lù Jié and Li Hui paid her no mind and hurried out. After arriving at the hospital, Lù Jié and Li Hui inquired at the front desk before rushing to the door of a hospital room. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by 2 burly men in military uniforms standing at the doorway. Sorry, but you can't go in here. Is Lù Jié in there? I'm his mother. Let me see what condition Lù Jié is in. Li Hui exclaimed anxiously. The 2 men exchanged a glance, then one went inside to confirm with Lù Jié. Upon hearing his parents had arrived, Lù Jié was taken aback, a twinge of guilt stirring within him. "Let my parents in. Lù Jié. Lù Jié." Li Hui rushed over as soon as she saw him lying on the bed. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at the bandages on his head. "Why didn't you tell me you were hurt? How did you get so badly injured?" "Mom, it's nothing, just a few minor scrapes," Lù Jié said helplessly. Standing nearby, Su Qiuran felt awkward. After all, if not for her, Lù Jié wouldn't have sustained such severe injuries. Over the past few days, visitors to Lù Jié's bedside had been either in military uniforms or business suits, all clearly holding high-ranking positions. This clearly indicated Lù Jié's status was no ordinary matter, which only deepened Su Qiuran's sense of guilt over the past few days. "Uncle, auntie, it's all my fault. Lù Jié was beaten up trying to protect me," Su Qiuran said, her head bowed. Hearing her voice, Lu Yan and his wife finally noticed Su Qiuran standing across from them. As their gaze fell upon her, Su Qiuran lowered her head even further. "Uncle, auntie, scold me if you must. It's all my fault. Everything is my fault." Li Hui and Lu Yan exchanged a glance before walking over to Su Qiuran. "You are." "Mom, he's the marketing director at my factory." Li Hui wrapped her arm around Su Qiuran's shoulder. "It's okay, dear. This isn't your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. Lù Jié got hurt protecting you. You're standing here just fine now, which means his sacrifice wasn't in vain." Alright. Listen to your auntie, stop blaming yourself, okay?" Lù Jié silently nodded beside them. These past few days, Su Qiuran had stayed up late caring for him every night. Even though others were available to assist, she insisted on doing it herself. The meals were supposedly bought from outside, but Lù Jié had never seen beef noodle soup anywhere with more beef than noodles. After being comforted, Su Qiuran felt much more at ease. Lu Yan then asked Lù Jié what exactly had happened. Why were soldiers stationed outside the hospital? Just as Lù Jié was about to explain, the door suddenly swung open. Walking in were Zhuo Zishan and Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan gasped in astonishment upon seeing Lù Jié lying in the hospital bed. He knew Lù Jié was young, but hadn't imagined him this young. He looked barely 22 or 23. The others in the room stared wide-eyed at Lu Qingshan. In Langhua, Lu Qingshan was practically a household name. Whether you were an 80 or 90-year-old elder or a child just starting school, you knew Lu Qingshan. 9 out of 10 children dreaming of becoming scientists had been inspired by stories about Lu Qingshan. So when they saw a figure who only existed in textbooks, it felt unreal for a moment. "You thought it was?" Lu Yan quickly replied, "Uncle Lu, hello. I'm Lù Jié's father, and this is his mother." "Oh, so you're Lù Jié's parents." Lu Qingshan shook Lu Yan's hand. "Thanks to you for raising such a fine son. You wouldn't believe what he's researching." "Ahem, Mr. Lu," Zhuo Zishan cleared his throat gently as a reminder. "Ah, right. That's something I shouldn't discuss outside of this circle." Lu Qingshan tapped his forehead. "Would you all mind stepping aside for a moment? There's something I need to discuss with Lù Jié." "Don't worry, it won't take long and won't interfere with your time together." No. Take as long as you need. We'll leave immediately. We're leaving right now." Lu Yan exchanged a glance with Li Hui and Su Qiuran, then hurried out of the hospital room. Finally, Zhuo Zishan followed them out. For a moment, the entire room was left with only Lù Jié and Lu Qingshan. "I have a question for you," Lu Qingshan asked after sitting down. "Did you build all these bionic drones by yourself?" "Yes, all by myself." "How long did it take you?" Lù Jié thought for a moment. Acquiring the system and modifying it took less than a day, while securing investment and setting up the factory took nearly 3 months. Lù Jié decided to round up the time to avoid sounding too astonishing. 3 months. 3 months? Lu Qingshan was stunned by the time frame. Achieving breakthroughs in both design and materials within 3 months seemed impossible. "You developed the biomimetic drone's materials in just 3 months too? You mean FlexGold? That's a material I developed in just 1 month. Otherwise, the drone's body wouldn't be so flexible." This was the primary reason Lù Jié had spent 3 months. The key to producing FlexGold lay in the particle compressor. Simply following the system's instructions to build that device alone took a month. 1 month. Lu Qingshan had never believed geniuses existed in this world, but today he had witnessed one. This material, possessing extreme flexibility and extraordinary hardness, was currently being researched by numerous nations. Whether for military or civilian applications, its successful development would undoubtedly cause a major sensation. Its development far surpassed the importance of bionic drones. Chapter 11, The Vision for a Private Military Industrial Enterprise. Lù Jié felt overwhelmed by Lu Qingshan's intense reaction. He wasn't sure if what he'd said was good or bad, but the old man's near-fainting excitement left Lù Jié with an uneasy feeling. "Young Lu, would you be interested in joining the Military Research Institute?" Lu Qingshan fixed him with a determined gaze. The Military Weapons Research Institute. Most of Dragon Nation's weapons, whether tanks, aircraft, or naval vessels and carriers, originate from here. If you're willing, I can recommend you for a position. I may be old, but I still carry some weight in these circles. Getting someone in is no trouble at all. What do you say? Willing? In Lu Qingshan's view, talent like Lù Jié belonged in the Military Research Institute, where he could shine and contribute to national defense. Not joining would be a waste of his immense potential. Mr. Lu, I disagree. Before Lù Jié could speak, a sturdy-looking man wearing glasses walked in. Lu Qingshan turned and his face darkened instantly. What do you want now, you old fool? When Lù Jié saw the newcomer, his heart skipped a beat. In certain respects, this man was even more formidable than Lu Qingshan. Zunguo was the chief designer of the Dragon Nation's J-20 fighter jet and the only person to ever become a chief engineer without studying abroad. But what made him legendary was that he had studied liberal arts in college. He had essentially taught himself and then passed the entrance exam for Dragon Nation University of Science and Technology after graduation. He hadn't even spent a month on campus before being poached by a project team. 10 years later, he became the chief engineer of Dragon Nation's 5th-generation fighter jet. Zunguo glanced at Lù Jié and nodded in greeting before turning to Lu Qingshan. I believe Lù Jié could take on a more significant role. While the Military Research Institute is commendable, don't you agree it no longer possesses that vibrant, diverse atmosphere it once did? Some promising talents had excellent divergent thinking before entering the Military Research Institute, but they become dull and rigidly conventional after joining. While our current achievements are substantial and continuing along these established paths isn't entirely unsustainable, compared to the United States, our technological progress is still far too slow. Hearing this, Lu Qingshan's expression gradually softened. So you're suggesting establishing a civilian military corporation to compete with the Military Research Institute? Exactly. Certain aspects of the United States, particularly in military affairs, are worth learning from. Their military technology has consistently led the world, and the system where multiple private military companies compete with each other has its advantages. Lu Qingshan found himself intrigued. Having come from the Military Research Institute himself, he knew its inner workings inside out. In the early days, constrained by limited military budgets, designs were overly conservative. Often, they would wait for the United States to develop something first, then reverse engineer their achievements before finally designing and building their own versions. Now that funding has increased, the old habits persist. Conservative. Stuck in the past. Had it not been for Zunguo's relentless advocacy, the J-20's canard wing design would have been rejected by those guys. This is why Zunguo conceived the idea of bringing private enterprises into the fold to compete with state-owned companies. A certain degree of healthy competition is crucial for the advancement of the defense industry. The question is, will higher-ups approve? Besides, private enterprises simply can't match the technical expertise accumulated by military research institutes. Lu Qingshan voiced his concerns. If you're willing to join me in proposing this to higher-ups, I believe we have a strong chance of success. After all, they're dissatisfied with the current progress too. Lu Qingshan pondered for a moment before replying, I can join you in presenting this to the higher-ups. The Military Research Institute genuinely needs a sharpening stone right now. He turned to Lù Jié. But could Lù Jié handle leading a company? Can you develop a new material and a battery with longer endurance than any currently available within 3 months? Zunguo looked at Lù Jié. Besides, he's still young, he has plenty of room to grow. The higher-ups won't approve this outright. We can start small, focusing on military drones, for instance. Lu Qingshan turned to Lù Jié. Young Lu, what do you think? I have no objections. Whatever the nation asks of me, I will do. Lù Jié replied with remarkable composure. The super engineer system could transform far more than just a mere drone. By the way, Zhuo Zishan mentioned the second-generation bionic drone is ready for production? Yes. Once the production line is established, we can begin mass production. Lù Jié pulled out the blueprints he had drawn for the second generation and handed them to Lu Qingshan. Enhanced endurance, increased speed, greater payload capacity, and multi-unit flight configurations. Lu Qingshan stared at the specs and was stunned once more. Over 50 kilograms of payload at 100 kilometers h, capable of flying all day long. What kind of god-tier payload and endurance is this? We modified the power system. Previously, it was purely electric, but endurance was sometimes affected by environmental factors. So we switched to a hybrid solar-electric drive system, which extends endurance and reduces environmental requirements. Lu Qingshan grew increasingly stunned. If this had been developed by a team, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. The crucial point was that its creator was a college student who hadn't even graduated yet. New materials, new propulsion systems, all created by an undergraduate who hadn't even graduated. Zunguo glanced at the blueprints and felt even more certain of his suspicions. With a prodigy like Lù Jié entering the scene, those old fogies at the Military Research Institute wouldn't have it so easy anymore. After exchanging farewells with Lù Jié, the two men departed. After all, the sooner that matter was settled, the better. But when Zhuo Zishan walked in next instead of his parents, Lù Jié was a bit surprised. Where are my parents? Zhuo Zishan looked awkward. After they left earlier, they grabbed Su Qiran and went off to eat. They probably won't be back for a while. Lù Jié felt a bit bewildered. Just moments ago, they'd been fussing over him, touching him here and there, acting like they cared deeply. And now they were gone? Zhuo Zishan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The moment they stepped outside, Lù Jié's mother had immediately inquired about Su Qiuran's family background, as if scouting potential marriage prospects for her son. Oh, right. There's something I need to tell you. We've secured an order for 500,000 units of the second-generation drones. Zhuo Zishan was thoroughly satisfied with the first generation's performance. Its stealth and offensive capabilities were practically flawless. Hearing about the large order, Lù Jié perked up. He wasn't sure if his first-generation drones could be sold for civilian use yet, but this 500,000 unit order would net him a solid 5,000 engineer points. The first generation could be rushed out quickly, Lù Jié replied hesitantly, but the second generation just came out. With 50,000 units, immediate supply would be tough. Expanding his factory might change that, though. No rush on that. Can you deliver 10,000 units by October? That's more than manageable. Then that's settled. A representative will coordinate the details with you shortly. Looking forward to a fruitful partnership. Pleasure doing business. Chapter 12, My Camel Friend, Drones. After nearly a week of recuperation and repeated confirmation from the doctors, Lù Jié was finally discharged from the hospital. Originally, Lù Jié had requested discharge after just 2 or 3 days, but the hospital insisted on a full physical examination, stating they wouldn't release him as long as any wounds remained. After discharge, Lù Jié immediately began designing and sourcing materials for the second-generation upgrade. One piece of good news was that the first generation could now be sold commercially, though its flight endurance and payload capacity had to be significantly reduced to meet requirements. After all, it was a bit unreasonable for a toy to have such a high load capacity. Just as Lù Jié sat down in his office, Su Qiuran walked in. Boss, a toy manufacturer wants to buy our drone and has requested to speak with you personally. Alright, have him come in. Soon, a man wearing a turban and a white lab coat entered. Just seeing that outfit made Lù Jié sense the overwhelming scent of money. Hello, I'm Moses. I'm here to discuss that drone matter with you. I'm sorry, sir. As you know, I'm just a toy manufacturer. Unfortunately, my product was inadvertently used for military purposes by the North Bear Nation, which has caused significant dissatisfaction from my government. Lù Jié said with evident distress. Moses held up 5 fingers. I know you struck a deal with the Northern Bear Nation for 10,000 pretty coins. I'm willing to pay 5 times the price for one drone. Your product perfectly aligns with what my family is seeking right now. Gulp. Lù Jié swallowed hard. Truth be told, he was tempted. Who could Camel Nation possibly have a grudge against? Besides Pretty Nation, who else could it be? But if it got sold and then blew up Pretty Country's soldiers, wouldn't he be in trouble? His chips were imported from American companies. Well, it could be possible, but you know I'm a toy maker. Using my creations for other purposes would make me uncomfortable. Lù Jié pondered before saying, here's the deal, I can sell you one, but its performance might not match the batch from the Bear Nation. And honestly, none will ever match theirs. This whole thing has a huge impact on me. My friend, you know we're willing to pay any price. How about this figure? Moses held up 1 finger. I'll pay $100,000 per unit. Oh. My friend. You understand drones. Lù Jié exclaimed excitedly. You know me, I'm a patriotic Dragon Nation citizen. The Pretty Country has been lurking right at our doorstep lately, and it's utterly despicable. I deeply admire your courage to resist imperialism, my friend. Whatever quantity you need, I'll work day and night to build them for you. Moses shook his head expressionlessly. My friend, you've misunderstood me. What you're selling are toys. I'm buying them for my kids to play with at home. It has absolutely nothing to do with the United States. I get it, Lù Jié replied with understanding. How many do you want? There are many children at home. Let's start with 50,000 units to see how they like them. If the kids at home enjoy them, I think we can get one for every child in the country. So, payment method? All cash. Got it. Great business, Mr. Moses. Lù Jié stood up and extended his hand. This single order was worth 50 billion pretty bucks. He was making a killing. As for offending the United States? I sell toys. I have no idea if anyone will use my toys for other purposes. Moses shook Lù Jié's hand. There's one thing that might be a bit offensive, but I still want to ask, could this batch of goods be delivered without your brand logo? Lù Jié froze, but the slight upturn at Moses' mouth instantly clarified his intent. This guy. What a great guy. Of course that's no problem at all. I just handle the manufacturing. Whatever paint scheme your kids at home like, that's what we'll paint. Su Qiuran. Draft the contract. After signing the contract, Moses hurried off. But within 10 minutes, 50 billion pretty coins flowed into the company account. Ignoring the account name Camel Country Children's Foundation, Lù Jié felt a deep satisfaction at the sum displayed. The Camel Country folks were truly reliable. They'd thought of every possible contingency for him. After all, without his factory's trademark on it, who could say he sold it? Couldn't they just develop it themselves? But one thing still needed urgent attention: the factory needed to expand. Since old Lu and the others wanted to establish a privately run military research institute, it had to be self-sustaining. Therefore, external sales remained indispensable, and initial profits were essential. Expanding the scale would require significant funds just for land and equipment construction. My current resources probably wouldn't be enough. After all, the first assembly line was gifted by the system, subsequent ones must be purchased and constructed independently. Sales of drones to the public will inevitably be scaled back, but this will have the engineer points earned. The recent online order for 2 million units would normally yield 20,000 engineer points, but now I only get 10,000 points. Add in the 50,000 units Camel Country ordered, and I'm left with just 10,500 engineer points. Second generation bionic drone production line engineer points, 5,000. Second generation bionic drone technology engineer points, 5,000. These two projects have nearly depleted all my engineer points. But there's no way around it, this is a necessary expense. Lù Jié purchased both technologies without hesitation. Next up is buying land to build the factory. To compete with the nation's top military research institutes, specializing in just one type of drone wouldn't suffice. Tanks, aircraft, naval vessels, everything had to be covered. According to future plans, at least a dozen square kilometers of land would be required. This was beyond his capabilities alone. He would need Zhuo Zishan and his team to lend a hand. After conveying his requirements to Zhuo Zishan, the latter promptly relayed them to Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan was somewhat surprised by Lù Jié's resolve. At least a dozen square kilometers of land, what immense confidence in his future development that demonstrated. This matter is straightforward. That area is mostly wilderness, with hardly any people living there. There shouldn't be any issues with the approval. But I told him to develop the second generation model for me first. The higher-ups aren't comfortable handing such a major project to someone who hasn't even graduated from university. Zhuo Zishan relayed Lu Qingshan's message to Lù Jié. Got it. I can have a prototype of the second generation model ready in a week at most, Lù Jié declared confidently. I'll probably need to come over to your place for testing then. Zhuo Zishan burst into laughter upon hearing this. No problem at all. You're always welcome here anytime. But there's one condition: whatever you build in the future, you have to give us first dibs. Chapter 13, Second Generation Bionic Drone, Construction Complete. After hanging up, Lù Jié immediately retreated into his laboratory. System. Deploy the second generation bionic drone modification plan. Beep. Power system upgrade plan being presented. Energy upgrade plan displaying. Control system upgrade plan displaying. Beep. All upgrade plans displayed. Alright. Let's get to work. For the next 2 days, Su Qiuran basically stayed inside the factory. Because that guy Lù Jié hadn't stepped outside at all except to open the door during mealtimes. Although Lù Jié had told Su Qiuran to go home, she couldn't bring herself to leave. If she hadn't knocked on the door at every mealtime, it was uncertain whether Lù Jié would have come out at all. Word of this incident at Lù Jié's factory, relayed by state officials, reached Zhuo Zishan's ears. Upon hearing that Lù Jié barely emerged except to open the door for meals, Zhuo Zishan was filled with admiration. This kind of relentless drive was precisely what Dragon Nation needed to progress now. Even when Lu Qingshan learned of it, he couldn't help but praise, "This kid has the spirit of our forebears." Back then, technological blockades from the United States, the steel tide at the Soviet border, and even Japan's 88th Fleet, all these pressures weighed heavily on the fledgling nation. To catch up with the world's progress and free their nation from such pressures, scientists back then worked tirelessly, burning the midnight oil, sacrificing sleep and meals for their research. Without computers, they used abacuses to calculate whether it took 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 iterations, they would get the results. It was precisely this spirit that enabled the Dragon Nation to catch up with the world in just over 70 years. It seems entrusting this matter to Lù Jié was an excellent decision. Upon learning of this, Wang Peng couldn't help but sneer. A student who hasn't even graduated from university, just an ordinary undergraduate at a first-tier institution, managed to develop this drone through sheer luck. And now he boasts about modifying a second type? That's laughable. And he dares to fantasize about modifying a solar hybrid? That tiny panel, what thermal efficiency could it possibly achieve? 5% would be considered decent. In winter, when heat is scarce, how much energy could realistically be converted? What an arrogant youngster, thinking everything is so straightforward. Who knows what Lu Qingshan was thinking, letting some kid who hasn't even grown a full beard start a military company. The older they get, the more confused they become. This absolutely cannot be allowed to happen. What could a child possibly accomplish? Even if he has some talent, he should stick to being a researcher. Starting a company requires someone with high moral standing and respect, only then can it be done. It was 6 o'clock again. Just as Su Qiuran was about to go out for dinner, the gate that had been tightly shut for 2 days swung open. For the first time in 2 days, Su Qiuran saw Lù Jié emerge fully from the house. Heh, could you do me a favor? Grab the stuff on this list for me. Su Qiuran looked at Lù Jié, covered in grime and reeking of mustiness, and asked, "Shouldn't you take a shower first?" "Nah, I don't need to. Once I finish making the solar panel, I'll be done." Seeing Lù Jié grinning like an idiot, Su Qiuran left with a look of concern in her eyes. Could it be that what they show on TV is actually true? Are all researchers this eccentric? Still, Su Qiuran hurried out to call the security guard at the gate. This man had followed Lù Jié when he was discharged from the hospital and had been stationed at the hospital entrance that day. Su Qiuran didn't know what was written on it, but they surely would. This contains the materials Lù Jié needs right now. He said to get them over as soon as possible. Understood, Miss Su. I'll contact them to deliver it immediately. Seeing him on the phone, Su Qiuran went out to buy lunch. When Su Qiuran returned, she saw a large box placed by the door. "Miss Su, I'll bring the items inside first." Wang Lan picked up the box and headed inside. So fast? Su Qiuran was a bit surprised, but then she remembered Lù Jié probably wouldn't have time to eat once he saw the materials had arrived. She hurried after her. Wait a minute before bringing it in. Let Lù Jié eat first, or else it'll get pushed back to tomorrow again. Hearing this, Wang Lan halted immediately. "Alright, Miss Su, you go inside with the food first. I'll bring the materials in after you've finished." Lù Jié perked up when he saw Su Qiuran arrive, but his expression turned puzzled when he noticed she wasn't carrying the materials he'd requested. "The materials will be delivered shortly. Let's eat first." Su Qiuran placed the food on the table. Lù Jié had no choice but to sit down and eat. After finishing, Su Qiuran sent Wang Lan a message and hurriedly brought the materials inside. Lù Jié, seeing the materials arrive, grabbed them without a word and closed the door behind him. Wang Lan couldn't help but remark, "Honestly, in all my years as a bodyguard, I've never seen anyone this young work this hard." Time passed slowly. At 3 in the morning, Su Qiuran was jolted awake by a loud noise. Looking up, she saw Lù Jié standing at the lab door, cradling a goose. "Ha ha ha ha! It's done! I finally did it!" Lù Jié shouted triumphantly. Wang Lan! Hurry and take me to Uncle Zhua. I need to show him the next generation drone." At 3 a.m., Zhuo Zishan was roused by the ringing phone. Still half asleep, he answered only to snap wide awake upon hearing one phrase. "Quick! Gather the technical staff from the military district immediately. Tell Lù Jié to wait for me at the simulation field." After hanging up, Zhuo Zishan hurriedly dressed. The commotion naturally drew complaints from his sleeping partner. "What's the rush? Is there a war breaking out? What do you know? I'm telling you, if this thing works tonight, it'll make me happier than winning 100 battles." Just as Zhuo Zishan hesitated to call Lu Qingshan to notify him, glancing at the time, he decided against it. Rushing to the simulation field, Zhuo Zishan spotted Lù Jié standing there, laughing heartily, with a goose draped over his arm. Behind him were a dozen more geese. Getting closer, Zhuo Zishan couldn't tell from any angle that this goose was a machine. "Uncle Zhuo, I've got it ready. Want me to give you a demo?" While Zhuo Zishan was away, Lù Jié had already tested it for a while. Just as he'd expected, nearly every aspect had seen significant improvements compared to the first generation. Zhuo Zishan couldn't contain his curiosity. "Go ahead, start it up." Lù Jié then placed the goose on the ground and put on his VR goggles. In the next instant, the goose placed on the ground took flight first, followed by the others, each flapping its wings in sequence until they all rose into the air. Once airborne, the geese continuously adjusted their positions, forming a distinct human character formation. Had Zhuo Zishan not known this was a drone formation, he truly would have believed it was a flock of wild geese migrating south. Chapter 14, Kids, Don't Engage in Price Wars. But the second generation's shock was nothing compared to what followed. Lù Jié gently pressed a button, and a piercing sound split the air. Under the cover of darkness, one could only hear the sound, not see any objects. "Do you have counterweights here? Let me show you how it handles payload. Quick! Quick! Get the shells out! Now!" Zhuo Zishan shouted excitedly. This speed, this bionic capability, left him in awe. His earlier worries about whether the one-to-many mode would seem awkward vanished completely after witnessing it today. Even up close, you couldn't spot anything amiss. Zhuo Zishan now eagerly anticipated the upcoming load-bearing test. If this passed, his Jianghuai military region would undoubtedly win this year's grand military exercise. Soon, soldiers carried out the bomb. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a mortar shell, weighing around 10 kilograms. But placed next to the wild goose, the two were nearly identical in size, leaving Zhuo Zishan puzzled about how to mount it. Lù Jié simply placed the shell onto the wild goose's feet. He then manipulated the control stick, and it took flight almost instantly. No matter how Lù Jié maneuvered it, the shell attached to the wild goose remained completely unmoved. In fact, the drone's speed didn't even slow down the slightest. "If only you had those smaller bombs," Lù Jié remarked. "They'd offer better concealment and greater payload capacity." After flying a considerable distance, Lù Jié pressed a button, and the shell detached from the wild goose, plummeting downward. Boom! Watching the white smoke rise in the distance, Lù Jié felt quite satisfied. With that, the modification was complete. Look at these eyes. Lù Jié pointed to the eyes on the drone after retrieving it. These are actually two miniature solar panels. Don't let their size fool you, they lose heat far less efficiently than larger panels. Theoretically, as long as you stay in a place with constant, gentle sunlight, this could provide an endless power supply. Zhuo Zishan took the drone, running his fingers over it with admiration in his eyes. It's a marvel, Zhuo Zishan kept praising. How much are you planning to sell this for? Zhuo Zishan had already made up his mind, even if it cost 100,000 pretty bucks, he would request the funds from above and do everything in his power to procure these drones. It's not that expensive. The bulk of the cost is in the raw materials, so I'm planning an initial price of 50,000 per unit. Zhuo Zishan was taken aback. Pretty coins? No, it's Dragon Nation currency, Lù Jié shook his head. Because of the system, Lù Jié had developed all the technology himself. Since the technology was provided by the system, there were virtually no costs involved in the research. Therefore, he had no intention of making a profit domestically. Breaking even on each unit would suffice. Foreigners are easy targets, especially those camel guys, they're loaded. The main profits would come from them. 50,000 per unit probably doesn't even cover your costs, right? A voice came from behind, sending goosebumps down Zhuo Zishan's spine. Lu Qingshan shot Zhuo Zishan a displeased glance before snatching the drone from his hands. If I hadn't known, I wouldn't have recognized this as a machine, Lu Qingshan remarked with admiration. He examined it carefully before asking with some confusion, where exactly is the solar panel you mentioned? The two eyes are it. That small? Lu Qingshan was taken aback. Can solar panels this tiny absorb enough solar radiation? After all, only by absorbing enough sunlight could it generate more electricity. No need to worry about that, Lù Jié replied enigmatically. The solar panels I designed are absolutely sufficient. At rest, it can fully charge within 2 hours. Lu Qingshan didn't press further. After all, scientists had their secrets, and it was only natural they wouldn't reveal everything. But Lu, this is far too low. Just the R&D costs for these panels must be tens of millions, right? You can't afford a price war. Lù Jié felt a bit embarrassed. He understood Lu Qingshan's implication that he was deliberately undercutting prices to compete with the Military Research Institute. But the actual costs were minimal. Seeing the steadfast look on old Lu's face, Lù Jié tried again. How about this 100,000 Dragon Nation currency? Now that's more like it. Price wars in tech products are a tactic that wounds the enemy 1,000 times but cuts yourself 800. The sky was gradually brightening, and Lù Jié felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Once the initial excitement faded, the exhaustion from the past few days washed over him all at once. Lù Jié, who had been standing firmly, suddenly swayed. Had someone not caught him from behind, he might have collapsed right there. Quick! Quick! Get him to the infirmary. Now! Lu Qingshan shouted urgently. Zhuo Zishan immediately hoisted Lù Jié onto his back and sprinted toward the infirmary. This happened just as everyone was heading out for drills, so many witnessed their commander sprinting with someone on his back. What the hell? Did some rich kid just parachute in? Upon arriving at the infirmary, the doctor, recognizing the commander who had personally carried him in, wasted no time and began the examination. Commander, no need to worry. He's perfectly fine, just exhausted and passed out from fatigue, the doctor announced after finishing the examination. No. You've only checked him for 10 minutes. Quickly bring out all those expensive machines and run every single test. I'm telling you, this guy is our nation's treasure. But he really is just exhausted. Enough with the excuses. When I tell you to do something, you do it. The doctor was utterly speechless. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier, no amount of explanation would help. Just as the doctor was at a loss, old Lu arrived. Seeing old Lu, the doctor clutched at this lifeline and rushed over to explain, Old Lu, this man is simply suffering from exhaustion. A good night's sleep will fix him. There's no need for all these tests. Lu Qingshan nodded. Indeed, there's no need for that now. But once he wakes up, run every single test and make sure they're even more thorough than mine. The doctor couldn't help but glance back at Lù Jié lying on the bed. Who the hell is this big shot? Even the usually steady old Lu is getting this worked up? Throughout Lù Jié's sleep, old Lu remained by his side without leaving for a moment. He insisted on being present when Lù Jié woke up. Zhuo Zishan had no choice but to sit beside old Lu and wait alongside him. Old Lu, after just one meeting, you think he's capable of leading the first privately run military company? Lu Qingshan looked at Lù Jié's face and said, if you could single-handedly develop a new metal, especially before graduating from university, I'd also believe you're capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility. I've heard Wang Pang is strongly opposed lately. Oomph. A mere clown. Not worth worrying about. Lu Qingshan's face was filled with disdain. He's not opposing Lù Jié. He's opposing the fact that this technology isn't in his hands. Chapter 15, Cherry Blossoms. Lù Jié, you're a truly good man. When Lù Jié woke up, he saw old Lu and Zhuo Zishan sitting beside him. He said somewhat sheepishly, "Sorry, I was just so tired I accidentally fell asleep." But before Lù Jié could fully come to his senses, a doctor accompanied by several nurses walked in and immediately wheeled him out. Lying on the bed, Lù Jié stared blankly at the ceiling. Had he stumbled into a den of thieves? But when he saw the advanced machines scanning back and forth in front of him, Lù Jié finally realized what was happening. Turns out they were giving me a physical exam. But the process dragged on interminably. After a full 2 hours, Lù Jié finally returned to where he'd been before. "Lù Jié, come see me when you have time. Look at you, you're as frail as a reed. If you train with me for half a year, you won't just last 2 days, you'll make it through 2 weeks without breaking a sweat." Zhuo Zishan boomed with laughter. Lu Qingshan agreed wholeheartedly with Zhuo Zishan's words. "That's right, Lù Jié. Back in my day, I could push through 4 or 5 days straight without getting dizzy. At your age, this really shouldn't be happening. I think Zhuo Zishan's right. You should come train here a few days each week. Your body is your most valuable asset." "Let's not go there," Lù Jié chuckled awkwardly. "I don't have much time anyway. With his current physique, he didn't even meet the basic requirements for military service. Joining now would be nothing short of suicide." No, I'm not joking," old Lù said sternly. "Your physical condition is simply too poor. If you were in better shape, who knows what great discoveries you might make during the time you're passing out." Lù Jié looked at old Lù with feigned horror, making sure this was the real guy and not some capitalist in disguise. "Ha, I was just joking earlier. You absolutely must get your body in shape. There are many foreign spies operating in our area. The fact that you're a researcher in bionic drones will likely reach them soon. They may call themselves seed oil dishes, but when it comes to action, they show no regard for human rights whatsoever. If they come after you, having good physical fitness might at least let you run away." Old Lù spoke from his seat as Zhuo Zishan nodded in agreement. Rescue wouldn't arrive instantly, it took time. Old Lù watched Lù Jié deep in thought, assuming his words had struck a chord. "Zhuo Zishan, starting next week, bring Lù Jié here for an hour of training every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Any objections, Lù Jié?" "No objections," Lù Jié agreed readily. Old Lù had indeed hit on a real issue. If someone targeted him and he couldn't outrun them, that would be pretty embarrassing. When it came to building physical strength, the military camp was still the best place. But in his mind, Lù Jié was thinking about something else. His physical weakness put him at a disadvantage. What if he could develop an exoskeleton to compensate for this weakness? Simple to wear, heavy armor, diverse attack patterns. With something like that, wouldn't he never have to worry about such situations again? The thought ignited his imagination once more. He excused himself from the others and hurried back. Upon arriving at the factory, Lù Jié immediately spotted Wang Lan facing off against a short man. "Wang Lan, what's going on?" Lù Jié approached and asked. Spotting Lù Jié, Wang Lan pointed at the short man before her and exclaimed, "Boss. This little Japanese devil is so arrogant. He wants to buy out the factory." The short man turned his gaze toward Lù Jié, lifting his chin haughtily. "You're Lù Jié?" That air of a Japanese military officer made Lù Jié want to punch him right then and there. But seeing that the guy wasn't dressed casually and even had bodyguards nearby, Lù Jié decided to hold back for now. "I am. May I ask if you're here to acquire my factory?" "First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Koizumi Tsuguji, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Great Sakura Nation to the Dragon Nation." Koizumi bowed politely. "I've come on behalf of our domestic enterprises to discuss investing in your factory. You know the strength of our Great Sakura Nation. In industry, we have global giants like Sanrin. I believe that by joining forces, we can create the world's best drones. Moreover, our terms are highly favorable. You would retain the top leadership position at the factory. We would only send a few observers from Sakura Kingdom. Furthermore, our domestic tech giants could provide technical support including chip technology, given our relationship with the United States. I wonder if this proposal holds any interest for you. Of course, we could also simply acquire the technology you possess outright. Name your price, whatever it is, we'll pay it." This time, Xiao Wan's son was determined to succeed. As long as the United States agreed and he could bring the technology back, next year's military aid would be substantial. "Sorry, but our factory is profitable enough as it is. We don't need outside investment. However, if you want to buy it, I can offer you a friendly price. After all, I really enjoy your country's action movies." Seeing Lù Jié decline, Xiao Wan's second son felt a twinge of irritation. Yet when Lù Jié expressed willingness to purchase the technology, Xiao Wan's second son's scheming mind began to stir. In this world, it's not just Dragon Nation scientists who can imitate and modify. We in the Great Cherry Blossom Empire can do it too. With just 10 drones, our Sakura Empire's scientists could replicate them exactly. Seeing Xiao Wan's second son's interest peaked, Lù Jié extended his hand and said, "Let's go inside to talk. It's freezing out here." "Wow, Lù Jiéjuan, you're such a great guy." Once they reached the office, Lù Jié poured Xiao Wan's second son a cup of tea. Xiao Wan's second son accepted it and began to savor it carefully. "Wow, Lù Jié, you're such a connoisseur. I've never tasted tea like this before. This must be your country's Longjing tea, right? It's completely different from what I've had before. It has a whole new layer of flavor. Lù Jié glanced at his bag, confirming it contained loose tea bought from a street vendor 5 yuan per pound, picked up off the ground. He then went along with Xiaowan's compliment. Xiaowan Koan is quite right. This is my reserve for honoring distinguished guests. I don't serve it to just anyone. How much do you need this time, Xiaowan? We hit it off instantly. I'll give you a huge discount. After another sip, Xiaowan Ciz said, I want 5,000 Taiwanese dollars worth. It has to be exactly the same as what they have in North Bear Country. When can you get it ready? Tomorrow. How about 15 grand per unit? Keep in mind I charge the Northern Bear Kingdom 20 grand each. Wow, Lù Jié, you're a real stand-up guy. Deal. Oh, and one thing we need to be clear about, these drones are delicate. Any damage during transit is on you. No problem. A little loss? My Sakura nation can handle it. Chapter 16, only the best are sold. Damage is a shipping issue. Sir, you truly live up to your reputation as a top diplomat from Sakura nation. That kind of magnanimity is something I can only dream of, Lù Jié remarked with admiration. In that case, we can sign the contract right away. That way, we can ship the goods sooner and you can start using them sooner too. Mr. Lù, you're refreshingly straightforward. I like that, said Koyuki Tsujiko, pulling a pen from his pocket. Let's get this contract signed right away. The signing process was swift. Koyuki Tsujiko merely glanced over the document before signing it without hesitation. Mr. Lù, I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. Lù Jié smiled. Rest assured, I believe we'll have plenty of opportunities to work together in the future. Hearing this, Xiaowan Sitsi studied Lù Jié's expression. Seeing that inscrutable smile, Xiaowan Sitsi felt as though he understood something. May we become the best partners in the future, Mr. Lù Jié. That is my hope as well. Lù Jié walked Xiaowan's second son all the way to the door, watching until he was out of sight before turning back. But the moment he turned, Wang Lan intercepted him. Lù Jié, why did you sell such advanced drones to them? Don't you realize giving them to them is the same as selling them to the United States? Seeing Wang Lan so agitated, Lù Jié didn't seem surprised. He simply shrugged and said, I did sell it, but I never specified what kind I sold them. For the Northern Bear drones, I just had Goncharov change the logo. The ones for Camel Country were developed by them. I had nothing to do with those. So what difference does it make what kind I sold? Wang Lan was stunned by Lù Jié's response. To be truly ruthless, you've got to be a capitalist. No wonder commander teacher said I could only be a guard. If my heart were half as black as Lù Jié's, I'd be a company commander by now. Back at the factory, the workers were busy at their tasks. At their current production capacity, 5,000 units could be completed in a single day. Everyone. Today's order is 5,000 units, but I want you to put your hearts into making them. Simply put, every single machine should have just a tiny, tiny flaw. Any machine with defects that gets sent back for repairs? You get paid for the entire repair cost. Some of these workers had faced strict military scrutiny after the incident came to light. They knew their products had some military applications, otherwise, the oversight wouldn't be so intense. Others were new hires, and Lù Jié didn't need to guess their backgrounds. Thus, these highly skilled craftsmen, recruited by Lù Jié with generous salaries, were somewhat dissatisfied with his words. Boss, this isn't right. They're paying us so much, and we're ripping them off? Isn't that illegal? Lù Jié smiled faintly. This batch is destined for Sakura Country. Boss, just watch. I know this production line inside out. I can rig it so they'll never notice. They'll never trace it back to us. Just trust me, boss. Money doesn't matter. As long as we can give Sakura Country a hard time, I'm in. Damn. Suddenly I feel my blood boiling. Boss, I'll make sure this job is done perfectly. Seeing everyone so passionate, Lù Jié felt deeply gratified. What a wonderful group of workers, so down to earth and unassuming. Zhuo Zishan quickly learned about Lù Jié selling drones to Sakura Country. This matter immediately drew Zhuo Zishan's utmost attention. Although he possessed the more advanced second-generation technology, the first generation wasn't something to be sold casually. Behind Sakura Country stood the United States, so the buyer of these drones was undoubtedly the US. If the United States cracked the new flexible gold material used in the first generation, their competitive edge would diminish significantly. Zhuo Zishan promptly called Lù Jié. Hello, Uncle Zhuo? What's up? Lù Jié. Did you sell a batch of drones to Japan? I'm telling you straight, this can't be sold. It's risky. Lù Jié wasn't surprised. Even Wang Lan had reacted strongly to this matter, let alone Zhuo Zishan. Uncle Zhuo, you know about that aircraft carrier Russia sold to the Elephant Nation before? Zhuo Zishan froze upon hearing this. You wouldn't be thinking of. Heh, rest assured, I've got this covered. I'm not some kindergarten kid who doesn't understand these things. Zhuo Zishan instantly perked up. If they could replicate the North Bear Nation's aircraft carrier deal with Elephant Nation, that would be a huge coup. Ah, if that's the case, then there's no problem. But what if they discover it's different from the one North Bear Nation sold? Lù Jié exclaimed in surprise. Different? How could it be different? We used the same materials. Any normal wear and tear during transport is beyond my control that can't be blamed on me. Besides, did I sell anything to North Bear Nation? I don't recall it coming from my end. Zhuo Zishan was dumbfounded by Lù Jié's words. This was pushing Sakura to the brink. If Sakura died with no proof, they'd either stop buying altogether or swallow their pride and keep repairing it. Zhuo Zishan now saw Lù Jié in a new light. He thought Lù was a simple patriotic youth, but it turned out he was just a pure-hearted patriot. You'd better handle this properly. If it causes a dispute and blows up into something bigger, we'll be in trouble. Lù Jié patted his chest. Don't worry, Uncle Zhuo. I'll handle this properly. Within just one day, all the drones were completed. Watching the various types of drones being packed into boxes, Lù Jié couldn't help but smile. These machines came in all sorts of types. Some had faulty sensors, others had action gears installed in the wrong places. Some even had their viewing angles completely reversed. What you thought was facing forward was actually pointing straight up or down. When Xiaowan's second son learned his order had been completed in less than a day, he was profoundly stunned by the speed of the Dragon Nation. He also gained new insight into Lù Jié's enigmatic smile from their previous encounter. He couldn't believe Lù Jié's machines were so famous that orders piled up endlessly. His own order had been fulfilled so quickly because Lù Jié must have prioritized it over others. This thought confirmed his suspicions once more. Lù Jié must have his heart set on our sesame oil world. Mr. Lù Jié truly possesses profound insight, deeply understanding the wisdom of choosing the right tree to nest in. Such an outstanding young man must be put to use for our great Sakura nation. Chapter 17, we'll have plenty of time to connect later. Seeing Xiaowan's second son so delighted, Lù Jié felt his own spirits lift considerably. Laugh away, the happier the better. Kagero Matsuko then turned to Lù Jié, extending his hand. Lù Jié, you are a good friend of my Sakura nation. If we ever get the chance, we should meet privately and catch up properly. Lù Jié shook his hand. I believe we'll have plenty of chances to stay in touch. Satisfied, Kojiro departed with his belongings. As he walked away, his mood was so bright it could barely be described as blooming with joy. This trip had not only fulfilled his domestic mission but also connected him with Lù Jié. His task was now more than accomplished. Once he delivered the items back to Japan, his promotion was practically guaranteed. The thought made Xiaowan's second son chuckle softly. Thanks to Lù Jié's prior arrangements, customs barely glanced at his luggage before waving him through. Seeing how effortless it was, Xiaowan's son's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. Now he could just wait for the news of his promotion back home. 3 days later, a truck picked up the shipment at a port in Sakura Country. After countless detours, it finally entered a military base in the United States. Inside the base, countless scientists awaited the arrival of this shipment. Ever since being berated by that bunch of useless politicians from the other country last time, these scientists had been determined to develop a bionic drone identical to the one from Dragon Nation. But the results were consistently disappointing. While the biomimetic design was achieved, the power and load-bearing capabilities fell short of requirements. When the power and load capacity met the requirements, the movements became less lifelike. After watching countless battle footage from Ermao, these scientists conceived a terrifying idea. The Dragon Nation was utilizing a new type of technological material in these biomimetic drones. Upon hearing this news, scientists rushed to purchase the physical specimen themselves to investigate what kind of novel material it might be. Upon opening the box and seeing the lifelike dove inside, scientists from the United States were utterly astonished. Who would have thought such a tiny thing could pull over 30 kilograms? John, you try it first, said Winston, a white-haired old man, to the young man beside him. John immediately reached out to put it on and start operating it. Winston quickly stopped him. John, it's your first time operating this. What if you break it without reading the manual? John shrugged it off. Don't worry, Professor. This uses the same operating system as the drones I fly all the time. It's not complicated, even a dumb groundhog could operate it. If you don't believe me, I can show you my drone controller. It's practically identical, just a different shape with VR goggles added. Seeing his student's confidence, Winston held his tongue. After all, though John was carefree, he was also the most level-headed of his students, rarely prone to mistakes. John connected the controller with practiced ease and slipped on the VR headset. Teacher, the Dragon Nation's camera is absolute garbage. It looks like something from 20 years ago. John couldn't help but complain as he stared at the standard definition feed. But this sensor's sensitivity is actually pretty decent. Then, with a gentle push of the joystick, the bionic bird began flapping its wings and soaring through the air. Both its takeoff posture and the sound it made were identical to a real pigeon. Just as everyone marveled, the pigeon that had been flying steadily suddenly went haywire. Its flight path became completely erratic. One moment it would surge upward, the next it would plummet in free fall. John! Stop playing around. These are all meant for future experiments. Even a single one holds significant value. No. Professor, this isn't remote controlled. It turned like this the moment it took off. John frantically manipulated the controller, but the pigeon in the sky showed no response whatsoever. Just as the pigeon seemed poised to crash land, it suddenly glided upward, slowly drifting toward the truck carrying the other drones. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking control had been regained and perhaps feeling they'd overreacted, they realized it was just a small drone. Even if it crashed, it wouldn't explode, right? But at that very moment, the pigeon that had just reached the truck lost all power assistance and plummeted headfirst. Someone spotted it and immediately ran over, intending to pick it up later. Boom! In an instant, flames shot skyward. A massive fireball instantly engulfed all the researchers. But the horror wasn't over. The vehicles were parked in a tight formation, one right behind the other. The explosion of the front vehicle triggered a chain reaction, setting off the vehicles behind it one after another. The shockwaves from the explosions were so powerful that nearby residents felt distinct tremors. Handsome soldiers from the military base rushed over upon hearing the explosions, but were stunned by the scale of the devastation. Within a 300-meter radius, virtually no buildings remained intact. Some soldiers even had pieces of metal lodged in their legs. Oh my God! The general from the military base covered his head in disbelief. An explosion of this magnitude would turn not just people, but even armored vehicles into scrap metal. Quick! Quick! Find Mr. Houston. Now! Putin now felt profound despair about his future career. If anything happened to Mr. Houston, even being president wouldn't save him. Because the F-22 fighter jet, the pride of the United States, was developed and manufactured under his leadership. All Putin could do now was pray fervently that Houston was unharmed. But when his men dug a charred, blackened old man from the rubble, Putin's heart froze. It was over. His position was gone. This incident immediately triggered massive reactions from both Sakura Nation and the United States. Because the item was purchased by Japan, and the one who died was an American. If it had been a low-ranking soldier, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But the deceased was a scientist from the United States. One of the most brilliant minds. This time, the United States immediately dispatched experts overnight from the homeland to Japan for investigation. Japan's government offered to conduct a joint investigation, but was flatly refused. Nevertheless, media outlets in both nations immediately released the news globally. America's foremost aviation expert, Houston, dies at Sakura Nation military base. Exact cause of death under investigation. Chapter 18, the childlike drone. Everyone who's used it loves it. Lù Jié was currently undergoing training at Zuozishan. He had hoped Zuozishan might ease up on him a bit since they knew each other, but Zuozishan simply dumped Lù Jié into a new recruit company. When the squad leader of his platoon learned Lù Jié was the inventor of the bionic drone, his attitude changed completely. They pushed Lù Jié to his absolute limits. Watching Lù Jié panting heavily before him, Lù Jié felt the shadow cast by that eagle vanish instantly, replaced by pure satisfaction. So how the hell did you build that thing? I stared through my binoculars forever and couldn't even tell it was a drone. Lù Jié finally understood, so this guy was his rival. Just thought it up in my head. What else could it be? Lù Jié said helplessly, standing up and rubbing his thigh. Honestly, if I could, I'd upgrade every piece of gear you're wearing. You believe me? Lù Jié looked puzzled. Is new gear coming down from headquarters? I don't know about them, but I could personally upgrade everything you have right now. Yeah, right. You're just bragging. You're a drone guy, how would you know anything about this stuff? Lù Jié said, patting the rifle slung across his back. What's so hard about that? If you don't believe me, next time I come over, I'll bring you a laser gun, the kind with zero recoil and barely any sound. Lù Jié didn't buy it. A laser gun? If Lù Jié could even identify the parts inside a gun, that'd be impressive enough. Lù Jié. The commander needs you urgently. A soldier rushed over in a jeep. Seeing this, Lù Jié patted Lù Jié on the shoulder. Wait for it, I'll bring you one next time I come. Watching Lù Jié's retreating figure, Lù Jié shook his head. Youngsters sure love to brag. Lù Jié thought he was being driven straight home, but the soldier instead took him to Zuozishan. Confused, Lù Jié walked up to the door and opened it, only to be stunned by what he saw. Inside stood a room full of people, including Lu Qingshan. Hearing the door open, the group turned their gaze toward Lù Jié. Lù Jié looked at Zuozishan in utter confusion. What's going on? Zuozishan turned his computer screen toward Lù Jié. This is the latest news. That expert from the United States who developed the F-22 has died in an explosion. The investigation team sent over by the US claims there's a problem with the machines you sold. Some of them had bombs hidden inside. So now they're demanding an explanation from us. Lù Jié was stunned. No way. My machines don't explode. Even if you threw one into a fire, it would just make a loud bang at most. Besides, the machines we supplied to Japan were tampered with, but at most they had issues with the steering system and sensors. They wouldn't explode either. And once these machines lose control, they're programmed to return to their launch site. There's no way they could explode. And even if the Northern Bear Nation's machine got hit by bullets, it wasn't designed to explode on impact. At worst, it'd activate its self-destruct mechanism and burn itself out. From another perspective, if I wanted to scam people out of money, I wouldn't just blow the buyer up, right? Then who would I scam? That's pure insurance fraud. At this point, Lù Jié suddenly remembered another detail. Besides, Xiaowan's second son had the goods inspected by his own people. They were cleared before shipment. What does that have to do with me? After he finished, Zhuo Zishan fell deep in thought. Lù Jié clearly had no motive for this. No one in business would do something so self-destructive unless they were a complete fool. But Lù Jié was clearly not that kind of person. Alright, I understand. I'll relay your account to the foreign ministry. You may go now. Lù Jié exchanged farewells with old Lu and old Zun before departing. Once Lù Jié was gone, Lu Qingshan sighed. Who'd have thought that guy would leave even earlier than me? Zun Guo also felt a pang of sadness. Though they were rivals, years of competition had fostered a strange sense of mutual dependence. To see him leave like this, honestly, it felt like a waste. But the military personnel clearly sensed they couldn't hold back any longer. The loss of their most formidable research expert meant their technological advancement, at least in aerospace, would inevitably slow down. This would ease the military's pressure. Old Lu, what should we do now? We all know Lù Jié didn't do it, but the pretty country insists it was him. We're stuck in a position where we can't explain ourselves clearly. Lu Qingshan snorted coldly. Does a country like the United States really care about the life or death of a scientist? They might have in the past, but now they just want to maximize their gains from this incident. I bet the first thing they'll demand at their press conference is for Lù Jié to send over the original machine for inspection. Houston really doesn't deserve this. If they want to make a fuss, let them. If it comes down to it, we'll send our own team to inspect it. Let's see what the truth really is. At the next day's U.S. State Department press conference, diplomat Windsor declared indignantly, Mr. Houston, our great American scientist died in an explosion caused by a Chinese drone company's malfunction. Such actions by Dragon Nation constitute terrorism. They are anti-freedom acts. We demand Dragon Nation immediately hand over the perpetrators to clear Mr. Houston's name. Hand over the technical blueprints for the bionic drone to determine whether this model has inherent design flaws. The country with the strongest reaction wasn't the Dragon Nation, but the Bear Nation. They know better than anyone whether these things can explode. If they could detonate, would they be so commonplace now? They spent over a year on a missile costing a million pretty coins. The national treasury nearly collapsed, and foreign exchange reserves nearly ran dry. Finally, they found a substitute that only cost 10,000 pretty coins. How could they not know whether this thing was any good? Before the Dragon Nation's foreign ministry could respond, the Bear Nation's defense ministry spoke first. They released a video showing a bionic drone carrying another unactivated bionic drone into the clouds before releasing it. A soldier stood beside the landing site without any protective gear whatsoever. Upon hitting the ground, a sharp crack echoed, and within seconds, the drone was completely incinerated. The soldiers suffered no injuries whatsoever, not even a speck of burning ash. The video's title read, Tongsu Bionic Drones, everyone who's used them loves them. Chapter 19, The Premium Sucker Elephant Nation. When Lù Jié saw this video, he silently gave Goncharov a thumbs up in his heart. Truly worthy of being my first customer, he really delivers when it counts. Next time, I'll give you a discount. But the shamelessness of the pretty country wouldn't stop over a single video. They stubbornly insisted this was all Lù Jié's fault and demanded he come forward to explain himself. They even went so far as to claim Lù Jié was a Dragon Nation agent sent to assassinate Houston. China couldn't stay silent any longer. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs stepped in first, clearly and justly explaining the facts of the matter. After thorough investigation and evidence collection, this shipment underwent personal inspection by Xiejuan's son prior to export. It passed through our customs checks during departure and was inspected again upon arrival in Japan. Therefore, Japan is in the best position to confirm whether explosives or similar items were present in this shipment. The United States disregards facts, arbitrarily assigns blame, and even demands technical blueprints. Their intentions are now crystal clear. We express our deep regret over the passing of Mr. Houston and urge the American side to swiftly uncover the truth. Concurrently, we have assembled a professional investigative team prepared to travel to Japan for further inquiry. The entire world now watches as these major powers tear each other apart. The entire world awaits how the United States will respond to this incident. But the first to respond wasn't the United States, it was the Mad Lion organization from the Mountain Nation, claiming responsibility for the incident. Inside the White House, President Biden stormed into a meeting, furious. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't this supposed to be China's doing? What the hell is this Mad Lion organization? Had the Mad Lion organization delayed their announcement by even a second, he would have personally called a press conference to invite the Dragon Nation to investigate freely. Mr. President, you know the Dragon Nation's bionic drones are weapons we simply cannot reverse engineer. Only by applying this kind of pressure to them do we stand a chance of acquiring that technology. Based on previous experiments at Ermao's facility, once this machine is dismantled, it will spontaneously combust. There's absolutely no way to prevent it. So Mr. Houston's actions were futile. Biden clutched his head. Forget it. You lot sort this mess out yourselves. After the others left, Biden made a call. Find out everything you can about this Mad Lion organization. Eliminate them immediately. When Lù Jié saw someone step forward to admit their mistake, he naturally didn't have a favorable impression of this Mad Lion organization. He'd finally found a sucker to take advantage of, but it ended before it even began. For days, the factory workers had been in low spirits. Just as Lù Jié was feeling down, an acquaintance approached him. Your Excellency Lù Jié, I bring apologies on behalf of Sakura Nation for the previous incident. Our negligence caused damage to your reputation, said Shokanji Tsuguko with genuine regret. This time, we wish to resume our previous collaboration, the same quantity of bionic drones as last time. Lù Jié had lost all interest in collaborating with Sakura Nation. Even the temptation to fleece them no longer held its former allure. These folks were too scheming, both Sakura Nation and its scheming father. My apologies, Mr. Koyuki, but this incident has caused significant repercussions. It severely damaged the reputation I worked so hard to build. Therefore, I must decline your offer this time. Lù Jié took a sip of tea before continuing, as the ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom goes, never walk the path where you fell. I must ask you to leave, Mr. Koyuki. As a Dragon Nation expert, Koyuki Tsujiko was momentarily taken aback. When had Dragon Nation ever had such an old saying? Lù Jié's cold demeanor left Xiao Wanqixi feeling disheartened. Just days ago, the two had been laughing and joking, calling each other brothers and staying in constant touch. Yet today, Lù Jié treated him with the same indifference as a stranger. Once again, Xiao Wanqixi felt immense resentment toward that bunch of idiots back home. Trash politicians. They cost me my dear friend. In that case, I shan't trouble you further. Farewell. Xiao Wan's second son bowed and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Lù Jié couldn't help but sigh. What a promising young talent. All ruined because of that damn country. Fuming, Lù Jié headed to his lab to work on the laser gun he'd promised. Just then, Dai Lan approached. Boss, a toy manufacturer from Elephant Country wants to purchase a batch of our drones. Lù Jié's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. This was a prime example of a victim of circumstance. Lù Jié grinned at the Elephant Country businessman before him. Though the man wasn't particularly polite, Lù Jié didn't mind. In a few days, he'd make sure the man treated him with respect. May I ask your name, sir? How many drones are you looking to purchase? Amir couldn't stand the conditions in this factory. Such a shabby place, it wasn't even as good as the toilet in his own home. He couldn't fathom how this Dragon Country man had developed drones that even the pretty country people wanted. You needn't know my name. I require a large quantity, 200,000 units. When can you produce them? Amir declared arrogantly in his Elephant Country tongue. Lù Jié turned to Dai Lan, who translated Amir's words one by one. That's simple. Our factory will be expanded in a few days. Once that's done, we can deliver 200,000 units on schedule within a month. Excellent. That pace suits me perfectly. Pay now. Calculate the total amount. Amir leaned back on the sofa, his tone relaxed. Then, based on current market rates, it's 50 million pretty coins per unit. The total comes to 10 billion pretty coins. Lù Jié smiled at Amir. How would you like to make the payment? Amir's body twitched involuntarily at the figure, his expression shifting slightly. But he quickly regained his composure. 100 billion pretty coins? I didn't expect it to be so cheap. Amir's tone made it sound like the money was as common as $10. How about this? I'll give you 100 billion, but put 150 billion on the contract. What do you think? Lù Jié paused in surprise. This guy sure knew how to take kickbacks. It's possible, but if we do this, we'll have to assume the risk. Once these products leave the factory, any issues that arise will be entirely outside our scope of responsibility. I wonder if you can accept that. Of course. These are minor issues. If we can fix an aircraft carrier, surely we can handle a little drone? Sign the contract. I'll wire the money. Chapter 20, PPT? Zayazishan. Show him the specs. Lù Jié cheerfully saw Amir off. Watching the funds arrive in his company's account, he felt even more confident about his future plans. At that moment, Zhuo Zishan was astonished to see Lù Jié land another major order from Elephant Country. Did this kid have some special talent for finding the most gullible suckers? In less than a month, this kid had earned more than the Military Research Institute did in a whole year. Though the competition hadn't officially begun, Zhuo Zishan could already foresee the outcome. If the Military Research Institute continued with its current research model, it would likely lose all competitiveness within less than a year. Just then, Zhuo Zishan's phone rang. Seeing it was old Lù, he answered immediately without hesitation. Get yourself to the Internal Affairs office. Hurry over. Old Lu's tone was tense. After uttering those words, he hung up immediately. Zhuo Zishan didn't need to guess what had happened. It was likely that Wang Peng had blocked the private military company initiative. Though Jiang City was no short distance from the capital, Zhuo Zishan had no choice but to board a flight immediately. By the time Zhuo Zishan arrived, 5 hours had passed. The moment he stepped off the plane, he called old Lù. Just come straight to the Internal Affairs office. He hung up immediately. The background noise suggested a tense atmosphere at the scene. After arriving at the Internal Affairs Bureau in a special vehicle, Zhuo Zishan showed his credentials to the guard on duty and entered. Guided by an attendant, he approached the door of a conference room. Before stepping inside, Zhuo Zishan caught the voices of Zun Guo and old Lù from within. Composing himself, Zhuo Zishan smiled and pushed open the door. The moment Zhuo Zishan stepped inside, the entire room fell silent. Old comrade Lù, his face flushed, pointed at Wang Peng across the room and shouted, "Zhuo Zishan, you come explain to this fellow how that drone works." Wang Peng wore a look of utter disdain. How good could something meant for export possibly be? Even if it's great, we've lost our technological edge, it's all for naught. How do you know there isn't a second generation? Didn't I tell you we've already developed it? I even showed you the video, what more do you want to see? Videos can be faked easily. The ones from the States are even more exaggerated, yet they haven't produced anything either. Damn it! Talking to you is such a pain in the ass. Lu Qingshan turned directly to Zhuo Zishan. Did you bring the stuff? Just show it to him. Zhuo Zishan looked utterly bewildered. Wasn't I just supposed to bring people? No one mentioned bringing the device. Wang Peng snorted coldly at the scene. I knew you were faking it. I can't believe you're going to such lengths for an unpatriotic youngster. Wang Peng. Lu Qingshan stood up in anger. What do you know? If you had 10 years working alone, could you develop the first generation of bionic drones? Don't you realize how crucial these drones are for both military and civilian applications? Wang Peng merely shook his head, leaning back in his chair. What good is that? Why not just hand it over to the state? This technology holds far greater value within our military research institute, doesn't it? Seeing the two sides on the verge of a physical altercation, Defense Minister Yi Tianlin, seated at the head of the table, quickly interjected, "You're all highly respected scientists. There's no point in arguing like this. Zhuo Zishan, did you bring the item? If not, how soon can you deliver it? Reporting. It will arrive within the hour. In that case, why don't we go out for a meal first? After an hour, we'll head straight to the training ground to see what this thing is all about. Sound good?" Yi Tianlin looked at both sides with resignation. Both held national treasures, neither was someone he could afford to offend. Lu Qingshan also didn't want to linger any longer. I'm heading back to my lodgings. You guys go ahead and eat. With that, he turned and walked away. After the meeting adjourned, Yi Tianlin called out to Zhuo Zishan. Zhuo Zishan, is there really a second-generation bionic drone? Zhuo Zi was both amused and exasperated. My old boss, you could easily look this up yourself. Why would I need to deceive you? Just carrying over 50 kilograms, it can last a full day at 100 kilometers per hour. We don't think that's its top speed, but since we only produced one unit, we haven't dared to test it further. Plus, we added a solar panel array. Testing showed it can fully recharge in just 1 hour under clear skies when stationary. At high speeds, it extends endurance by 5 hours. And if maintained between 20 to 25 kilometers per hour, it can operate nearly all day without damage. Yi Tianlin had never heard of such an impressive device before. Drones were primarily used for reconnaissance, but a bionic drone with such endurance at normal speeds would be a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Hearing you describe it, this Lù Jié seems quite capable. Have you checked his background? We have. Both parents are teachers, and nearly 3 generations of his family have been educators. No other issues. At this point, Zhuo Zishan looked at Yi Tianlin with some confusion. Senior leader, what are your thoughts on this matter? The higher-ups have been considering this long before you did. It's just that no suitable candidate has emerged. They've been agonizing over it but can't bring themselves to make the decision. But this concerns the nation's vital assets, it's crucial. We can't be careless. Yi Tianlin said earnestly to Zhuo Zishan. Zhuo Zishan instantly understood Yi Tianlin's meaning. Rest assured, old leader. You know how I handle things, I always score double the points on any task. An hour later, Lu Qingshan arrived at the imperial capital's training ground, his face glowing with satisfaction. Spotting Wang Peng, he gave a cold snort. Let's see how arrogant you can be now, you short-sighted fool. The Air Force from the military region had rushed over in fighter jets. When the soldiers placed the bionic drone on the ground, everyone except those who had seen it before was stunned. It was practically a lifelike Goose. The first generation still showed some mechanical traces on the wings or neck, but this new model had not a single hint of it. Yi Tianlin was genuinely stunned. He never imagined anyone could actually create something like this. Oomph. It's just a display model, nothing special. Can you actually make it fly? Are the real performance metrics really as impressive as you claim? Come on. Zhuozishan, show him whether our drone is just a PowerPoint presentation or not. Ever since this thing arrived at the military district, Lù Jié had been present for nearly every single experiment. No one knew the drone's capabilities better than Lù Jié except Lù Jié. But the test results alone were enough to solidify Lù Jié's conviction that Lù Jié absolutely deserved the qualification to establish a military company. Because he was the first person Lù Jié had ever seen who listed the most basic values in the performance parameters, not the maximum values. Chapter 21, Commander. This thing is insane. When the actual performance unfolded before his eyes, Wang Peng was utterly dumbfounded. Its stealth was impeccable even scrutinized through binoculars, not a single flaw was detectable. Its reconnaissance capabilities were beyond reproach, ultra-high-definition imagery, complete with thermal imaging and night vision functions. In terms of payload capacity, even carrying 60 kilograms of cargo allowed it to fly smoothly without any resistance, and operation remained completely uninterrupted. During at least an hour of testing, the battery had only dropped by 2%. Faced with this dazzling array of data, Wang Peng clenched his fists. Who would have thought a college dropout could actually build something like this? But he had to admit, the second generation was far superior to the first. At this moment, young Qingshan finally felt vindicated. Does academician Wang still have any doubts about whether Lù Jié can become a qualified weapons expert or manage a company? While I acknowledge his exceptional research capabilities, I'm not entirely confident in his business acumen, especially for someone barely out of his teens. Academician Wang, since this company was founded less than a month ago, Lù Jié has already generated over 10 billion pretty coins in sales. In terms of business management, I see no issues whatsoever. Zhuozishan is right. Besides, won't we send people to oversee things? What are you worried about? Wang Peng remained unconvinced. He dedicated over 30 years to research. Could his achievements really be surpassed by some greenhorn? He's only 23. How can you guarantee Lù Jié will maintain this pace and quality indefinitely? The drone field is inherently challenging. If he achieves nothing significant within 5 years, how can he command respect? Do you really think a group of graduate students and PhDs from prestigious universities would willingly work under someone who hasn't even finished college? Exactly. Wang Peng felt he'd pinpointed Lù Jié's greatest weakness: lack of seniority. Experience matters everywhere. Especially in Dragon Nation, where Confucian culture runs deep. Lù Jié's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Credentials were indeed Lù Jié's Achilles heel. He had never won a national award, nor published papers in internationally renowned journals. Under these circumstances, only by continuously producing at least 3 highly significant inventions, ones that seemed impossible to ordinary people, could he establish credibility in others' minds. But Lù Jié was still very young. No one knew how deep his knowledge reserves truly ran, whether this was already his limit. Despite his high regard for Lù Jié, in old Lu's mind, the nation's interests came first. I think you could take Lù as an apprentice, old Lù. Give it a decade or so, and he'll be ready. Right now, it's still too early, Wang Peng said with a smile. Just as Lù Jié sighed, ready to concede, Zhuozishan let out a startled cry that drew everyone's attention. Yi Tianlin was the first to look over. Zhuozishan was a soldier he had trained, and in this situation, his instinct was to rush forward. Sir, look. Zhuozishan turned his phone screen toward Yi Tianlin. There, Lù Jié held an oddly shaped pistol, aimed at a target 50 meters away. As he pulled the trigger, a soft pop echoed. The target 50 meters away exploded cleanly. Yi Tianlin was stunned. In all his years as a soldier and later as Minister of National Defense, he had never heard of such a weapon, not even in the United States, let alone in Dragon Nation. The dim light made it hard to discern the man's clothing, but seeing that the gunman was of Asian descent, Zhuozishan's guard instantly went up. Is he from the Western powers or the land of the rising sun? Neither. It's a squad leader from our military district. Zhuozishan then opened a voice message sent by Lù Jié. Commander. Commander, when are you coming back? Lù Jié brought over a gun I've never seen before. He says it's called an explosive energy rifle, but I don't get it. When are you coming back to take a look? Commander, hurry back. This gun is insane. 0 recoil, and the sound is quieter than when we added a suppressor before. It's so awesome. Commander. This gun is insane. The bullet trajectory is straight. Straight. Holy. Lù Jié says this thing can fire nearly 100 rounds. Reloading takes just 1 second. Commander, did you see that? Blown to bits at 50 meters. This thing is basically a handheld grenade launcher. Commander. Tested at effective range is 200 meters. Beyond that, it only cripples targets, probably won't kill them. Commander. This gun is insane. Let's switch to it immediately. I can't wait. Damn it. When will tanks get laser cannons like this? What? You say it can be built? But you need a tank to study? Commander. I think this is doable. Lù Jié is an old acquaintance. How about I give him my Type 99A tank for research? Lù Jié says it'll only take 2 weeks. Everyone present listened in stunned silence as the details unfolded. Effective range 200 meters. Zero recoil. Silent firing. Flat trajectory. Magazine capacity 100 rounds. Reload time 1 second. If not for the accompanying images proving its authenticity, everyone would have thought it was just drunken ramblings from a soldier. Yi Tianlin immediately took notice. Remember, Lù Jié was talking about a handgun. A handgun that could be carried anywhere. This is absolutely monumental. If all the data is accurate, the combat prowess of Dragon Nation soldiers isn't just a step above, its leagues ahead. Even the United States doesn't possess such game-changing weapons. And with pistols in hand, how far away could rifles be? Zuwazishan. Get this gun delivered to the capital immediately. Have it evaluated by specialized military experts and maintain strict confidentiality. Yi Tianlin said sternly. Yes, sir. Zhuo Zishan snapped to attention immediately. Old Lù. If Lù Jié's invention passes all tests, it will have a tremendous impact on our military. Don't worry about the military corporation news, I'll inform you immediately once we have results. With that, Yi Tianlin hurriedly departed. Lu Qingshan, meanwhile, instantly dismissed all his previous doubts. This kid is nothing short of a freak. He can build drones and weapons. From what I just heard, he can even modify tanks. And he's only 23, his knowledge is still relatively limited. If he learns more in the future, might his inventions become even more astonishing? Lu Qingshan promptly summoned his assistant to escort him back to his residence. I won't be in Jiang City for the next few days. I'll be here participating in that blast rifle research. Chapter 22, One Man Equals a Fleet. Xian Sen. At 9 p.m., escorted by a squadron of J-20s, a plane carrying Lù Jié and the blast energy gun touched down at the military airport in the capital. The moment the aircraft touched down, Lù Jié glimpsed through the window a group of soldiers standing outside the airport, poised and ready. After delivering the gun to Lù Jié headed straight home. However, soldiers intercepted him en route. After explaining his purpose, he was transported by plane to the imperial capital. The moment he stepped off the plane, Lù Jié spotted Zhuo Zishan. Zhuo Zishan rushed forward upon seeing him, grasped Lù Jié's hand, and cut straight to the chase. Lù Jié. Can this gun be mass-produced? It can be mass-produced, but... no need for details, just mass-produce it. Zhuo Zishan waved his hand. My military region has over 300,000 troops. How long will it take to manufacture them? If we set up an intelligent production line at the current factory site, it would take about half a year. But once that line is operational, we could produce all 300,000 units in under a month provided raw materials are sufficient. At this point, Lù Jié hesitated. The main issue is our current workload. The production line and facility for the bionic drones aren't ready yet. If we wait until the drone project is complete, the plasma rifle production would be pushed back to next year. Don't worry about that. Headquarters has confirmed that once this gun passes inspection, your qualification to establish a military company is secured, let alone the land allocation. They approached a vehicle, and Zhuo Zishan halted. My clearance isn't high enough to enter that facility. Someone will drive you in. I'll wait for you outside. Lù Jié nodded. Alright, Uncle Zhuo, I'll head in first. I'll treat you to a meal when I come out. With that, Lù Jié climbed into the car. The moment the door closed, the sheer sound of it made Lù Jié realize it was exceptionally thick. Before Lù Jié's car had even started moving, 5 other vehicles instantly surrounded it. After leaving the airport, traffic police led the way ahead, with all roads along the route under strict traffic control. The journey proceeded without a single obstacle. When they arrived at a compound, the sheer scale of the security presence inside was something Lù Jié had never seen before. Further inside, tanks were even parked within the compound. After passing through 6 security checkpoints, the convoy finally came to a halt beneath a large building. After soldiers opened the door for Lù Jié, he stepped out. To be honest, calling it a building was a stretch. It wasn't particularly tall, only 7 stories high. From the outside, it resembled an old residential compound, its walls covered in ivy. It was hard to imagine that even someone of Zhuo Zishan's stature couldn't gain access here. Guided by an escort, Lù Jié entered the building. If the security outside was strict, the scale of the guards inside was beyond anything Lù Jié could have imagined. Despite the building's dilapidated exterior, the interior was lavishly decorated. 2 rows of soldiers patrolling the corridors could even walk side by side. Mr. Lù Jié, this way, a soldier directed, pointing toward the elevator opposite them. Once Lù Jié stepped inside, he watched as the soldier accompanying him pressed the button for the 7th floor. But as the elevator began its descent, Lù Jié sensed something was amiss. Going down? The soldier said nothing. Only when the elevator doors opened did Lù Jié recognize a familiar face. Old Lù, this place is really remote, Lù Jié complained as he stepped out. You youngster, don't you know what kind of place this is? Even Zuwazishan can't get in here. Did you expect us to put you in the city center? Lu Qingshan spoke in an obviously good mood, his tone gentle even when teasing. You've caused quite a stir this time, haven't you? Did you see that room? They're all studying the gun you created. How did you even come up with this? Getting something like this made in just one go? That's impressive. Come on, there's a whole team waiting for you inside. No one's going to dare take it apart for study unless you go in. Lù Jié led Lù Jié into the room. The moment he pushed open the door and saw the people inside, Lù Jié froze. These figures, whom he'd only ever seen in news reports and academic texts, were now standing right before him. It was utterly unbelievable. Everyone, this is Lù Jié. Lù Jié clapped his hands, signaling the researchers to pause their work. When they saw Lù Jié, they exclaimed in surprise, "Everyone says Lù Jié is young, but I figured he must be at least in his 30s. I never imagined he'd be only in his 20s. Indeed. Heroes emerge in youth. If we had more researchers like Lù Jié, our dragon nation would be #1 in the world." Lù Jié felt dizzy from the praise of this group of elders. "You're all too kind. This thing is just something I tinkered with casually. Compared to your research achievements, it's still far inferior. Modesty is a virtue, but excessive humility is practically insulting to us old-timers." Exactly. If it's just something you tinkered with casually, what does that make us old-timers? Enough. Let's get down to business, we've got plenty on our plates. Seeing the endless praise from both sides, Lù Jié cut them off. "Lù Jié, we wouldn't have taken it apart for research if you weren't here. Since you're here, let us see what makes this thing tick." Lù Jié nodded and walked over to the table, picking up the blaster pistol. "Initially, I aimed to create a laser weapon pack. But laser energy transmission is too inefficient. To achieve lethal power, it would become bulky, unsuitable for a handgun. So I shifted my approach, using volatile high-explosive gas as ammunition, with electricity as the auxiliary power source. Within this conversion chamber, the energy is ignited, transforming into a high-energy particle beam, and then it's focused by the prism, enters the barrel, and finally, when the particle beam is energized, it becomes an energy beam that's fired out." Lù Jié disassembled the gun piece by piece as he explained. By the end of his demonstration, the original firearm lay neatly disassembled into components on the table. Second, this gun can adjust its own power. At low power, the effective range is only 50 meters, with only a stunning effect. At maximum power, the effective range extends to 300 meters, after which the force gradually diminishes. Of course, I don't know what happens to a person hit at 300 meters, but during my experiments, a rock at that distance was blown apart instantly. The crowd fell into a profound silence. They grasped the principle, yet no one had ever conceived of using a gas as ammunition for a modern weapon. "So, what about the magazine capacity? And how much does this explosive gas cost?" an elderly man with graying hair asked. When Lù Jié turned to look at this man, he was so stunned he couldn't speak. He never expected this man to be here. The man who had studied in the United States years ago, regarded by the Americans as a man whose intellect could rival an entire Pacific fleet. The key figure behind Dragon Nation's ability to manufacture intercontinental missiles and satellites. Xian Sen. Chapter 23, Representative? What kind of representative has such a high military rank? No need to be nervous, student. Just speak freely. Being able to create such things, you're far more capable than I am, Jensen said in a gentle tone. Lù Jié paused briefly before continuing. Energy gases like hydrogen or natural gas are viable options. Naturally, gases with higher energy yields produce better effects. Right now, I'm using natural gas inside, but different gases would change the power, range, and capacity. I don't have access to more volatile gases. Natural gas is what I'm most familiar with. So I'm not entirely sure how it would behave with other gases. Xian Sen nodded. It's a good piece of equipment. Just wondering about maintenance and production costs. Don't worry about maintenance. As long as the central prism and conversion chamber aren't destroyed, it'll keep working. Plus, these guns are simple to assemble. Even if something breaks, you can easily replace it. The cost isn't excessive either, around 5,000 yuan per unit. Lù Jié, you're not underestimating the cost this time, are you? Lù Jié frowned. I'm talking about the production cost. If we're selling them, we'll need to factor in the total final cost. Excellent. Low production cost and simple maintenance. This could be a weapon suitable for widespread adoption across the entire army. You've done us a huge favor this time. Lù Jié looked at Lù Jié with admiration. By the way, is it true you can modify tanks? Lù Jié paused, wondering how they'd found out. It's possible, but the timeline is a bit long. Upgrading just one energy cannon had already drained all of Lù Jié's current engineer points. Starting the upgrade for a tank required a minimum of 3,000 engineer points, a burden Lù Jié couldn't quite afford at the moment. Lù Jié, however, assumed Lù Jié was unfamiliar with tanks and didn't know where to begin with modifications. No worries. If he's short on surprises, I've got another Type 99A. If it's useful to you, you can take it straight to your place. When Lù Jié emerged from the building, a vehicle was waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Lù Jié, please," a soldier beside him said, opening the door. Lù Jié fell asleep the moment he sat down inside. It's simply too late now, around 3 in the morning. I have no idea how those elders managed to stay awake without feeling the slightest bit tired. When Lù Jié woke up, he caught sight of a man covering him with a blanket. Their eyes met briefly. Lù Jié gave an awkward chuckle. I'm awake now. No need for that. Yi Tianlin reluctantly withdrew his blanket. Where exactly am I? Lù Jié looked around at the house before him. Holy crap, it was absolutely magnificent. This is the Ministry of National Defense. I'm Yi Tianlin, the minister. Yi introduced himself and explained the reason for Lù Jié's presence. I didn't want to call you in so late, but the situation is urgent. I'm truly sorry to have brought you here in the middle of the night. Lù Jié waved his hand dismissively. No need to apologize. I'm just a researcher, nothing compared to you soldiers. He slapped his own cheek. What's going on? Let's discuss this as we walk. One matter concerns establishing a military corporation. As you know, yours is the first such application, so scrutiny will be rigorous. Military technology is highly sensitive. The other is that I've brought you an order. As you know, our Dragon Nation has 5 major military districts: the Jianghuai Theater, the Zhongshan Theater, the Dongluan Theater, the Western Plateau Theater, and the Northern Plains Theater. Somehow, these guys found out about the blast energy rifle. Within an hour, representatives from all of them showed up demanding details and insisting I allocate them some. I'm just a simple man, how could I possibly understand this stuff? When I said production couldn't keep up, they accused me of favoritism, insisting I was secretly allocating them behind their backs. Now I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. You know how it is. Back when we developed that thing, they knew about it from the very start of the project. But this time, it appeared out of nowhere. They'd never even heard of it before. Now everyone's speculating wildly, saying that army group in that military region has already deployed it. They nearly came to blows over it. So when the time comes, you need to explain it properly. The same words coming from our 2 mouths will carry different weight. The 2 of them had now arrived at a large gate. You go ahead inside. I've got some things to take care of. Yi Tianlin patted Lù Jié on the shoulder. If anything comes up, just call me. With that, Yi Tianlin turned and walked away. But Lù Jié couldn't shake the feeling that something was slightly off. Could a 23-year-old really handle all these seasoned veterans? And why did Yi Tianlin seem so cheerful as he walked away? Mr. Lù, please come in, the secretary beside him said. With matters having reached this point, Lù Jié could only breathe a sigh of relief. It was just the military district commander, no big deal. The moment the door opened a crack, Lù Jié heard the commotion inside. In that instant, Lù Jié knew he'd been set up. The moment the door creaked open, the room fell silent. All eyes turned to Lù Jié in unison. Lù Jié froze in place, staring at these so-called representatives. Damn it! What kind of representatives the hell have such high military ranks? Damn it, these are all military commanders. Zhuo Zishan spotted Lù Jié like he'd found a lifeline. Lù Jié, come explain this. Did you just cobble that thing together yesterday? A bald man beside him grabbed Zhuo Zishan's arm. Hey, kid, don't threaten him. How could something like this be built in just one day? The bald man then turned to Lù Jié with a friendly smile. Young man, tell me honestly. How long did it take? Do you have a bunch of finished products in the warehouse now? Give me some. Don't worry, I'll give you a great price. Long Xinghua. Why would I lie to you? Of course I do. If it weren't for the blast gun incident, I wouldn't have known that second-gen bionic drone existed. You bought a whole batch ages ago, just waiting for the joint military exercises to show off, didn't you? Enough, enough. What kind of spectacle are you two putting on, bickering like this? Snapped a man with slick-back hair and glasses, his voice brimming with irritation. Our guest hasn't even sat down yet. Come, young man, take a seat beside me. Lù Jié saw this man was a proper gentleman, while the others looked like raging demons. So he obediently sat down beside Huairan. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Huairan, commander of the Zhongshan Theater. Hello, I'm Lù Jié, a rather ordinary toy factory manager. Everyone present was stunned by Lù Jié's introduction, but upon reflection, it didn't seem entirely off base. After regaining his composure, Huairan pressed on. Regarding this blaster, how many units do you currently have in stock? Just give me a real number, no one will hold it against you. If you want a number, then 0, Lù Jié said helplessly. I only finished building it yesterday. Besides the one I'm holding now, there really isn't another one. Well, that's the honest truth. If you don't believe me, go check my warehouse. Chapter 24, Success. Obtaining private military company qualification. Hearing Lù Jié's words, everyone fell silent except Zhuo Zishan. But don't worry, everyone. We should be able to start setting up the production line around next spring. Once that happens, output will ramp up quickly, Lù Jié explained. Zhuo Zishan chimed in to smooth things over. Lù Jié is right. Something this complex, how could we possibly have such a large inventory ready overnight? Huairan sighed. If that's the case, there's little we can do. But I hope you'll consider setting up a factory here with us, Lù Jié. At this suggestion, the previously silent crowd instantly perked up. Damn! That old fox is still playing his cards close to his chest. Proximity brings advantages. If Lù Jié set up a factory at his own company, wouldn't he be the first to know about any good products? Zhuo Zishan was the first to object. How could he let someone else snatch away his family's business? Don't worry about that. Lù Jié is doing just fine with me, Zhuo Zishan said sternly. No, you just don't get it, Huairan shook his head. Your area is a major economic hub where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Just buying the land for a factory would cost a fortune. My location is different. It's close to the capital, surrounded by renowned universities far superior to the Western Plateau Theater. Recruiting talent won't be an issue either. Plus, I have the inner grasslands region here. The terrain is wide open. If we develop any new weapons, we won't have to worry about leaks or disturbing residents during testing. That's an advantage over the East Luan war zone too. And you've met Senior Qiansen, right? He's a professor at Imperial Capital University. Countless scientific giants are based in the capital. The research environment here is incomparably superior to the Northern Plains Theater. So, come to us. Our overall strength is still the strongest. Unlike other places where those with money lack land, and those with land lack money. Huairan's words silenced any potential counterarguments. If you ask which war zone is the strongest, it must be the Zhongshan War Zone, famously dubbed the Imperial Guard. While other regions barely have any J-20 fighters, they're standard equipment in the Zhongshan Theater. Half of the nation's top universities are concentrated in the Zhongshan Theater, along with experts, scholars, and all manner of research institutes. Not to mention other advantages. Zuazishan felt a pang of inferiority. Comparing resources with such a powerhouse? That's like looking for a lantern in the bathroom asking for trouble. But then he snapped back to reality. Wait a minute. I'm pretty damn wealthy too. Why is the Zhongshan Military District so awesome? It's just because it's surrounded by universities and teeming with talent. Virtually all cutting-edge weaponry gets developed there first. If I send Lù Jié away, when will the Jianghuai Theater ever recover? Likewise, if Lù Jié stayed with us, at least the gap with the Zhongshan Theater would narrow a bit. Zhuo Zishan could see it clearly. If he lost Lù Jié, how would his troops ever look at him again? So Zhuo Zishan quickly retorted, when it comes to resources, funding, and educational resources, our Jianghuai Theater isn't that bad either. Besides, we'll negotiate land prices with the city government. Plus, we have numerous ports facilitating frequent domestic and international exchanges. In short, it's absolutely better than your Zhongshan Theater. Lù Jié agreed with Zhuo Zishan's assessment. The Zhongshan Theater was indeed strong, boasting excellent resources and connections. However, the Jianghuai Theater held a significant advantage in port facilities, a factor Lù Jié valued highly. After all, the toys they developed needed to be exported. Domestic prices simply couldn't match overseas markets. I feel the same way. For one thing, my parents have always lived in Jiang City and are reluctant to leave. I need to take care of them from time to time. Second, Jiajiang's port facilities are crucial for me. Most of my profitable contracts now involve international partnerships. So while I appreciate Uncle Huai's invitation, I prefer to stay in Jiang City. Seeing that Lù Jié was determined to stay in Jiang City, the others didn't press the matter further. After resolving this matter, Lù Jié stepped outside. On one hand, he was simply too exhausted and wanted to rest early, so he headed straight home. On the other hand, he sensed the others had important matters to discuss, so he excused himself. After Lù Jié departed, Yi Tianlin, who had slipped away earlier, emerged from a hidden door in the conference room. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he looked at his 5 companions and asked, "What do you think of this man?" Zhuo Zishan answered first. Internally, he's a patriotic youth. Externally, he's a textbook businessman. The drones he manufactures sell externally for over 10 times their cost, yet when quoting me, he simply stated his own cost price. Our verification confirms the cost matches Lù Jié's statement exactly. Yi Tianlin nodded, then turned to look at Huairan. What's your take? He has youthful vigor, yet possesses a rare composure and calmness for his age, Huairan analyzed carefully. After meeting us, he quickly adjusted his mindset. He speaks with humility despite his accomplishments. Even we must treat him with courtesy, yet he carries no trace of arrogance. Seeing both men give Lù Jié such high praise, Yi Tianlin tapped the table. Then, I'll recommend Lù Jié to headquarters. After all, as the first private military company in Longwa, our selection must be rigorous. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. Seeing everyone had agreed, Yi Tianlin nodded. In that case, the meeting is adjourned. Get back to work first thing tomorrow morning. Lù Jié woke up at 9 in the morning. The deep sleep left him feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. After a quick wash, Lù Jié prepared to head downstairs for breakfast. Opening the door, he was startled to find 2 soldiers standing outside his room. One of them saluted upon seeing him. Mr. Lù, the commander instructed that if you wake up and wish to stay longer, you may have free passage through our checkpoints. All expenses will be covered by us. If you wish to return to Jiang City, we can arrange transportation to the airport immediately. Lù Jié thought it over and decided to head back first. He had too much on his plate right now. He needed to coordinate shipments from Camel Country and Elephant Country urgently. And he needed to buy land and build a factory ASAP. Take me back to Jiang City. I'll come back to play another time. 3 hours later, Lù Jié arrived in the familiar city of Jiang. This was also the first time in his life that Lù Jié had flown solo. The moment he stepped off the plane, Lù Jié received a call from Lu Qingshan. Lù Jié. Great news, your application got approved. From this moment on, you're the first individual in Longwei to establish a military corporation. Chapter 25. Care to see whose man you are? With this qualification secured, everything else would fall into place. Lù Jié hurried back to the factory, called Su Qiran, gathered all the documents, and prepared to discuss purchasing land for the factory with the government. But before Lù Jié and the others could step outside, an official vehicle pulled up in front of their factory. A man in a suit stepped out. He looked at Lù Jié with an air of superiority the moment he stepped out. Are you the owner of this factory? Lù Jié was puzzled. Could it be another troublemaker? Yes, I'm Lù Jié, the factory manager. Wang Shuijia waved his hand, and his bodyguard pulled a contract out of his briefcase. This is the site leasing contract. Take a look at the price and see if it suits you. Wang Shuijia held up the contract. I've already reviewed all the detailed information about your factory before coming here. Since you established your company, there has never been a single freight record. In other words, your factory has had 0 orders from the very beginning until now. Therefore, I believe the price listed here will certainly suit your taste. Lù Jié was stunned. His company should be pretty well known thanks to his good buddy Goncharov's promotion, right? Surely not everyone was unaware of it? He glanced at the sign hanging above his factory entrance. He seemed to have forgotten to put up the sign. But out of curiosity, Lù Jié still glanced at the contract. Overall, the terms were far better than what his cousin had offered, not only a lump sum of 5 million, but also a very decent position for him. But a single machine in Lù Jié's factory was worth twice that amount. Sorry, I'm not selling this factory. Lù Jié handed the contract back. If there's nothing else, could you please step aside? I have work to do. Just as Lù Jié was about to leave, a bodyguard from Wang Shuijia's entourage stepped forward and blocked his path. Inside the room, Wang Lan sensed something was amiss. She immediately pressed the alarm button to alert the police team and hurried out. Hey! Hey! What do you think you're doing? Wang Lan shouted sternly. Do you know where you are? If you don't want to end up in jail, get out of here now. Wang Shuijia's bodyguard shot Wang Lan a dismissive glance. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, the bodyguard towered over Wang Lan, who was barely 5 feet 11 inches. That height difference gave the bodyguard an air of confidence. You guys are all talk. I've been in here countless times. I just got out yesterday like I'm scared of you? Wang Shuijia rubbed his nose. You're Lù Jié, right? You know who my dad is? Chairman of Bai Security. I came today to talk things out properly, so I only brought one person with me. If you don't sign today, one phone call from me, and it won't just be this one guy showing up. Lù Jié was starting to lose his patience too. They were clearly the same age, yet this one seemed somewhat smarter. But why did he act just as foolish as his cousin when it came to business? But he was pressed for time now. After all, buying land was something that needed to be done sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the current orders simply couldn't be completed within the deadline. Wang Lan, I'm leaving this to you. I need to head to the government office. With that, Lù Jié sidestepped the bodyguard and walked straight out. The bodyguard tried to stop him, but a familiar voice instantly froze both the bodyguard and Wang Shuijia in their tracks. That voice and the icy chill radiating from it were all too familiar. The click of a gun being cocked and the icy muzzle. You are suspected of trespassing into a state-protected military facility and threatening a state-protected expert. Under relevant regulations, I have the authority to shoot you dead on the spot. Get down. The bodyguard had handled this kind of thing before he could tell instantly whether it was real or fake. Not to mention the calluses on Wang Lan's hands. He didn't even have as many calluses on his hands as this guy. To save his skin, he hit the deck immediately. But Wang Shuijia showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he sneered, "Who do you think you're scaring with that toy gun? You think I've never handled a real firearm?" He then turned to the bodyguard lying on the ground. "I thought you had some guts, but turns out you're just a coward. A toy gun scares you this much? You're trash. National key protected site? This rundown factory? The paint's peeling off the walls over there. You're telling me this is a national key protected site? Bro, sometimes it's better to keep your bluffs realistic. Otherwise, you'll just make yourself look ridiculous." He pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Everyone, come here. Bring back those two who slipped away. And there's another fool over here trying to scare people with a fake gun. Let's show him what a real gun looks like." He then turned to Wang Lan. "Kid, you look young. If you get down on the ground now, I'll let you off. How about it?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of countless footsteps echoed from both sides. Wang Shuejia, hearing the approach, declared smugly, "My men are here. If you don't comply, I'll cripple the hand holding that gun." Wang Lan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He pointed to both sides and said, "Care to see whose men are coming?" Wang Shuejia turned his head and instantly felt his legs go weak with fear. They were armed with Type 95 assault rifles and clad in camouflage fatigues. These were soldiers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Looking up, he saw 3 helicopters circling overhead. Snipers inside the helicopters stared intently through their scopes, locked onto Wang Shuejia's head. Wang Shuejia instantly dropped to his knees. Only then did he realize he'd gotten himself into serious trouble. Jiang City Mayor Su Kangshi rushed over in a panic. Earlier that morning, he had suddenly learned that a young man highly regarded by the military and scientists like Old Lù had obtained qualifications for a private military company within his jurisdiction. Matters concerning military industry were always significant, and if this sole private military company chose to establish its factory in his jurisdiction, it would undoubtedly be a major political achievement. Therefore, he planned to pay a visit to this prodigy immediately after the morning meeting. But who could have predicted that halfway through the meeting, someone reported that the military district had mobilized a large force to Lù Jié's location. Su Kangshi was startled and immediately ended the meeting to rush over. Upon arrival, he witnessed soldiers detaining men in suits and escorting them directly into vehicles. Spotting the commander, Su Kangshi approached immediately. "Hello, I'm Su Kangshi, mayor of Jiang City. Where is Mr. Lù Jié now?" Wang Lan scratched his head. "Mr. Lù left long ago. He said he was going to meet with the government regarding land acquisition. He must be at your place by now." Su Kangshi slapped his forehead hard. "Thanks a lot," he said before quickly getting into his car and turning around to head back. Meanwhile, Lù Jié had arrived at the government building intending to find the mayor, only to be stopped at the entrance. "I don't recognize you, nor have I seen the documents you're holding. You'd better leave immediately. You think you can just walk in with any old document? Do you take me for a fool?" Chapter 26, Looking Down on People? Let's see if that's true. Lù Jié stared blankly at the document in his hand, stamped with an official seal. Moreover, the document clearly stated Lù Jié's identity and purpose, and the official seal was that of the Ministry of National Defense. "Sir, who would dare forge the Defense Department's official seal? If you don't believe me, you can call the police right now." The security guard shot Lù Jié a dismissive look. "I've seen plenty like you showing up with some random seal and claiming to be a relative of some big shot. And I've worked here for over a decade, never once made a mistake about anyone. If it weren't for your youth and the long road ahead, I'd have called the police already. I'm giving you a chance now. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately. Don't wait until I call for backup, then you won't be able to leave." Lù Jié felt utterly helpless at this, so he picked up his phone and called Zhuo Zishan. When the security guard spotted Lù Jié making the call, he snorted coldly. "Young and good for nothing, yet you've mastered the art of bluffing. Look at you, acting all tough with your documents. Go home, kid. You're barely out of your teens. If you don't leave now, I'll have someone throw you out." The guard's loud voice instantly drew the attention of people inside the government building. Lù Jié couldn't hold back the anger rising inside him. "Damn it, I finally got this qualification, and now people are picking on me when I go out." Now, holding documents in hand, he was blocked at the entrance by a security guard who refused him entry. It wasn't that Lù Jié was jumping to conclusions, but if he really started a factory in Jiang City, would his life be any better afterward? If even a security guard was this unreasonable, wouldn't every endeavor he undertook later be met with obstacles at every turn? "Hey, Lù Jié, don't worry about those punks. Our people will handle it directly and deliver a result that satisfies you," Zhuo Zishan said with a cheerful smile. After finally deciding to build a factory in his own territory, this happened on the very first day. It was nothing short of a major humiliation. "It's not about that. I have defense documents with me today, but the government won't let me in. Could you call the mayor and have him come out to meet me?" Lù Jié said with a hint of resignation. Zhuo Zishan's brow furrowed upon hearing this. "Since when does the government refuse to recognize documents from our Ministry of National Defense? Hold on, I'll call the mayor right now." After Lù Jié hung up, the security guard feigned curiosity. "So? Was that call to the big shot? Want me to go check if it's legit? You could have left earlier if you'd wanted to. But you were acting so arrogant, I already told the cops inside. Let me tell you, you're not leaving today. If you're going to lie, at least drive a decent car. Showing up in a van like that is just asking to be exposed. Forging an official seal is no small crime." Lù Jié couldn't be bothered to respond. He opened his car door and climbed inside. By this day, Lù Jié had finally learned the truth of the saying, "The devil you know is better than the devil you don't." Just moments after he settled in, the car door was knocked on. Lù Jié saw 2 police officers staring at him. With a sigh, he opened the door and pulled out the documents. "I've lost all patience. Take this document and show it to any supervisor inside. If it's fake, then arrest me however you want. If it's real, Tell your superiors that I now have serious doubts about the environment in Jiang City. Whether establishing my company here was a good decision is now up for debate. The two officers exchanged glances. Upon receiving the document and seeing the official red letterhead and the Ministry of National Defense seal at the bottom, they instantly took it seriously. Sorry, comrade. We'll go inside immediately to verify this. With that, the two officers hurried inside. The security guard, seeing the officers return, grinned and asked, "Well, was it fake? I told you my eyes never fail me." The officer dialed the number while saying, "But if it's real, neither you nor your nephew will get away." The call connected to the mayor's secretary. "There's a young man here claiming to have documents from the Ministry of National Defense and saying he needs to discuss something with the mayor. Please verify if this is legitimate." The secretary quickly replied, "Is that person here now?" The mayor skipped his meeting today specifically to meet with him. "If he's here, bring him in immediately. I recall it's a young man named Lù Jié." The call was on speakerphone, so the security guard heard the secretary's words clearly. Almost instantly, he slumped back into his chair. Seeing this, the two police officers wasted no time, rushing out to Lù Jié's car. "Mr. Lù Jié, we've verified your identity. You may proceed inside." "No one will stop me now, right?" Lù Jié asked, sounding annoyed. "No one will. The mayor has gone out to meet you and isn't here now. His secretary will come out shortly to escort you inside." Lù Jié opened the car door and stepped out. Just then, a car with white license plates pulled up at the entrance. The two officers visibly relaxed upon seeing the vehicle. "Mr. Lù Jié, the mayor has arrived," the officer said, pointing toward the vehicle. Su Concher hurriedly got out of the car upon seeing Lù Jié. Just moments ago, Zhuo Zishan had berated him, accusing him of neglecting the nation's pillar. He immediately apologized upon seeing Lù Jié. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Lù Jié. I intended to find you first, but we ended up missing each other. Shall we go inside and discuss this properly?" Lù Jié pulled out his documents. "Would you like to verify the authenticity of these documents with your superiors?" Su Concher froze for a moment before realizing what Lù Jié was implying. No need, no need. No one dares forge the Ministry of Defense seal. He then turned to the security guard. "Open the door immediately." After entering the conference room, Lù Jié took a moment to compose himself. By then, all the officials had gathered. Su Concher stood up, intending to deliver a welcome speech or something similar. But Lù Jié just wanted to get things done quickly and start work as soon as possible. "Mr. Mayor, let's skip the formalities. Whom should I speak with regarding purchasing land and building a factory?" Su Concher replied awkwardly, "You can discuss this matter with me." "Very well. Look into how much of the land surrounding our existing factory site in the northern suburbs is available for sale. If feasible, I want to purchase it all." Chapter 27, 100 billion a day, painful yet pleasurable. Upon hearing this, every official present sucked in a sharp breath. The surrounding land covered at least tens of thousands of square kilometers. Buying it all outright would require a staggering sum of money. The total area is 2,000 hectares. Acquiring it all would cost roughly 1.3 billion yuan. Lù Jié nodded. "When can we sign the contract?" "I can pay immediately." 1,300 million yuan was mere pocket change for Lù Jié at this point. Su Concher was stunned for a long moment. This was the first time he'd ever seen a manufacturer discuss a partnership without even negotiating the price. He even regretted having quoted such a low price. "If Mr. Lù Jié is so certain, shall I have my secretary draft the contract immediately?" "Yes." 10 minutes later, the secretary walked in with the contract. After reviewing it and finding no issues, Lù Jié handed it to Su Qiuran for final confirmation. Once Su Qiuran confirmed everything was in order, Lù Jié signed it immediately. "By the way, there's one matter I'd like to discuss with the mayor." Lù Jié turned to Su Concher. "The public safety conditions in Jiang City are truly deplorable. Since I established my factory here, I've already encountered 2 incidents involving organized crime. I only built my factory here because my parents live here and work here. They refuse to leave. If I face another security threat here, I'll seriously consider relocating. After all, the neighboring city of Huai offers superior port facilities and favorable policies. You know I haven't haggled with you over taxes. The 1.3 billion yuan in the company account is just pocket change." Su Concher nodded vigorously. Yes. Starting today, the city-wide crackdown on organized crime will begin. We will ensure such incidents never happen again." "I hope so." Now that the land issue is settled, let's discuss the construction plans. By the time the discussion concluded, it was already noon. The construction team, established by a state-owned enterprise, would invest a total of 3 billion yuan based on the current factory footprint. This sum covered the factory buildings, employee dormitories, and office buildings. At Su Concher's invitation, Lù Jié joined him for lunch. "I'm truly sorry about today's incident, Mr. Lù Jié. I had no idea such a thing would happen. It was a real oversight on my part." "It's nothing. I was in a bad mood this morning, so my tone was a bit sharp." Please forgive me, Uncle Su. This is entirely my fault. I can't blame you at all. Su Country shook his head quickly. But regardless of your reasons for joining Zhejiang Construction Company, I remain deeply grateful to you. Is it because I provided you with a job? Lù Jié explained with a smile. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Uncle Su. My factory operates almost entirely on automated, intelligent production lines. Each line requires no more than 2 people to complete the work. That is indeed a bit of a shame. But my gratitude isn't for that. It's because your company has attracted a group of highly educated, skilled professionals and has also fostered the growth of many small businesses. I recall Jiang City having a fairly robust business environment. A port city shouldn't have so few companies, right? Lù Jié asked with a hint of confusion. Su Country shook his head with a smile. They're all export-oriented businesses, processing plants and companies. While profitable, high-tech enterprises remain few and far between. That's why your company's arrival surprised me initially. State-owned military enterprises are typically clustered around the capital or Shenzhen areas with advanced technology and abundant talent. But I'm genuinely pleased you chose Jiang City. After all, contract manufacturing plants just can't match the stability of high-tech industries. There is one point I must raise, though, regarding taxation. If I don't get any preferential treatment, it would look pretty bad. So how about I give you a 7-point discount? 7 percentage points based on current sales figures, that amounts to nearly 15 billion yuan in concessions. Hear me out before you refuse, Su Country cut in before Lù Jié could speak. I served in the military for several years myself. I understand how challenging weapons development is, especially with today's fierce competition. Funding is absolutely essential during the R&D process. I've seen the drone you built. It has significant value, but I don't believe it alone qualifies you to establish a military company. Though I don't know what it is, it must be something crucial for the military. Given that, I guess the R&D funding required would easily run into the tens of billions. So consider this funding as Jian City's contribution to the nation's military development. Although Lù Jié initially wanted to say, thank you. I'll humbly accept your offer. Moreover, the cost of manufacturing the gun-firing version wouldn't exceed 5,000 yuan. But Lù Jié was genuinely moved by Su Country's patriotic spirit. In that case, I'll accept Mayor Su's generous offer. It's only fitting. With all matters settled, Lù Jié returned to the factory. The factory was now bustling with people, most of whom had come seeking the uncut version of the drone. Lù Jié could easily trace the origins of these individuals. For those with ties to the United States, the goods they sold were problematic. But those who had beef with the US? All high-quality goods. In short, it boiled down to this: whoever stood against the Americans, Lù Jié would support them. Companies like South American Cocoa Fruit Company, Middle East Construction Corporation, and North Korean Children's Amusement Park all got their drones from Lù Jié at the most favorable prices. By evening, Lù Jié was utterly exhausted. Just today's contracts alone totaled nearly 300,000 units of goods and 1.1 million pretty dollars in revenue. It was a bittersweet experience. But Lù Jié had stumbled upon another problem. Thanks to Goncharov's vigorous promotion, his reputation was spreading farther and farther. It was now necessary to recruit some sales talent to help him sell his goods. Naturally, he turned to Su Qiuran for assistance. I thought my job was supposed to handle these kinds of things, Su Qiuran remarked, somewhat speechless. When she first joined, her role was described as liaising with the Northern Bear Kingdom on user experience matters, but now her responsibilities increasingly resembled those of a secretary. Lù Jié also felt this arrangement was somewhat off, but he couldn't very well assign someone as capable as Su Qiuran to sales, could he? How about this: why don't you just become vice president? With a 5 million yuan annual salary? Chapter 28, let him steal all he wants. If he succeeds, I'll admit defeat. Time ticked by steadily as everything proceeded methodically. First came recruitment. Lù Jié barely had to lift a finger for staff. Most were trusted individuals sourced by the Ministry of National Defense. Sales personnel were recruited from the public or poached from other companies. Then there were the researchers. He enlisted headhunting firms to find candidates and also asked old Lù and others if they knew any exceptionally talented students. Beyond that, the first factory building for the blaster guns was already completed. The next step was purchasing materials and assembling the production line. According to the system's projections, with sufficient raw materials, a single production line could yield 5,000 blaster rifles daily. After planning, the blaster production facility can accommodate 3 assembly lines. During the procurement process, each production line costs around 500 million yuan, with the majority of that expense attributed to the chips. Domestic chips lag far behind foreign ones in both manufacturing process and performance. Upgrading the lithography machine via the engineer system would cost 50,000 engineer points more expensive than upgrading a tank. Compounding the issue, Lù Jié currently possessed only 3,000 points. To avoid complications, he chose not to dwell on the matter. Unlike typical construction sites, Lù Jié's site was surrounded by police patrols outside, while military personnel conducted constant inspections inside. While directing the assembly line installation, Lù Jié received a call from Su Churan. "Hello, what is it?" "Boss, Goncharov is here. He says he needs to discuss something with you." "Alright, I got it. Tell him to wait, I'll be right over." After hanging up, Lù Jié hurried toward the office. Upon entering the office, Lù Jié was greeted by Goncharov, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. "Oh, Goncharov, it's been ages." Lù Jié enthusiastically opened his arms and embraced Goncharov. Gonzalo returned the embrace with a broad smile. But Lù Jié noticed something off about Goncharov's smile. It seemed forced. "What's wrong? You don't seem very happy," Lù Jié asked after brewing a pot of tea for Goncharov. Gonzalo sighed. "I came today for two reasons. First, I need to buy more bionic birds. The soldiers on the front lines just don't understand conservation. They're actually using bionic birds to collide head-on with fighter jets. Some are even using them for suicide attacks. It's been less than 2 months, and we've already gone from 100,000 units to less than 50,000. The other matter is to ask if there's anything new available? New developments." Lù Jié pondered carefully. He'd heard that the bidding for carrier-based fighters was about to begin. To secure a strong start for his company, Lù Jié had devoted all his energy lately besides building the factory to carrier-based aircraft matters. The specific modification plans could only be finalized after seeing the actual aircraft, so to ensure he had enough credits, Lù Jié had been reluctant to spend them recently. "I'm truly sorry, but our company's been swamped with drone orders lately, so we haven't produced anything new," Lù Jié said apologetically. After all, this was his biggest client and the person who promoted his business most effectively. Not being able to help made him feel a bit awkward. "But rest assured, you're my factory's first customer. If anything promising comes up, you'll be the first I contact." Although Goncharov was somewhat disappointed, he rallied his spirits. "In that case, we plan to purchase another 200,000 drones, but we need them shipped as soon as possible." Lù Jié nodded. "Rest assured. We're currently expanding the factory. According to our plans, we'll establish 10 drone production facilities, each capable of producing 50,000 units per day." "Oh, there's one more thing I wanted to mention," Goncharov suddenly recalled. "Recently, some people from Ermao's side bribed my soldiers. We investigated and found several intact drones had been leaked out. I'm concerned they might reverse engineer the technology." No worries, no worries. Even if we gave them all our technology, not even the United States could build drones with the same performance as ours." Lù Jié was always supremely confident in his own technology. Take the blaster rifle, for instance. He'd explained the principles to those experts, yet they still hadn't managed to assemble one. Likewise, even if he handed over his drone blueprints to the US, they couldn't replicate them. Unless they stole his production line. Seeing Lù Jié so utterly unfazed surprised Gonzalo. "Aren't you afraid that Ermao might give the technology to the US? I've sold nearly 1 million units. If I were worried, would I dare sell them?" Lù Jié shrugged. "Besides, didn't the US get their hands on one before? There's a record of that drone self-destructing somewhere in Huadun City. So you don't need to worry about this. As long as I don't sell to the second Mao or the Pretty Country, you won't have to worry about their countermeasures." Goncharov nodded slightly. With the entire European Union backing the second Mao, his own best and most advanced reconnaissance tool was this bionic drone. This time, seeking new technology was also to prevent the second Mao from acquiring something comparable to his own, which would diminish his advantage. Seeing Lù Jié's confidence, Goncharov felt reassured. After signing the contract, confirmation of payment arrived swiftly. "Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Goncharov." "Likewise, Mr. Lù Jié." After seeing Goncharov off, Lù Jié immediately called Zhuo Zishan. As a coastal theater of operations, Lù Jié wasn't sure if there were any aircraft carriers stationed here. After the call connected, Lù Jié asked, "Uncle Zhuo, do we have any aircraft carriers here?" Zhuo Zishan was puzzled by Lù Jié's question. "You're planning to start building an aircraft carrier?" No. I heard from old Lù that they're about to start a new tender for carrier-based aircraft. I thought I'd give it a shot." "Oh, I see." Zhuo Zishan's interest was piqued. Lù Jié's previous inventions had proven remarkably effective. Still, he couldn't help but ask, "Do you know how to build aircraft? Have you somehow recruited aviation experts now?" "Not exactly. But I want to see what carrier-based aircraft look like and discuss with pilots their requirements and ideas for the next generation, so I can design accordingly." "That shouldn't be hard. The Type 002 carrier is docked right here in Lin City. I happen to have business there soon. We can go together. Wait at your place, I'll come pick you up." "Thanks, Uncle Zhuo." Chapter 29, Blueprints for the New Generation Carrier-Based Aircraft. Just over 10 minutes later, a military pickup truck pulled up outside the factory gate. Zhuo Zishan stepped out, surveyed the construction site with satisfaction, and nodded approvingly, impressed by Lù Jié's swift efficiency. Lù Jié emerged and, spotting Zhuo Zishan, hurried over. "Let's go. We'll take a helicopter straight to the airport, it'll be faster that way." Zhuo Zishan brushed the dust off Lù Jié's clothes. A big boss like you shouldn't be getting your hands dirty doing manual labor, right? Lù Jié chuckled. Mainly, I need to coordinate the assembly line setup. Also, I have some good news, the first production line for the blast energy rifles is already built. But for safety, we'll wait until all production lines in the factory are complete before starting operations. Right now, we're procuring materials to ensure we can begin production immediately once everything is ready. Excellent, excellent. Zhuo Zishan chuckled happily. You'll have to give me first dibs on these things when they're ready. After all, you're operating within my jurisdiction. My troops will be the first to get these guns. Rest assured. The moment production begins, you'll be the first to know. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Enough chatter. Get in the car. After getting in, Zhuo Zishan adjusted his posture. Oh, about that carrier-based aircraft tender, I doubt you'll make the deadline. This tender opens in 2 weeks, October 1st. But I don't think your chances of winning are very high. Zhuo Zishan pulled out a document and handed it to Lù Jié. Here's the list of participants. While it looks long, only these 3 companies have the capability to design and build them. Shenyang Aircraft Industry Company, Limited, Chengdu Aircraft Industry Group, and Gudu Aircraft Manufacturing Company. One is the designer and manufacturer of the current generation of carrier-based aircraft, another is the designer and manufacturer of the latest generation fighter, the J-20, and the third is the designer and manufacturer of the Y-20 transport aircraft. All 3 possess significant advantages in both funding and technology. More importantly, they've had ample preparation time, nearly 8 years. I believe 2 weeks is insufficient not just for design, but even for producing a single prototype. So this time, just go with a mindset focused on learning. Don't worry about anything else. Lù Jié nodded. Alright, I understand. Seeing Lù Jié's composure, Zhuo Zishan smiled faintly. With such composure and steadiness, given time, he could certainly become an important part of the Dragon Nation's military industry. Meanwhile, Lù Jié felt a bit uneasy looking at the list. Other companies were listed as industrial corporations or aircraft manufacturers. Their names exuded grandeur and magnificence. But his own? The childlike toy manufacturing company. Wait, is this company name really not a problem? Lù Jié worried it might seem out of place. Zhuo Zishan glanced at it indifferently and said, I've discussed it with the higher-ups. The matter of establishing a private military company can't be made public yet. On one hand, we don't want to draw the attention of foreign spies, and on the other, it serves as a smokescreen. Just like your neutered drone, it's marketed as a toy, right? Got it. 10 minutes later, Lù Jié and his group arrived at an airport. Boarding a helicopter, they set off for Lin City. Board, Lù Jié scanned the helicopter. Beep. Detected, G-20 tactical utility helicopter, upgradable. Engineer points required, 2,000. Engineer points, 3,600. If upgrading a single helicopter required this many points, a carrier-based fighter must need an even greater amount. Soon, Lù Jié spotted the coastline and the colossal structure docked along it. The Type 002 aircraft carrier, China's first domestically developed and produced carrier, held immense significance for the Chinese Navy. The helicopter touched down directly on the carrier deck. As Lù Jié stepped out, he marveled at the skill of news photographers. How did they manage to photograph an island-sized colossus and make it appear roughly the size of a fishing boat? Soon, someone came to greet Zhuo Zishan. This is Lù Jié. He's here today to observe the carrier-based aircraft. Captain Wu Chuan saluted Lù Jié. Hello, Comrade Lù Jié. I'm Wu Chuan, captain of the Type 002 aircraft carrier. Lù Jié was startled by Wu Chuan's booming voice. Hello, I'm Lù Jié. Xiao Jiang. Wu Chuan called out. A young man appeared shortly. Take Comrade Lù Jié on a tour of the carrier-based aircraft. Xiao Jiang turned to Lù Jié. Comrade, this way. After exchanging greetings with Zhuo Zishan, Lù Jié followed Xiao Jiang. 3 J-15 carrier-based fighters were parked on the carrier deck at that moment. Xiao Jiang led Lù Jié to one of them. This is the fighter we're currently using. Lù Jié began scanning the J-15. Beep. Detected, J-15 carrier-based fighter, upgradable. Upgrade points required, 3,000. Engineer points, 3,600. Phew, just enough. Seeing the final point count, Lù Jié breathed a sigh of relief. Who knows how long he'd have to wait for the next tender. This bidding opportunity was truly once in a lifetime. After worrying the entire journey that he might miss this bidding due to insufficient points, Lù Jié finally felt at ease. What should I call you? Just call me Xiao Jiang. That's what everyone on the ship calls me, Xiao Jiang replied with a sheepish grin. No way. Xiao Jiang, tell me, do you think there's anything that needs improving with the current carrier-based aircraft? Improvements? Honestly, I'm not sure where to start. 2 years ago, there might have been some minor issues, but by this year, they'd all been resolved. But as a pilot, high maneuverability, stealth capabilities, and handling performance are crucial. Especially the stealth system, it's absolutely critical. I heard the next generation will incorporate stealth technology, but I'm not sure if that's true. Is that all? Range and payload capacity are also critical. I wonder if they can be improved next time. After all, no one enjoys constantly shuttling back and forth to the carrier. After all, the most dangerous moments are takeoff and landing. Lù Jié glanced at the blueprint he'd exchanged for and smiled faintly. If we ever develop a new aircraft model, would you be willing to test fly it? Xiao Jiang hesitated. It's possible. But I'd need to consult the commander first. Chapter 30. I was going for simple, but now I'm not pretending anymore. Lately, the pretty country has been stirring up trouble again. The monkey country's navy keeps pretending to be fishermen, causing trouble and lurking around. Their patrol frequency has skyrocketed compared to before. Honestly, sometimes I really want to blast them with a cannon. But we still have some disadvantages in certain areas. Our carriers don't have the same range as the pretty countries, let alone the range of our carrier-based aircraft. Although we upgraded the avionics last year, our overall maritime capabilities still fall short. If a real conflict breaks out, we might be at a disadvantage. Wu Chuan then asked curiously, I heard the Type 003 is about to be launched soon. Does that mean? Zhuo Zishan cut him off. Don't even think about it. The Type 003 has already been assigned to the East Luan Theater. We can forget about it. Plus, I hear the newest carrier-based aircraft will be deployed on the Type 003 first. We'll have to wait a few more years. Wu Chuan sighed in disappointment. By the way, who exactly is this Lù Jié? You know those bionic drones used by the Northern Bear Nation? Wu Chuan nodded. Yeah, heard they bought them from a domestic toy factory. The videos show impressive results. But seriously, it can't be real, right? They are. Lù Jié is the factory director of that toy company. He's now the head of our nation's first privately owned military contractor. That impressive? Wu Chuan was a bit stunned. But if this drone is so advanced, why hasn't our theater of operations purchased it? Because the even more advanced models haven't entered production yet, Zhuo Zishan replied meaningfully. Mark my words, if Lù Jié ever asks to see something in the future, don't hesitate. Just show it to him. Even classified stuff? Any technical secrets we have probably don't even register as secrets to him. On the contrary, he himself is the real secret. It's just a drone. How impressive could it be? Wu Chuan remained baffled. Haha, you'll understand why during next year's national military exercises at the latest. Report. Xiao Jiang called out from outside the door. Zhuo Zishan waved his hand. So, what did Lù Jié see? He just glanced at our carrier-based aircraft and asked if I'd be willing to be the first pilot to fly his new design once he develops it. Ha 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 ha. If Lù Jié really builds a new carrier-based fighter, it'll probably take 5 or 6 years. Zhuo Zishan roared with laughter. Just then, Lù Jié entered. Uncle Zhuo, may I head back now? I've already got a lead on the carrier-based aircraft matter. Zhuo Zishan paused in surprise. There's no rush on this matter. We still have 4 or 5 years. A little delay won't hurt. No, I've already contacted Su Qiran to procure the materials. I'll present my company's proposal and prototype at the upcoming bidding conference. Everyone present stared at Lù Jié in disbelief. Zhuo Zishan felt a pang of disappointment. He had praised Lù Jié for his steadiness when he arrived. But youth is youth. Young people tend to be impatient when tackling tasks. Even a mature production line couldn't build an aircraft in less than 2 weeks, let alone starting from scratch. Still, Zhuo Zishan didn't intend to argue with Lù Jié. Young people needed to face setbacks to grow. In that case, I won't be accompanying you, Zhuo Zishan said, turning to Lù Jié. By the way, I have a few scrapped fighter jets lying around. If they're of any use to you, feel free to take them for research. He then addressed Wu Chuan. Could you have your men deliver them for me? No problem. Xiao Jiang, you take Lù Jié back. Yes, sir. Upon returning to his lab, Lù Jié immediately got to work. With the expansion underway, Lù Jié's lab was no longer the small room it had started as, but a space larger than the previous factory where drones were manufactured. It was fully equipped with every conceivable facility, housing nearly every instrument available on the market. The entire setup cost nearly 50 billion yuan. For a mere 100 engineer points, Lù Jié had created a system surpassing all existing artificial intelligence, the Qilin. Qilin. Activate the blueprint construction device. Lù Jié commanded the moment he entered. Acknowledged, boss. Device activated. Lù Jié glanced at the holographic projection on his workbench and smiled faintly. Send a message to Su Qiran, have all materials delivered directly to the rear warehouse. Proceed with the construction plan as previously outlined by me. She may decide on the remaining details. Also, activate top secret mode for the lab. No one leaves without my explicit order. Understood, boss. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire laboratory wall revealed a dark metallic sheen. Upon receiving the message, Su Qiran immediately began purchasing materials according to Lù Jié's instructions. Upon returning, Lù Jié immediately locked himself inside the lab, instantly drawing significant attention. The previous incident with the blaster rifle had made Lù Jié quite famous within the Military Research Institute and among the major academicians. Yet upon hearing he intended to compete for this carrier-based fighter tender, everyone remained highly skeptical of his chances. After all, 2 weeks was barely enough time to complete a single blueprint, let alone build an entire aircraft. Thus, many privately lamented the impatience of youth. But Wang Peng reacted strongly to this development. Beyond his role as an academician at the Military Research Institute, he also served as chief researcher and a major shareholder at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. The J-15 fighter itself incorporated his research contributions. He was determined to win this contract. Thus, he was deeply dissatisfied with Lù Jié's sudden intervention in aircraft manufacturing. There were only a handful of domestic aircraft manufacturers, and after decades of development, each company had established clear specializations in the types of aircraft they produced. Lù Jié's actions were tantamount to directly taking meat from someone else's plate. Regardless of whether Lù Jié ultimately succeeded, Wang Peng was determined to make him abandon this aircraft building notion. Build an airplane? Let's see what you can make without an engine. Why not just stick to tinkering with your drones? Why go and bite off more than you can chew? Wang Peng picked up the phone and began making calls one by one. Su Qiuran was overwhelmed this time around. Every procurement agent he dispatched called him back, reporting that no raw material supplier would deal with Lù Jié's company. Even the largest material suppliers in the market rejected their transaction requests. Su Qiuran dared not delay and immediately called Lù Jié to explain the situation. Lù Jié glanced at the list. The companies refusing to sell were mostly suppliers of engine parts. Someone's trying to strike at the heart of the matter. I thought the engine would be simpler and meet the deadline, but if you keep this up, don't blame me. Qilin, send Su Qiuran a message. Switch these supplies to. Chapter 31, Lù Jié's just a clown, Wang Yuan's the real scholar. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. If not for Lù Jié's occasional messages requesting materials and his meeting with Zhuo Zishan when the latter delivered a decommissioned aircraft a few days prior, everyone would have assumed something had gone wrong. But his prolonged absence had shifted everyone's expectations. Could Lù Jié really be building an aircraft? But in the end, they shook their heads. It was simply impossible. Unless Lù Jié had merely modified a single component, 2 weeks was nowhere near enough time to build an aircraft model capable of winning a bid. Lu Qingshan was the most concerned about Lù Jié. In his mind, geniuses like Lù Jié were the foundation of the Dragon Nation. He absolutely couldn't be allowed to fail. By the 12th day, Lu Qingshan could no longer sit still. Anyone in research knew that if a researcher stayed locked in the lab for over 10 consecutive days, only 2 scenarios were possible. Either they were on the verge of a breakthrough or they had lost their mind. Though Lu Qingshan hoped for the former, he refused to gamble on it. Using his credentials, Lu Qingshan made his way directly to Lù Jié's laboratory. Accompanying him were Zhuo Zishan and Zunhua. Zhuo Zishan was filled with regret. He should have tried harder to stop Lù Jié back then things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Lu Qingshan turned to Su Qiuran. Open this door. Su Qiuran hesitated. I don't have the lab key. Only Lù Jié himself can open it. Lu Qingshan could no longer hold back. For Lù Jié's safety, this door had to be opened today. Zhuo Zishan. Get someone to open this door. Zhuo Zishan immediately ordered someone to bring a cutting machine over. They began frantically cutting into the wall. But the next second, the cutting disc shattered completely. Everyone present froze in shock. Lu Qingshan rushed forward and touched the wall, only to discover this was an ordinary sheet metal construction. The cutter hadn't even left a single scratch on it. The boss asks, is this really happening? A mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, echoed through the room. Everyone looked up to see a camera above the door, facing them. I am Kirin, the intelligent butler. The boss is currently occupied. If you have any matters, I can relay them on his behalf. Lu Qingshan shouted, no need. Just tell your boss to open the door. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. The boss instructed me not to disturb him unless it's a mushroom bomb washing the floor. If you don't call him, I'll smash this thing open, threatened Zhuo Zishan. Shilin paused, then replied, per programming, you must detonate 10 high-capacity mushroom bombs simultaneously to unlock the facility. Otherwise, not a single molecule can be harmed. Hold on, the boss is calling me. With that, the camera retracted. After a moment, the camera reappeared. The boss says he has only 2 days left to complete the final assembly and debugging. He needs to focus now and can't receive you. Please return now. How is your boss doing now? Hold on. Beep. White blood cells, 510 to the power of 9L, platelets, 210 to the power of 9L, transaminase, 29 UL, blood creatinine, 100 mol L. Overall, the boss's current physical condition is above average. Lu Qingshan stared thoughtfully at the camera above. Interesting. Alright, let's go. Tell the boss I'll be back in 2 days. I want to see his finished product then. As they left, Lu Qingshan remarked to Zunhua, what an extraordinary young man. The AI he's created is truly remarkable. Zungui echoed the admiration. Yes, at first I thought it was a human speaking. I never imagined it was a robot in the end. But the most crucial part is still the materials from Lù Jié's lab. They can withstand 10 high-yield mushroom bombs. That robot isn't pulling our leg, is it? Hearing this, Zhuo Zishan snorted dismissively. Old Zun, if it's scientific research, I may not be as good as you lot, but when it comes to weapons and equipment, I'm the expert. Today's nuclear weapons? One the size of a person could obliterate an entire modern city without leaving a trace. Forget 10 mushroom clouds, the heat from just one would probably melt it right away. I reckon Lù Jié just doesn't want us going in, so he's spouting nonsense on purpose. Though Lu Qingshan didn't believe he'd lie about this, the claim was so outrageous it left him unsure whether it was truth or fiction. He had participated in the research and testing of Longgua's first mushroom cloud bomb. Even back then, its destructive power was staggering, let alone what it could do now. Don't dwell on that. The real question is whether Lù Jié can build that plane in 2 days, Zunghua said with concern. Thanks to Wang Peng's publicity, everyone knows Lù Jié is building an aircraft and bidding on the contract. Nearly every researcher is watching Lù Jié now. Lu Qingshan scoffed dismissively. So what? Maybe Lù Jié's aircraft will be just as revolutionary as his energy rifle. Especially Wang Peng hoarding his own little patch of land, content to stagnate, yet still trying to sabotage others. It's precisely because of people like him that private military industries exist. Seeing Lu Qingshan growing increasingly agitated, Zuanlong patted him on the back. Calm down. It's inevitable anyway. Just let things take their course. 2 days later, Zhuo Zishan and the two elders arrived outside the laboratory once more. This time, no matter how loudly they shouted, no one answered. Not even Qilin came out. Old Lu. There's definitely no time left now. The start time was 10 o'clock and it's already 9. Zhuo Zishan said disappointedly. In his heart, Lù Jié had been a bit overconfident this time. Though reluctant, old Lu faced the stark reality before him. Lù Jié hadn't even sent out the AI. Never mind, never mind. It's normal for young people to be a bit overconfident, Zunghua consoled him from the side. I know, Lu Qingshan sighed. It's just that it doesn't quite match my expectations. I guess I held Lù Jié in too high an esteem. Alright, let's head back. It's getting cold now. The bidding conference for the new generation of carrier-based aircraft was held at the Longwei Academy of Sciences in the capital. In previous years, all eyes were on the 3 major aircraft manufacturers. But now, even those giants were waiting for one man's arrival. Even as the scheduled start time approached, Lù Jié still hadn't arrived. Seeing the start time had passed, the host didn't wait any longer and declared the bidding session open. Wang Peng snorted coldly at the sight. I told you he's just his show-off trying to grab attention. He probably hasn't even drawn up the blueprints yet. That's exactly why today's youth should focus on studying diligently in school. Dropping out midway to establish a military company? That's just playing around. In that case, I'll present our Shenyang Aircraft Corporation's research findings first. Please take a look. For the carrier-based aircraft, we've extensively referenced the J-20's airframe and integrated multiple independently developed technologies. As the bidding session unfolded, Lù Jié had already become a figure of ridicule in everyone's eyes. After it concluded, murmurs spread through the crowd. Look at academician Wang, dedicated research, forging swords for the nation. Now that's a true scientist, murmured representatives from other companies. Couldn't agree more. Rumor has it that Lù Jié is barely in his 20s, didn't even finish college. Who knows whose connections got him this position? If you ask me, such an important position should go to someone with real standing and respect. What could a greenhorn like Lù Jié possibly know? Exactly. He's just a smooth-talking charlatan who can only fool those old academicians. Lù Jié is nothing but a clown. Academician Wang is the real scholar. Wang Peng overheard their conversation, and the corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. By evening, after assembling the final component, Lù Jié wiped the sweat from his brow. Gazing at the aircraft whose shape bore no resemblance to any modern fighter jet, Lù Jié felt immense pride surge through him. Qilin. Send Uncle Zhuo a message, the aircraft is ready. Tell him to come test it out. Chapter 32, Vertical Sonic Boom. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning, and the entire world had fallen into a deep silence. In the quiet room, the phone suddenly rang. The guard hurried over and picked up the receiver. Hello, this is Qilin. The boss says his plane is finished and ready for test flight. The guard was initially baffled by the call, but upon seeing the caller ID, he instantly understood. He hurried to wake Zhuo Zishan, who was already asleep. Commander! Commander! Zhuo Zishan snapped awake, quickly dressed, and rushed outside. What's happened? Zhuo Zishan asked sternly. The guard shook his head. It's Lù Jié calling. He says the plane is finished and ready for test flight. What? Zhuo Zishan exclaimed in astonishment. That kid wouldn't be pulling my leg, would he? Arrange transportation immediately. I'm heading to Lù Jié's location. And call the test pilots from the theater command, hurry over there. With that, he hurriedly exited the room. Once seated in the car, Zhuo Zishan pulled out his phone and called old Lù to relay the news. Old Lù sounded equally stunned upon hearing the news. He assumed Lù Jié had given up, but it turned out the kid had actually pulled it off. Regardless of the final outcome, he had to see it for himself. Now, old Lù was especially concerned about Lù Jié's mental state. Upon arriving at Lù Jié's factory, all the soldiers went on high alert. They completely surrounded the entire factory. When Zhuo Zishan arrived at the factory, old Lù and the other elders followed him inside. At that moment, Lù Jié, whom they hadn't seen in 2 weeks, emerged. Lù Jié now resembled a wild man, with not a single clean spot on his entire body. Spotting Zhuo Zishan and old Lù, Lù Jié smiled and said, "Uncle Zhuo, old Lù, old Zun. Though it's a bit late, I've already built it. It's in my lab. Qilin. Deploy the lab." At Lù Jié's command, the entire laboratory floor began to sink gradually, revealing a massive object before everyone's eyes. Unlike any fighter jet currently in service with the Dragon Nation, this aircraft featured a distinctive triangular shape, with its wings configured as the rare swept-back design. It was a complete departure from all existing aircraft design philosophies. "This is the next-generation carrier-based fighter I've developed. I call it the Dragon Claw Fighter," Lù Jié declared proudly. It utilizes a pulse shock engine combined with dual hybrid variable cycle turbo engines, generating maximum thrust capable of propelling the entire aircraft to 15 Mach. "What? 15 Mach?" Zhuo Zishan exclaimed in shock. "Lù Jié, do you realize how fast 15 Mach is? The fastest fighter jets today barely reach 5 Mach. And at that speed, even the pilot couldn't withstand the extreme pressure. That's why I installed a pressure equalization system inside the cockpit, maintaining constant pressure at 2G, Lù Jié said calmly. "But talk is cheap, we still need to test fly it." Zhuo Zishan stared at the oddly shaped aircraft, still finding it hard to believe. "If we're going to test it, we'll need to go to the airport." Lù Jié shook his head at the suggestion. "No need. We can do it right here." "Here? Do you even have a runway here?" "But my aircraft can take off vertically." "Vertical takeoff?" Zhuo Zishan's eyes widened. Although this technology had been developed, its inherent instability had always made the Dragon reluctant to adopt such aircraft. All vertical takeoff fighter jets currently in the world share several drawbacks. They must be extremely lightweight, which meant they couldn't carry significant weaponry. Additionally, fuel consumption during vertical takeoff was enormous, drastically reducing combat range. Yet weapon payload capacity and combat radius were precisely the two factors the Dragon Nation military valued most. Therefore, when Lù Jié mentioned the aircraft's VTOL capability, Zhuo Zishan's expectations for the design diminished considerably. Lù Jié understood Zhuo Zishan's reservations, but further explanation seemed pointless. Zunlo turned to Zhuo Zishan and said, "Have someone test fly it. You can't tell if it's a mule or a horse just by talking about it." Zhuo Zishan waved his hand, and a middle-aged man approached. "He is Liang Yan, the test pilot for aircraft in our theater of operations." Lù Jié pulled a small booklet from his pocket. "Uncle Liang, this is the aircraft manual I compiled. Please take a look." Liang Yan took it with a smile. "My skills don't require such manuals. Just tell me which button is the emergency escape switch." Lù Jié was about to point out some critical functions on his aircraft when Zhuo Zishan cut him off. "It's fine, Lù Jié. He's a veteran pilot. As long as your control systems match those domestically, there won't be any issues. Alright, the eject button is under the seat, but that's all I need to know," Liang Yan declared confidently. "Let's go." Watching Liang Yan stride straight toward the aircraft, Lù Jié sighed. No worries, no worries. Even if it goes haywire, there's still the Lungsun processor. "Oh, and here are some earplugs. You guys should wear them," Lù Jié said, handing them out. The noise might be pretty loud at first. When Liang Yan reached the underside of the aircraft, it felt completely different from what he described earlier. The jet's glossy, pitch-black surface made Liang Yan feel like it was an alien artifact. As he climbed the ladder into the cabin, the entire interior instantly illuminated. Pilot detected in cockpit. Should the Dragon Chip Intelligent Assistance System be activated? Assist? Liang Yan never trusted computers. Only his own brain could make accurate judgments. No. Dragon Core is deactivated. To reactivate, simply say Activate Dragon Core. Checking airframe safety status. Airframe status, secure. Damn, all this fancy nonsense. Liang Yan shook his head, scanning the controls. They looked identical to the J-15's, save for a single button for selecting takeoff modes. Vertical takeoff was nothing new to Liang Yan, he'd flown it before. He selected VTOL mode directly. Drawing on past experience, he knew full throttle was essential during VTOL takeoff, otherwise, the thrust wouldn't be enough to lift the aircraft. Once fully prepared, Liang Yan pushed the throttle forward. Boom! Boom! Spectators on the perimeter covered their ears in stunned silence as the aircraft, stationary moments before, shot skyward in less than a second. The deafening roar caused the factory building to shake violently. Windows in nearby buildings shattered instantly. Zungua's hands trembled as he stammered, "That's a sonic boom." Chapter 33, Dragon Claw Fighter, shocking the entire arena. Liang Yan's mind went blank at first. In what felt like an instant, he had pierced through the clouds. Glancing at the altimeter above, it read nearly 40,000 meters. Beep. Current pressure has reached 8G. Cockpit pressure balanced at 1.8 G. Exercise caution. The moment Liang Yan heard that voice, a wave of fear washed over him. He had literally just walked through the gates of hell. But his years of piloting experience kicked in at that moment. He eased off the throttle slightly and pressed the cruise control button. Beep. Entering cruise mode. Please select cruise speed. Low speed, normal, or super flight mode. Since this was a test aircraft, it was meant to push the limits of flight performance. Confident in his skills, Liang Yan felt he had already mastered this aircraft. Without hesitation, he selected hyperflight mode. Beep. Cruise mode, superfly mode. The moment the voice finished, Liang Yan instantly felt an unprecedented surge of acceleration. Current speed, Mach 3. Mach 4. Mach 6. Pressure equalization system activated at maximum. Wing retraction. Mach 8. 15 Mach. Liang Yan began to panic. He now regretted not reading the manual. This aircraft was nothing like the one he was used to except for the operating system. At this speed, Liang Yan hadn't just never experienced it, he'd never even heard of it. At this speed, Liang Yan could be certain he had already flown out of Zheng City. The flight path was heading toward the Zhongshan combat zone. Wherever the aircraft passed, all the citizens rushed out of their homes. Despite the Longclaw's high altitude, the sonic boom generated by its immense speed jolted everyone awake. At the Zhongshan combat zone, Huairan stood solemnly inside the command center. The massive tremors had triggered level 1 alert across the Zhongshan combat zone, with all combat personnel cocking their weapons. The Air Force scrambled immediately to identify whatever was in the sky. "Anything on the radar yet?" Huairan shouted. "Report." "Nothing yet." Huairan clenched his jaw. "Deploy every single aircraft. Inform the Minister of Defense immediately. Under no circumstances must this thing be allowed to enter the Imperial capital's perimeter." "Aye. Reporting, Commander. All Air Force units are airborne. Interception is underway at full force." "Reporting, Commander. Air defense missiles are fully deployed and ready for launch." "Commander." Phone call. "It's from the Jianhui Theater Command." After taking the call, Huairan heard Zhuo Zishan bellowing on the other end, "Huairan. Clear an airfield. My planes need to land. Remember to evacuate all non-essential personnel." "Remember." Huairan replied with some impatience, "I've got something here that appeared out of nowhere extremely fast, radar can't lock onto it. No time to deal with you. Stop. That's my aircraft. Don't let your people damage it." "Your plane?" Huairan shouted in shock. "Commander. Commander. We've located the target. It's an aircraft. An aircraft. Commander. We can't keep up. It's moving too fast. Commander. I'm ramming it head on. Farewell, Commander. Dragon Nation's airspace isn't open to just anyone." Huairan was in disarray. "Stop. That's one of our own." Under Lù Jié's remote guidance, Liang Yan had initiated Longxin's takeover of operations. As they neared the airport, a J-20 suddenly burst from the clouds beside them, charging straight toward Liang Yan. In that moment, Liang Yan felt as if the entire world had frozen. "Damn it! They're our own people. What the hell are you doing?" But in the next instant, the Dragon Claw Fighter executed a freefall maneuver, evading the J-20's ambush. Detected hostile action. Targeting enemy. Initiate counterattack? Counterattack success rate 100%. Liang Yan urgently halted the command. "No, no, no. Just land at the designated destination." At that moment, Shirshir Airport in the Zhongshan Theater had already implemented full martial law. All aircraft departing from here were diverted to other airports. This vast airport now awaited only one aircraft. As the roar of engines reached their ears, all eyes turned toward the distant horizon. In the night sky, an aircraft resembling a demon's claw slowly descended to the ground. Only then did Huairan realize what it was that had evaded radar detection. Liang Yan trembled as he stepped off the aircraft. Even now, he couldn't believe he had survived the landing. Yi Tianlin approached the aircraft. "Is this the carrier-based fighter Lù Jié developed?" "Yes, that's what Zhuo Zishan said on the phone," Huairan nodded. "This carrier-based fighter is even more advanced than our current mainstay models. If it weren't right before my eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Lù Jié is truly the nation's pillar." Zhuo Zishan now regretted it most. What could have been a secret weapon for military exercises was now, like the blast energy gun, common knowledge. Upon learning the aircraft could operate autonomously, Zhuo Zishan even considered letting it return on its own. It was like sending a lamb into the tiger's den. No need to guess this marvel would inevitably end up in the hands of the Zhongshan Theater Air Force first. Seeing Zhuo Zishan's expression sour like he'd eaten, Lù Jié walked over to console him. "Don't be so upset, Uncle Zhuo. They're not keeping it. I'll probably be heading back to the capital tomorrow at the latest. It'll definitely be flown back then. Early the next morning, Lù Jié received a call instructing him to rush to the capital immediately. Zunlo accompanied him on the trip. Upon arrival, Lù Jié saw his aircraft already housed in a hangar, surrounded by numerous researchers busily analyzing it. This was only possible because Lù Jié had granted them access, otherwise, they would have been able to see only the exterior. When the crowd noticed Lù Jié's arrival, every pair of eyes turned to him with admiration. Yi Tianlin walked over to greet him personally. Lù Jié, you've truly given the nation an incredible surprise. It's what I should do. What I should do. Yi Tianlin then gestured toward the aircraft. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you. Lù Jié nodded. At that moment, all the staff stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to him. After consulting with the carrier-based aircraft pilots, the Dragon Claw carrier-based aircraft has resolved several particularly challenging issues: range, payload capacity, and carrier takeoff landing capabilities. This fighter utilizes catalytic methane fuel, powered by a pulse shock engine combined with dual hybrid variable cycle turbo engines. Theoretical range can reach 20,000 kilometers, with a maximum speed of Mach 15. Lù Jié then addressed the Dragon Claw. Dragon Core, open the weapons bay. The rotary storage bay holds 20 missiles. As Lù Jié detailed the specifications, the only thought that crossed everyone's minds upon seeing the fighter jet was, is this even from Earth? Chapter 34, The Sonic Boom in Zheng City? It's a sonic weapon. The entire test site fell into a moment of silence. Methane catalyst? That's rocket propellant. A cruising speed of 20,000 kilometers? That's farther than the North Bear Nation's Tu-160. The key is how massive that airframe is. It holds a ton of fuel. This thing is the same size as a J-15, yet it can fly 20,000 kilometers. And that payload capacity 30 missiles? Are you sure this isn't a bomber? Even Yi Tianlin couldn't help but ask, Lù Jié, did you really design this as a carrier-based aircraft? Lù Jié stared blankly at Yi Tianlin. When the tender for carrier-based aircraft came up, what else was I supposed to build if not a carrier-based fighter? A bomber? Yi Tianlin paused before asking the crucial question, how much did this thing cost to build? The fighter's performance was undeniable. The fact that it rendered the J-20 helpless and even forced them to resort to mounting countermeasures proved this aircraft far surpassed every fighter in this world. But if the cost was prohibitively high, it could only be used as a last-ditch trump card. Lù Jié pulled out his phone to calculate, finally presenting a figure. Approximately 800 million, nearly 1 billion pretty coins. Lù Jié showed the figure to Yi Tianlin. This is already the absolute minimum cost, it can't be lowered any further. Even with the system's modification blueprint, Lù Jié's development had consumed nearly 20 billion pretty coins for raw materials and constructing the corresponding machinery. Especially after comparing it to the J-20, Lù Jié couldn't help but wonder if his price was too high. The J-20 appeared to be relatively inexpensive to manufacture, costing no more than 1 billion Dragon Nation currency. But at that moment, Yi Tianlin's heart began to race with excitement. A maximum of 10 billion yuan, what did that signify? With the J-20 costing around 200 million yuan per unit, roughly the price of 5 J-20s could produce 50 Dragon Claws, a force no J-20 could match. The B-2 bomber from the United States was highly advanced. Despite being nearly a century old, it showed no signs of obsolescence. But would the United States dare to equip its entire military with them? A single one costs nearly $30 billion US. Two of them could buy a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The cost of a single maintenance session could build an entire fighter jet. But the Dragon Claw can. Mark my words, not only will the US's F-22s be left in the dust, but even the damn Russian Tu-160s won't stand a chance against the Dragon Nation's Air Force. Lù Jié, if we're talking production, what's the estimated timeline? If we set up a production line, we could probably crank out 2 a day. Great! 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 Yi Tianlin exclaimed 3 times in excitement. Let's go straight to my office now. I want to sign the sales contract with you personally. After Lù Jié and Yi Tianlin departed, the researchers left one by one. There was nothing to be done. Though they understood the principle, they couldn't make head nor tail of the actual workings, so they simply headed back. However, well into the evening, Zunguo remained seated in his chair, staring at the Dragon Claw parked nearby. What's wrong? Daydreaming again? Yi Tianlin walked over to Zunlong and patted his shoulder. Zunguo brushed Yi Tianlin's hand away. Finished signing the contract? Yeah, it's a big deal. 80 million pretty bucks per unit, and they bought 100 of them. Plus, they bought 300,000 of those blast energy guns, spending another 80 million pretty bucks. Ah, I always knew this day would come, but I never imagined I'd live to see it, Zunlong mused, gazing at the Dragon Claw fighter. Just over 70 years ago, we were being bombed relentlessly by pretty nations' planes. And now, barely 70 years later, we have aircraft this formidable. Honestly, I can't even sleep now. I'm afraid this is all a dream, and when I wake up, everything will be back to how it was before. It took me 10 years to build our nation's first 5th-generation fighter. I can proudly declare that the J-20 is absolutely one of the world's most superior fighter jets. But today, Lù Jié has built a fighter even more advanced than a 6th-generation aircraft in just 2 weeks 14 days. Looks like I really am getting old. Stop wallowing in self-pity. If you think you're old, then even at 20 you'd be an old man. But if you feel young at heart, then even at 60, you're still a youth. Yi Tianlin gazed at the Dragon Claw fighter jet and remarked, "This just proves that the younger generation is getting better and better. At their age, we were still just privates." At that moment, Yi Tianlin's bodyguard approached and whispered something in his ear. Yi Tianlin then patted Zhongui on the shoulder. "Yesterday's incident got a bit out of hand. I need to handle it first. You should head back early. It's not very warm over here." Yi Tianlin returned to his office building and entered a conference room. Inside, discussions were already swirling about yesterday's incident, which had caused an enormous stir. Although no one had captured footage of the aircraft at 40,000 meters, the sound it produced was undeniably real. Especially when it accelerated to Mach 15, passing directly over Zheng City. Virtually everyone in the city heard the roar. The room fell silent as Yi Tianlin entered. "I'm aware of the situation," Yi Tianlin stated calmly, "but we cannot disclose the truth this time. No aircraft in the world today produces a sonic boom of such magnitude. Revealing the facts would only invite foreign covetousness. But Commander, if we don't tell the truth, what excuse should we give? This incident is already trending nationwide. Making up a random excuse could easily be exposed." Yi Tianlin turned his gaze to a middle-aged man sitting in the corner, staring blankly at his notebook. "Zhang Zhong, any suggestions?" Yi Tianlin asked with a smile. "You're the best at spinning tales." Zhang Zhong froze, glaring at Yi Tianlin. "What do you mean I'm good at spinning tales? If not for this mess, I'd be at home playing with my grandson right now. Enough complaining. Just tell me what you think." Zhang Zhong shrugged his shoulders. "It's simple. We don't want foreign countries to know we have a new aircraft, so we just fabricate one that doesn't exist and make them believe it. Just announce publicly that we're testing a new sonic weapon. It shifts the focus and leaves those foreign folks running around in circles for nothing." Yi Tianlin was thoroughly satisfied with this plan. "You're a master manipulator, aren't you? Let's do it your way. Oh, and one more thing, I've got a question for you. Would you be willing to come back and take charge of a project? One dedicated to pulling the wool over the eyes of foreign countries? Chapter 35, isn't this the United States? When did they get so pathetic?" Zhang Zhong naturally rejected Yi Tianlin's suggestion without hesitation. He'd finally made it to retirement. Now they wanted to bring him back? That was just nonsense. Seeing Zhang Zhong's refusal, Yi Tianlin didn't press the matter. Whether he returned or not made no difference. Just like today, a single phone call summoned him back. Meanwhile, the authorities began issuing clarifications regarding last night's incident. Once the public learned of this, they were instantly outraged. "Damn it, sonic weapons? What the hell is this for? Fighting the Hulk?" Overseas observers were now thoroughly confused. Given the Dragon Nation's usual modus operandi, top-secret matters would never be leaked. If they did, it could only mean one thing: the rabbit had already built it. But the United States has absolutely no clue about this sonic weapon. The only thing that comes to mind is the sonic cannon from the Hulk movies. But what on earth is the Dragon Nation doing with this thing? It doesn't seem particularly useful, does it? So the US intelligence agencies sprang into action, demanding to know the details and purpose of this sonic cannon at any cost. Time flew by, and it was now December. By this time, Lù Jié's factory was nearly complete, with production lines for second-generation drones and blast cannons gradually coming online. In the past, the completion of the blaster production line would have drawn attention from all the war zones. But ever since Lù Jié developed the Dragon Claw fighter, the commanders of these war zones had been practically obsessed with it. Were it not for Yi Tianlin's restraint, they would have pressured Lù Jié to prioritize Dragon Claw fighter production immediately. The sole existing Dragon Claw fighter was now deployed in the Dongwon theater. Yi Tianlin's plan was clear: wait until some American aircraft or warship dared to intrude into Dragon Nation's airspace or waters again. Then they'll be shown what a real fighter jet, no, a carrier-based fighter truly looks like. During this period, Lù Jié's engineer points had already reached over 8,000. Funding had reached 300 billion. However, the bulk of this came from after-sales funds provided by his premium client, the Elephant Nation. That single nation alone had contributed 50 billion pretty nation dollars to Lù Jié. Moreover, under Lù Jié's deliberate maneuvers and the nation's tacit approval, the United States was now growing increasingly restless. The drones were simply too difficult to detect. Even when spotted, they were often impossible to intercept or easily lost track of. This had caused significant headaches for the pretty nation's government forces in both international armed conflicts and domestic disputes. Today, US soldiers suffering from PTSD due to these drones finally intercepted a fully intact one in Syria. Overjoyed, the pretty country immediately held a press conference, accusing Dragon Country's enterprises of peddling arms abroad and disrupting global order. Today on the Syrian battlefield, we discovered a bionic drone like this one, declared the US State Department spokesperson, holding up an eagle-shaped drone. As is widely known, this drone was manufactured by a Chinese toy company. It possesses high maneuverability and stealth capabilities, making it a weapon with immense potential impact on warfare. Yet the Dragon Nation government exercises zero oversight over this company's foreign trade, severely threatening the United States' free environment. This has led to bloodshed in the Western world. We demand China issue an immediate apology. To curb this KBism, we have decided to impose sanctions on Tongsu Toys in the semiconductor sector. Sanctions will remain in place until Tongsu Toys voluntarily discloses the drone's design blueprints, ensuring the safety of the free world. These words instantly captured global attention. Sanctions usually target major players and corporations. When did the United States become so pathetic that it started sanctioning a toy company? Lù Jié remained utterly unfazed upon learning he was sanctioned. There's no company logo on it, nor any information linking it to my company. Just because you say it's mine, does that make it mine? I could say the US flag is on my underwear too. Does that make me the US president? He promptly tweeted. Tongsu Toys dedicated to creating toys that make children smile. You got the wrong target. When I learned my drones could be used for warfare, I downgraded their specifications to match ordinary drones. Moreover, we only fulfilled a $200,000 order for North Bear Nation. Since then, we've never exported them again, nor produced any drones shaped like anything other than pigeons. Therefore, this action by the United States completely violates normal international trade. It is an affront to freedom. Only then did the pretty country officials glance at the intercepted drone. Clearly displayed on it was, manufactured by Camel Country. But anyone with eyes could see, Camel Nation was a country with nothing but money. Where would they get the technology to build drones of this caliber? They haven't even mastered propeller drones. What the hell is wrong with you people? Didn't you bother to inspect it properly when it was returned? A congressman yelled at the military personnel. The military fired back just as fiercely, FCK. If we have to do everything for you, what good are you people to the country? Besides, Camel Nation can produce things we don't even have, things we can't even figure out how to make. Do you think that's possible? Enough. 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 Biden slammed his fist on the table. Stop this. Drop it. If we keep digging, we'll lose all face for our beautiful country. No publicity. I doubt anyone in this world would dare disrespect our beautiful country. The military brass and politicians of the United States knew full well that if this leaked, it would be an absolute disgrace. They exchanged glances and decided to pretend the whole thing never happened. But that very afternoon, Camel Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs posted a message directly on Twitter. The drone is our independently developed technology, showcasing Camel Nation's scientific prowess. The global media erupted in an uproar. Has the US sunk this low? Sanctioning Chinese companies now targets toy factories? What high-tech weapons could a toy factory possibly have? This is hilarious. Ha 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 ha. If you're going to start trouble, at least come up with a plausible excuse. This one is way too easy to debunk. The world's top superpower has sunk so low it's sanctioning a toy factory? Is there no corner of the globe left untouched by your sanctions? Why not throw my pig farm into the mix too? For a moment, the entire global internet was free of conflict and confrontation. All that remained was endless mockery of the pretty country. Chapter 36, just modify a tank, will you? In the end, Lù Jié witnessed the outcome he hoped for. Within a day, the beautiful country lifted the sanctions outright. Yet Lù Jié remained deep in thought. While the US had been humiliated this time, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. But it was obvious to anyone with eyes that he was selling drones abroad. It was just that there was no direct evidence to prove it. Therefore, if the United States ever obtained concrete evidence and imposed sanctions on chip supplies, the cost of drones would skyrocket. Thus, he must prepare for the worst to avoid future losses. The company had already begun recruiting technical talent in weapons systems, at least establishing the semblance of a research team. The most crucial task now is to cultivate talent for my own company. If I handle everything myself, there'd be no point in recruiting them. System, I want half the blueprints for the 4nm lithography machine. Ding! Unfinished 4nm lithography machine blueprints, 4,000 points. Though the cost was steep, Lù Jié redeemed them without hesitation. Working step by step to arrive at the final solution was far better than simply seeing the answer revealed. He arrived at the equipment R&D department, where researchers were engrossed in weapon designs. It was year-end, and next March would bring the Dragon Nation's annual conventional weapons exhibition. At that time, nearly all military personnel would attend, selecting weapons to purchase based on their specific requirements. Therefore, they spared no effort to ensure their designs would be selected. After greeting the staff, he proceeded to the intelligent laboratory. Lù Jié believed that in future warfare, beyond human soldiers, intelligent robots would play an even more crucial role. They could serve not only as combat weapons but also as auxiliary support. However, achieving seamless coordination with human soldiers hinged critically on the chip technology. As Lù Jié entered, everyone in the lab stood up. Chip technology represents a highly advanced field within the tech sector. Not only does research require extensive time cycles, but sometimes the future returns are simply not visible. Consequently, aside from a few well-funded companies, few firms are willing to develop chips independently, with most opting to purchase them from foreign sources. Unemployment in this field was severe. Without a high-level degree, finding work was nearly impossible. Lù Jié, however, had deep pockets and thus faced no such concerns. With the Ministry of Defense's backing, he issued a nationwide call for talent to all educational institutions. The search was no longer confined to a handful of elite universities, as true talent might just be hiding in ordinary schools. The laboratory team leader was a man in his 60s, a professor at Longwei University of Science and Technology, considered a leading authority in the field of chip manufacturing. Since Lù Jié recruited mostly young people, they still needed a knowledgeable and experienced elder to oversee things. Zheng Yan wasn't expected to do much beyond addressing knowledge gaps the younger staff might lack. That's precisely why such a figure was willing to join Lù Jié's company. Zheng Yan stood up. "Boss, is there something you need? Here are the blueprints for the 4nm lithography machine I started designing earlier. But as you know, I have some gaps in my knowledge, so I couldn't proceed further. Since you're an expert in this field, I'd appreciate your help." Zheng Yan took the blueprints, initially unimpressed. In his view, Lù Jié was just a pretentious outsider who didn't know what he was talking about. He'd encountered plenty of such leaders during his time at other companies. But after just one glance, Zheng Yan froze in shock. This was essentially a complete blueprint of every fundamental component of a lithography machine. The next step was to conduct relentless experiments to identify the optimal materials for completion. Zheng Yan stared at Lù Jié in disbelief. "You drew this, boss? Is there a problem?" Lù Jié found it odd that Zheng Yan had blown it up so large. No. I'm just utterly amazed." Zheng Yan clutched the blueprints as if they were a priceless treasure. "Rest assured, boss, I'll get all the designs done as quickly as possible. Oh, and bring those young guys along too. It's always good for them to gain some experience. You can count on it. I won't let you down," Zheng Yan declared, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Once Lù Jié had left, Zheng Yan's expression instantly turned serious. "Starting today, everyone gets serious. If you pull this off, it'll be a monumental achievement. Fail, and you'll be traitors to the nation." "Yes, sir." After completing this task, Lù Jié headed to his laboratory. During the previous fighter jet assembly, he had mostly relied on manual tools for assembly, which proved far too inefficient. Therefore, Lù Jié planned to develop a set of intelligent production equipment to serve as his assistants. Simply input the corresponding blueprints, and the various intelligent tools would begin coordinating autonomously to perform the assembly. This way, he could not only shorten future modification times but also avoid feeling lonely working alone in the lab. Just as Lù Jié was about to begin, Shilin spoke up. "Detected personnel at the entrance. Armed with a dangerous tank. Proceed with counterattack?" Lù Jié glanced at the screen and confirmed a tank had indeed parked outside his lab. Moments later, a head popped up from inside. It was an acquaintance of Lù Jié's. "Lù Jié. Lù Jié. Open the door. Didn't you say you could modify tanks? I drove this decommissioned military tank out of the base for you. Take a look and see what you can do. A man should keep his word. Don't tell me you were just messing with me." Lù Jié sighed helplessly. He should never have made that promise. But he never imagined this guy would actually show up at his door. Wait a minute. Without Uncle Zhuo's orders, not even a division commander could get a tank out. He quickly calculated the time the full-scale military exercise Uncle Zhuo mentioned was approaching fast. Lù Jié opened the door and stepped outside. "Got it. Just leave it here. I'll call you when it's fixed." Lù Jié jumped down from above. "There's one thing the commander specifically asked me to tell you." The commander said once it's fixed, just report directly to him. No need to tell anyone else. Heh, you know why. Alright, got it. I'll just wait for the news back at the base. Should I drive it in for you? Are you kidding me? Like I'd drive it? After leaving the tank behind, Lù Jié and his group departed. Lù Jié scanned the tank. Ding! Detected 20% damage to Type 95 tank. Generating modification plan. Modification plan generated. Requires 3,000 engineer points. Chapter 37, is this a handgun or a machine gun? Lù Jié stared at the tank before him, wondering where on earth they'd dug up this decades-old relic. Fortunately, time was on his side, allowing Lù Jié to gradually modify it piece by piece. 3 days later, the first batch of blaster rifles rolled off the factory line. The factory's initial production capacity was 2,000 units per day. Lù Jié had planned to deliver the weapons directly to the division once a full set of equipment was produced. But the moment the first batch of blaster rifles hit the warehouse, Zhuo Zishan's call came through. "Uncle Zhuo, how'd you get wind of this so fast? Cut the small talk, kid. Just get them over here fast. If you delay, the higher-ups will come knocking for their share." "I had no choice. If they seize all 2,000, I won't get a single one. I've already dispatched a truck, it should be arriving now. Load them up immediately. Don't worry. If they investigate, just say I took them directly. You gotta hurry. Lù Jié hung up speechless, staring at the blaster rifles just loaded into the warehouse behind him. Stop. 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 Pull the stuff inside. The delivery crew is here. Before he could finish speaking, car horns blared outside the door. Lù Jié turned to see Lù Jié, who had just arrived a few days ago, sitting in the driver's seat. Without needing Lù Jié to instruct his employees, soldiers from the truck behind began unloading the goods one by one onto the vehicle. Seriously, are you a tank driver or a truck driver? Lù Jié patted his chest. Any vehicle? I drive it all. How's the conversion on my tank coming along? When can I come pick it up? Lù Jié shot him a look. It won't be ready that quickly, but rest assured, it'll be done before your exercise. Lù Jié immediately grew displeased. Seriously? That long? I saw you modify a gun in a single day. Guns are guns, tanks are tanks, they're not the same thing. Besides, you haven't paid me a dime. You should be grateful I'm even doing this for you. Lù Jié snorted coldly. Oomph, you're such an evil capitalist. Hey, hey, hey! If you keep complaining, I'll just haul your stuff back home. I'm doing you a favor, and you're throwing a fit? Ha ha ha, I was just joking around. Lù Jié slung his arm around Lù Jié's shoulder. You said you'd have it modified before the drill, right? Got it, got it. You're so naggy. Lù Jié pushed Lù Jié's hand away. Hurry up and finish loading. I've got stuff to do. Got it, I'm outta here. Only then did Lù Jié realize, damn it, hundreds of boxes just vanished like that? Inside the theater of operations, Zhuo Zishan stood at the entrance awaiting the arrival of the transport trucks. Behind him stood exactly 2,000 of the strongest soldiers in the theater. Zhuo Zishan was determined to make a done deal. This first batch of blaster rifles had to belong to his sector. If he couldn't get a single one from the factory on his own turf, that would destroy his reputation in the entire war zone. The moment the trucks appeared, Zhuo Zishan waved his hand. Quick! Go get them! Within 5 minutes, every single blaster was swept away. The soldiers examined the oddly shaped guns in their hands, eager to head to the firing range for a test run. But just then, Zhuo Zishan's phone rang. Seeing it was Yi Tianlin, Zhuo Zishan felt no fear. I've already distributed everything. Why should I give it back? This is ridiculous. There's no such thing in this world. After answering, Zhuo Zishan stated bluntly, Commander, I've already distributed everything. The soldiers love it, they're clutching it like their own wives, refusing to let go. Commander, you're not going to snatch them away from me, are you? Yi Tianlin knew full well this first shipment wouldn't reach anyone else's hands. It would be strange if the guns ended up elsewhere. Though I'd love to keep them for you, the Shiyuan war zone now has an opportunity for combat testing. You must send them there. The helicopter should arrive shortly. Don't dawdle, this matter is far more important than your pride. Zhuo Zishan's expression instantly turned grave. Did that elephant nation stir up trouble again? Exactly. They bought several Lù Jié drones and have been circling near the border non-stop. Our soldiers couldn't take it anymore and shot one down. Yi Tianlin sighed at this point. But those shameless Indians claim each drone is worth 170,000 to 180,000 pretty bucks. That's extortion, isn't it? I know that too. At most, they're worth 100,000 pretty coins. Where'd they get that inflated figure? Fortunately, the blaster rifle has a long range and a stunning effect perfect for this kind of situation. Well, Commander, to be fair, they're not entirely wrong. Zhuo Zishan explained awkwardly, the ones Lù Jié sold them are different from those supplied to other countries. They're basically crippled, castrated versions mainly designed to rip them off with repair fees. After he finished, there was a noticeable silence on the other end. Just then, the whirring sound of helicopter rotors drifted in from the sky. All right, Commander. They're here. I need to get back to the aircraft. He hung up immediately. Everyone, put the stuff back. Our comrades in the Western Highlands Theater need this more. Though reluctant, the soldiers resolutely returned the weapons and helped load them onto the helicopter. In the Western Highlands Theater, Longxing Nation waited quietly for the helicopter's arrival. Previously, due to weapon limitations, they had never been able to mount an effective attack against Elephant Nation's troops. Curse them if you must, they wouldn't understand. Even if they did, they'd be too thick-skinned to react as if nothing had been said. But using close combat risks injuring your own troops. Even if you win, it's too costly. The simplest and most direct approach is to carpet bomb the area with rocket launchers, but this risks sparking minor international disputes. That's why the blaster rifle is the perfect weapon against these stubborn, unyielding foes. As the sound of the helicopter grew closer, Longxing was excitement mounted. Just you wait, Indians, your old man's coming to settle the score. Men, grab your gear. Once the 2,000 rifles were distributed, the men stared at the unfamiliar weapons in their hands, hesitating to fire. Only then did Longxing realize, damn it. We forgot to hire an instructor. It was only after receiving remote video instruction from Lù Jié inside the building that the soldiers finally learned how to operate the weapons. At the same time, a profound sense of awe welled up within them. Holy, a 500-round magazine? Is this a machine gun? Chapter 38, 100,000? What a loser. After a full day of training, the squad armed with the world's most advanced handguns began their patrol. Their mindset now was completely different from before. Before, they'd desperately pray not to encounter soldiers from the Elephant Kingdom. Those encounters were so infuriating that after just one, they'd be too pissed off to eat for the rest of the day. But now? These soldiers desperately wished those Elephant Nation troops would appear before them again. Some soldiers' hands even trembled with excitement as they gripped their blaster rifles, though admittedly, these were mostly the ones who'd been thoroughly humiliated by the Elephant Nation before. Yet after a full day of continuous patrol, the soldiers hadn't spotted a single shadow of an Indian. The Elephant Kingdom soldiers, who had once followed them like mosquitoes wherever they went, had vanished without a trace. The second day, the third day, it was the same story. The Western Highlands Theater Command now regarded this abnormal phenomenon with the utmost seriousness. Better to have mosquitoes in plain sight than to be unable to find them. Reconnaissance aircraft, satellites, and radar operated at full capacity around the clock, determined to uncover their true intentions. Meanwhile, Dragon Rice Nation convened an emergency meeting. Commander, our reconnaissance systems are operating at full capacity, yet we've detected no troop movements from Elephant Nation. But that country simply can't resist stirring up trouble. I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye. Indeed. They've been stirring trouble constantly before. This sudden quietness feels off. I fear they're planning something big. Wyron analyzed gravely. The others voiced their opinions one after another. Only Zhuo Zishan was on the phone. Seeing this, Long Xinghua grew furious. Zhuo Zishan. We're discussing a serious matter here. Hang up that phone immediately. Zhuo Zishan smiled faintly. I already know what's going on. Elephant Nation isn't planning anything major. Just like your reconnaissance showed, they've been lying low in their barracks these past few days. How do you know? Long Xinghua demanded, frowning. Zhuo Zishan held his phone screen toward the camera. The video showed countless drones being unloaded from trucks. What does this have to do with me? Those are Elephant Nation's drones. They've tasted success with them recently, but now that they're broken, they're reluctant to deploy them. But honestly, you guys are pretty unlucky. Lù Jié originally set them to fail after a month, but Elephant Nation's batch broke down in less than 10 days. According to Lù Jié, repairs will take at least half a month. Guess you won't be seeing them for that long. Well, that's good news for you. You'll finally get some peace and quiet. Long Xinghua felt utterly miserable. Not only were his soldiers frustrated, but he himself was seething inside. He'd been counting on this thing to cool his temper. But in the end, Long Xinghua sighed helplessly. I was too hasty. I'll take my leave now, Commander. With that, he hung up the phone. While Long Xinghua couldn't cool down, Lù Jié's anger was boiling over. Although he had pulled a few minor tricks, this damage was indeed caused by their own actions. Your equipment is utterly subpar. I demand a refund. A refund? Amir slammed his fist on the table in fury. Lù Jié ignored him, pulling the data card from the wrecked drone and importing the information into his computer. Mr. Amir, I did warn you to avoid impacts. But according to the data, this drone was used only 5 times yet suffered over 100 collisions. I have no idea how you operated it. And the manual explicitly states, do not fly at high altitudes. Do not fly at high altitudes. Look at all the flight data. Is any of it normal? I don't care. Your product is defective, and you must compensate me. Otherwise, I'll never buy from you again. Amir threatened. But thanks for letting me know. I just found out there are drones like this in Camel Country, and they're better than yours. Just give me 300 million pretty coins, and I'll keep buying from you. Lù Jié was stunned. He couldn't fathom how this guy could spout such nonsense with a straight face. Something that even the pretty nation struggles with. How could Camel Nation possibly develop it? Unless they stumbled upon ancient technological ruins while drilling for oil, it was utterly impossible. Just as Lù Jié was about to ask if this guy was joking, the man's utterly confident expression made it crystal clear he was dead serious. Fine. Go ahead and buy it. Show him out. Amir hadn't expected Lù Jié to be so resolute. Steeling himself, he stood up and spat out a threat, I'll never buy anything from you again. With that, he slammed the door and stormed out. Once Amir was out of earshot, Lù Jié finally couldn't hold back his laughter. He immediately called Moses. Hey, Moses. Expect someone from Elephant Country to come looking for drones soon. Just quote whatever you want. Go ahead and say 200,000 pretty coins. I'll take 15, and you get 5. How does that sound? Moses perked up at the suggestion. A deal like this was too good to pass up, and he agreed on the spot. Sure enough, his assistant soon informed him that a diplomat from Elephant Country was waiting to see him downstairs at the embassy. Show him in immediately. Amir strode in with an air of superiority. Moses quickly had his staff pour Amir the finest wine. What brings the ambassador of your country to see me? I hear you have drones. I wish to purchase a batch, Amir stated his purpose directly. The quality from Dragon Nation is simply too poor. I want to switch to your manufacturing. How many would you like? 100,000 units to test the quality. If satisfactory, I'll place a bulk order. Well, as you know, our quality is consistently excellent. How about 30,000 pretty coins per drone? Amir nearly choked on his drink. 300,000? That's outrageous? Expensive? If it's too expensive, don't buy them. My country isn't short on money. Amir quickly straightened his posture. Offending the Dragon Nation? If he offended them, the world would never see drones this good again. How about this, 200,000 per unit, but inflate the invoice amount when you issue it? When Lù Jié learned the contract was signed, he realized there were indeed plenty of little cuties in this world. At the same time, he was utterly baffled how Amir had become a diplomat. His talent for embezzlement was faster at making money than he was. The order had already reached Lù Jié, so he hurried over to instruct the workers. Set the equipment failure time to half a month. Chapter 39, A Major Victory. 50 prisoners taken. 10 days later, while on patrol, the group suddenly heard a long unheard language. Following the sound, they saw soldiers from the Elephant Kingdom marching toward them. The soldiers' faces lit up with joy. They're finally here. They're finally here. Damn it, I've been waiting forever. The soldiers quickly placed their hands on their blaster holsters, intently watching the previously established demarcation line. This time, the military commander didn't react as fiercely as before. He merely issued a symbolic warning: do not cross the border, or face the consequences. The Elephant Kingdom soldiers paid no heed. They'd heard that warning so many times their ears were callous to it. Nothing ever happened, just some officers showing up to negotiate. But it didn't matter. They could simply ignore these Dragon Nation soldiers. With a nothing-to-lose attitude, the Elephant Kingdom soldiers began crossing the border. The Dragon Nation commander beamed inwardly. Damn it, this moment was finally here. Yet, to avoid future complications, the commander issued another warning: you Elephant Kingdom soldiers. You have illegally crossed the border. If you do not withdraw, we will strike with severe force. Naturally, some among the Elephant Nation understood the gravity of the situation, yet they remained unconcerned. The Dragon Nation? Just a bunch of loudmouths who only know how to threaten with words. In the end, won't they just come crawling back to negotiate with us? Third and final warning. If you advance another step, we will treat you as aggressors and deal with you accordingly. At that moment, the Elephant Kingdom soldiers halted. This warning sounded unfamiliar, yet moments later, they resumed their advance toward the Dragon Nation soldiers. The commander, seeing this, immediately drew his blaster pistol. Fire at will. Don't let a single one escape. When the Elephant Nation soldiers saw the guns drawn, their faces first froze in disbelief. When had the Dragon Nation ever dared to draw weapons against them? Weren't they the ones most afraid of negative international repercussions? But the next moment, they snapped to attention. By the time they tried to draw their own weapons, it was already too late. Rapid beams of light struck every Elephant Nation soldier. Those struck fell as if struck by a giant hammer, their bodies jerking before collapsing to the ground. Seeing the carnage before them, the Elephant Nation soldiers in the rear scrambled backward, desperately trying to reach the border. But the mission this time was clear: every Elephant Nation soldier who came to pick a fight must be captured. Terror gripped the hearts of these Elephant Kingdom soldiers, for they had never encountered such a situation before. It wasn't merely the sudden counterattack by the Dragon Kingdom's forces, but more so the unfamiliar firearms in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Silent as they were, the bullets struck their targets with deadly precision, leaving the soldiers sprawled lifeless on the ground. Even with their 4 legs propelling them forward, they could not outrun the bullets from the blaster rifles. Through extensive training, all Dragon Nation soldiers wielding blaster rifles had grown adept at firing these rapid-rate, recoil-free weapons. Rapid aiming and firing. From start to finish, it took less than 5 minutes for the entire Elephant Nation squad, numbering around 50 men, to lie motionless on the ground. In the sky, Elephant Nation's drones, having picked up distress signals, rushed over to investigate what had transpired. But as soon as it approached, the bionic drone suddenly went haywire and began flying directly toward Dragon Nation territory. Reporting, sir. The bionic drone is out of control. It's flying on its own, the operator shouted. The commander dismissed the report with disdain. Trash from Dragon Nation. Their products are always this shoddy. Use the drones purchased from Camel Nation. Destroy all Dragon Nation drones immediately. He retrieved the drones purchased from Camel Country from a box. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Though Camel Country's drones looked identical to Dragon Country's, their quality was undoubtedly superior. But the soldier operating it soon noticed something was off. Why did these feel exactly the same to operate as the Dragon Nations? But the soldiers didn't think much of it. If the commander said it was from Camel Country, then it was Camel Country. When the drone reached the same location as the previous one, its screen suddenly went black before crashing to the ground and exploding. The deafening blast startled the operator, who frantically ripped off his VR goggles. The commander, sensing something was amiss, personally took control of the drone and flew it over. But it too instantly blacked out and exploded. Damn it! The stuff Camel Country sells is even tier than Dragon Country's. At a training ground, Longxingwa finally felt vindicated as he surveyed the captured Elephant Nation soldiers. Though once known for his refined temperament, Longxingwa hadn't gone a single day without anger since arriving here. Now, at last, he had vented his fury. Reporting, Commander. All reconnaissance drones attempting infiltration have been destroyed. Excellent. Our task is complete. What happens to these men is now the higher-ups' concern. Longxingwa glared viciously at the Elephant Nation soldiers lined up before him. If it weren't forbidden, I'd shoot every last one of them. Upon hearing what Longxingwa had accomplished, Yi Tianlin was overjoyed. Lately, Elephant Nation had been like an annoying fly, but swatting it would only dirty one's hands. Fortunately, they'd chosen a good fly swatter sufficient to swat it without killing it. What are your thoughts on this matter? Yi Tianlin asked the officials before him. Commander, I'm worried this might leak the existence of the blast energy rifles. After all, those Elephant Kingdom soldiers witnessed the weapon. If they spread word back home, the whole world will know. That would mean losing a trump card. No need to worry about that. The sensation from this device is similar to an electric shock. We'll just tell the outside world it's an electric stun gun. Commander, I believe this matter is easily resolved, Lin Ji stated. The Elephant Nation repeatedly provokes us to divert attention from its domestic conflicts. We just need to beat them into submission. Hit them hard enough, multiple times, until they can no longer use this issue to distract from their problems. Then it'll be resolved. Yi Tianlin raised an eyebrow. You don't mean we should just go all out, do you? Exactly. No. That won't do. That won't do. Yi Tianlin quickly rejected the idea. While it was disgusting, it hadn't reached the point of needing to eliminate them. Alright then, let's relay this intelligence to higher command and see what they propose. Yi Tianlin had originally intended to resolve the issue internally within the military, but there were simply too many crazies involved. Best leave the professionals to handle professional matters. Chapter 40, The evidence is right in your face. Still don't believe it? Regarding this matter, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs held nothing back, laying out the entire truth. After all, this entire affair was instigated solely by Elephant Nation and had absolutely nothing to do with Dragon Nation. As for evidence? I have footage from Elephant Nation's drones and recordings of their command center communications. Shall I release them publicly? At first, Elephant Nation was filled with righteous indignation. How could its citizens tolerate such humiliation? After all, it was a centuries-old nation, Asia's foremost power. I believe this is entirely staged by Dragon Nation. Our drones were purchased from Camel Nation. They couldn't possibly possess such data. We're the weaker party here. The international community doesn't just accept whatever Dragon Nation says. Protest. We must lodge a strong protest. We'll take the gamble. Bet that Dragon Nation doesn't have the data they claim. That gives us ample justification. The officials below nodded in agreement. The Prime Minister is absolutely right. We Elephant Nation always conduct ourselves with meticulous precision. This time will be no different. Thus, the Elephant Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs launched its strongest response. This incident was entirely provoked by Dragon Nation. It constitutes an unprovoked violation against Elephant Nation. We demand compensation from the Dragon Kingdom and punishment for the perpetrators. However, instead of a response from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Elephant Kingdom received a video clip accompanied by audio recordings. Sir, we've spotted a group of Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Should we attack them? Absolutely. Cross the border and attack them directly. Dragon Nation soldiers wouldn't dare retaliate against us anyway. The camera then gradually zoomed out, revealing the Elephant Nation's command center. At that moment, the entire Elephant Kingdom fell into complete silence. Of course, Lù Jié was silent too. This world's hidden dragons and Phoenix's Elephant Nation embodied both. They never haggled over prices when buying goods, nor did they ever quibble over costs during repairs. Just days ago, they'd even doubled the price to support his cause, truly a benefactor of Blue Star. But with this video released, even the adorable one must realize they've been played. What a pity to lose such a major client. Zhengyan felt a twinge of anxiety as Lù Jié sighed. He had come specifically to report on the progress of the lithography machine's manufacturing. Although Lù Jié had laid the most fundamental framework, the final product wasn't so easy to produce. He came this time to inform Lù Jié that the final completion date might be significantly delayed. After all, in Zhangyan's view, manufacturing didn't equate to completion. Only after enduring hundreds or even thousands of tests while maintaining stability could it truly be considered a success. So when he saw Lù Jié sighing, he assumed the latter was dissatisfied with his estimated completion timeline. Mr. Zhang, please speak your mind. You've been sitting here nearly 10 minutes. Well, regarding this lithography machine, the final timeline might be delayed considerably. Zhang Yan spoke with a hint of uncertainty. He wouldn't be so deferential to anyone else, but if this project succeeded, it would essentially mean Lù Jié was handing him a national award. Then becoming an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences wouldn't be a pipe dream. Ah, there's no need to rush this. Besides, I never set a deadline for you, Lù Jié replied nonchalantly. This technology is even more critical than missiles. Development will naturally take considerable time. If it were completed too quickly, I wouldn't dare announce it. Old Zhang, you needn't worry about me. The company isn't relying on the lithography machine for profits. Just proceed at your own pace and rhythm. All I need is a flawless final result. Zhang Yan's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing these words. Since he began his research career, where had he ever encountered a boss like this? Rest assured, boss. I will deliver a flawless lithography machine for you. With that, Zhang Yan stormed out, overcome with emotion. As he exited, he happened to run into Su Qiuran coming the other way. What's gotten into old Zhang? Why so emotional? Su Qiuran asked, puzzled. Probably made some major breakthrough, Lù Jié replied, equally puzzled. What brings you here? Orders. All orders. Su Qiuran slammed all the signed contracts directly onto the table. There aren't many military drones, but there is 100,000 order. But civilian ones? We've got 1 million orders combined from domestic and international clients. Lù Jié couldn't help but lose his composure at the sight of that figure. While domestic sales had always been strong, they'd never been this good before. Most of the orders are from overseas, especially from the United States and Japan. Whoa, are these guys trying to get in on the toy market? The problem is our factory's production capacity can't keep up right now. 1 million units will probably take us into next year, Su Qiuran said with concern. Based on past experience, timing is everything in international trade. If you miss the delivery deadline or aren't timely enough, the next order probably won't come your way. No worries. Prioritize domestic orders first. We'll ship the international ones when they're ready. They won't make much more profit by rushing us anyway, Lù Jié said nonchalantly. After all, aside from sharing the same remote control design, civilian and military versions differed in every other aspect. Understood. Also, regarding the blaster gun, Su Qiuran produced a report. They're hoping to develop a rifle version. While the pistol is powerful, aiming it is somewhat difficult. So, without recoil, everyone is hoping for a rifle variant. Lù Jié carefully reviewed the suggestions from soldiers in the Western Highlands Theater. That's simple. We'll just design an expansion module for it in the future. I'll handle direct communication with the military on this matter. Su Qiuran nodded, then stepped out of the office as a cart rolled in, piled high with papers. And this stack. Letters from Tank Group 1, Tank Group 3, and the Tank Armored Division headquarters all basically urging you to hurry up and finish modifying the tanks. You've read the letters? No, it's more like 1 or 2 letters a day. They're all from soldiers, and every messenger says the same thing. Su Qiuran said with a hint of resignation. While 5 million a year is a lot, I can't imagine managing every big and small matter of such a large company alone while the boss is away for so long. I wonder if that money alone can motivate me. Lù Jié gave an awkward chuckle. The capable bear more responsibility. The capable bear more responsibility, right? Chapter 41, Combat Support System, we're on. After gently persuading Su Qiuran to leave, Lù Jié carefully reviewed the suggestions sent by the frontline soldiers. No matter what it is, the initial design will inevitably have some discrepancies from real-world usage. Constant feedback and refinement were essential to crafting the most perfect product. After reviewing them, Lù Jié summarized the 3 most frequently requested improvements. First, make the blaster pistol larger, about the same size as current bullet-firing handguns. After all, the blaster pistol was a bit too compact, making it somewhat inconvenient to use. Second, create a rifle version. A recoil-free automatic rifle would be a dream weapon. The third suggestion wasn't about the blaster itself, but rather a request for Lù Jié to develop a combat support armor. It should be lightweight and not restrict movement. Highly functional oxygen is severely depleted in high-altitude regions, and the terrain is often treacherous. Vehicles can't reach certain areas, forcing manual transport. Some soldiers have lost their lives due to these challenges. Therefore, I'd like to commission Lù Jié to develop this armor. Lastly, it's fine if it can't be made as long as the blaster is completed. After reading the request, Lù Jié felt a complex mix of emotions. These soldiers guarding the nation's borders risked their lives to protect the motherland. Lù Jié made his decision. From this moment on, he would set aside all other tasks and dedicate himself entirely to researching the individual combat support mech system. How many points does the individual combat support mech design require? Ding. Single soldier combat support mech, 10,000 points. Current engineer points, 11,000. Alright, give me the blueprint. Recently, Lù Jié realized that upgrading components consumed fewer engineer points than directly retrieving blueprints. For instance, his Dragon Claw fighter jet had been relatively inexpensive. After obtaining the blueprint, Lù Jié exchanged a quick greeting with Su Qiuran before diving straight into the lab. Since it was an auxiliary mech, the support systems were naturally the most crucial. Thus, Lù Jié turned his attention to the Qilin. The Qilin was a product of the system, possessing both learning capabilities and execution analysis abilities. Even the most advanced artificial intelligence available today would be nothing more than artificial stupidity compared to it. A mech assisted by Qilin would enable soldiers to excel in both self-defense and offensive operations. The mech required lightweight materials, necessitating the use of memory steel and adaptive memory fibers. With the overall concept solidified, Lù Jié got to work. 3 days later, Lù Jié came looking for Lù Jié again. But this time, he was nowhere to be found, so Lù Jié could only tinker away in the lab. This news thrilled Sister Lù. After waiting so long, was it finally her turn to get her tank? Just then, Su Qiuran walked over. Lù Jié hurriedly approached, eager to confirm. What did you say? Building a mech? Lù Jié stared in disbelief. What the hell is this guy using as his target enemy? Godzilla? Su Qiuran realized her wording might have been off. He said it's a single soldier combat support mecha. Probably not the kind you're thinking of. Oh, I see. Lù Jié felt a pang of disappointment. But wait, if he's building a mech, doesn't that push my tank project back again? Su Qiuran nodded. The boss said your tank is a bit tricky to modify and isn't urgent. Others are in a hurry with theirs, and it's a bit tricky, so they started on this one first. Oh, and the boss also said not to rush him anymore. If you keep pushing, he won't even bother modifying the tank's gun for you. Lù Jié, who had been ready to argue his case, instantly shut up. The cannon. Lù Jié said he wanted to modify the cannon. Tell Lù Jié. We're not in a rush. We won't push him anymore. Absolutely not. Tell him to take care of himself. Take care of himself. I'm leaving now. Don't mention I was here. Goodbye. Within the theater of operations, Lù Jié relayed what he had heard to Zhuo Zishan. Zhuo Zishan was utterly shocked. Is that true? Absolutely true. You're shocked too, sir. Lù Jié actually wants to modify artillery. Could it be laser cannons? Or maybe electromagnetic cannons? Lù Jié grew increasingly excited. Taking out enemy command posts from 100 miles away without a sound. That's so cool. Zhuo Zishan looked at Lù Jié as if he were a child with no ambition. I was talking about mechs. Oh, mechs. That's right. Lù Jié is working on them right now. After confirming with Lù Jié, Zhuo Zishan immediately called his superior and relayed the news to Yi Tianlin. Mechs? Is that kid planning to take on the United States directly? Not that kind of mecha. It's a wearable, single-soldier combat support mecha. Ha? Can that thing even be built? We started the project over a decade ago. We've poured hundreds of billions into it, and we haven't even heard a peep. Yi Tianlin sounded doubtful about the project. Building an airplane had references domestic and international literature to consult and experiments to draw from. Even the blaster gun had its principles established. It was developed by modifying the firing mechanism. But what if no one's ever done this before? I'm no rocket scientist, but even I know this thing's way more complicated than an airplane. If it's just going to be a hunk of metal, we might as well not bother. Forget it. He's young after all, plenty of time to experiment. Let him be. Seeing Yi Tianlin's attitude, Zhuo Zishan felt a sense of déjà vu. Hadn't he once spoken these very words himself? Right, the exercise dates are set. It starts January 2nd next year, with the 5 major theater commands competing in rotation. Make sure you prepare well. I won't interfere with your equipment choices. Whatever you can supplement, do it quickly. I'm not getting involved. Zhuo Zishan instantly beamed. You're a man of your word, Commander. Don't let that Huiran fellow whisper in your ear and make you agree to his terms later. Yi Tianlin ignored him and hung up immediately. Zhuo Zishan rubbed his hands together eagerly. Fortunately, there was still some military funding left this year. Blaster rifles, drones, upgraded tanks, and auxiliary mechs. Full-scale re-equipment. Time flew by, and it was already December 20th. Lù Jié had been holed up in the lab for nearly half a month. The research community's attention instantly shifted to Lù Jié. The last time he'd been in seclusion for this long was during the Dragon Claw aircraft project. Finally, one evening, Lù Jié emerged. Emerging from the lab, Lù Jié was clad in a dark-colored mecha suit. Under the moonlight, the metallic sheen on the armor shimmered continuously. Weilong Combat Support System activated. Verifying user identity. Verification complete. User Lù Jié, Weirong will fight alongside you to the end. Chapter 42, Pretty Country? What third-rate nation? Even though it was now pitch dark, Lù Jié could still see his surroundings clearly with the help of the Weilong. More importantly, a 3-dimensional map appeared before him, clearly displaying every object within a 100-meter radius and every person within 10 meters. Even those inside buildings were visible. Lù Jié nodded with satisfaction. The Kirin's processing power was truly formidable. He then proceeded to test the other functions. Outside the lab, a truck was parked. Lù Jié walked over and effortlessly lifted the front end with one hand. Detected a large group of armed personnel approaching from due east. Please be advised. Proceed with counterattack? Counterattack. Immediately afterward, Lù Jié distinctly felt the mech begin to retract, molding itself more closely to the contours of his body. But the moment he began moving, the sensation was entirely different. His speed and strength were now exponentially greater than before. With a light leap, Lù Jié soared directly onto the roof of the laboratory building. From his elevated vantage point, Lù Jié silently observed the approaching military unit. As the group approached his laboratory entrance, a mechanism on the mech's shoulder activated, releasing a small bomb. Trailing a brilliant plume of flame, it landed right in the middle of the formation. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and everyone was covered in yellow paint. Amidst their stunned expressions, Lù Jié leapt directly from the rooftop. The crowd stared in utter amazement. Inside the military zone, Zhuo Zishan stared at the mecha before him, still finding it hard to believe. As Lù Jié had said, if they weren't on the same side, the entire squad of soldiers who had initially approached would have been sacrificed. After all, these small high-explosive shells had been developed, boasting even greater destructive power than 120mm artillery shells. More importantly, after hearing Lù Jié explain the capabilities of this contraption, Zhuo Zishan, who had previously harbored deep apprehension toward the pretty country, suddenly felt his spine stiffen. The United States? What kind of third-rate country was that? If all my boys were equipped with this gear, armed with energy rifles, and supported by bio-inspired drones in the sky, unification would be a breeze. If only there weren't so many experts swarming around Lù Jié right now, I'd want to try one on myself. Actually, I originally planned to pair it with a mechanical dog, but time was too tight, so I didn't pursue that research. A mechanical dog? Zhuo Zishan didn't quite grasp Lù Jié's meaning. Since it's meant to be an assistant, it naturally needs a helper. Having a mechanical dog that can adapt to all terrains is only logical. Whether it's dragging enemies or luring them in, it'll be essential. Sometimes it can even assist in taking down enemies. But this whole setup is a bit pricey. Upon hearing it was a matter of money, Zhuo Zishan instantly relaxed. As long as it's not a technical issue, nothing is a problem. How much? Lù Jié did the math. Just this mech alone will cost 50 billion in pretty coins. Add another 10 billion for the mechanical dogs. Zhuo Zishan was stunned upon hearing this. That much? Yeah, that's just the production cost. Selling it would probably fetch more. But I can donate this first unit directly to the state. It's destined for the Western Highlands Theater. I built it at their request. Zhuo Zishan instantly felt a surge of respect for Lù Jié. Lù Jié. I must admit, your contribution to the nation surpasses mine. Not at all, it's just a little something, Lù Jié replied modestly. By the way, do you have any aircraft here? Let's transport it directly. They've probably been waiting impatiently for days. Watching the mecha being transported away, Zhuo Zishan felt his heart ache. If only it had been his own theater that wrote to Lù Jié, he might have secretly tried it himself. After capturing soldiers from the Elephant Nation, the troops of the Western Highlands Theater slept with an unusual sense of security. But the sound of helicopters outside the window instantly filled the soldiers with irritation. Damn it, the airport's huge, can't they land properly? Woken by the ringing phone, Long Xinghua answered with obvious irritation. Long Xinghua. You little bastard, you've taken advantage of me. Get to the airport immediately. What's up there could change the entire international landscape. Keep your mouth shut and don't leak a word. The commander is heading your way now. Be on high alert. Zhuo Zishan hung up immediately. Long Xinghua was baffled. What could possibly be so unsettling to this guy? But then he thought if it made Zhuo Zishan this uneasy, it must be something valuable. Guard. Prepare the car for the airport. Upon arriving at the airport and seeing the item, Long Xinghua froze. He felt both moved and stunned. He was touched that Lù Jié had indeed created an auxiliary mech as his soldier had described, though it differed greatly from what he himself had envisioned. The shock came from the fact that, just as Zhuo Zishan had claimed, this thing truly had the potential to overturn the current international landscape. Money was no issue for Longhua, but technology was sorely lacking. Once the technology matured, mass production would be merely a matter of time. If the entire Dragon Nation military were equipped with this, no ground force in the world could stand against them. Go! Order full spectrum jamming along the airport access route. Keep everything seen today strictly confidential. Yes, sir. At dawn, as the sun rose, an aircraft touched down at the airport in the Western Highlands Theater. It wasn't just Yi Tianlin who arrived. The Dragon Nation's top leader, Su Tai, was here too. Long Xinghua was taken aback by Su Tai's presence. After all, the nation's top leader wasn't someone you encountered every day. One could imagine just how crucial this mecha was. Accompanying Su Tai and Yi Tianlin were countless scientists. Long Xinghua saluted both men. Su Tai inquired, "Is Lù Jié not here?" Reporting to the commander, Lù Jié is currently resting in Jiang City and is unable to come here at this time. Su Tai nodded. Rest well, rest well. The health of such pillars of the nation is absolutely paramount. Has Zhuo Zishan arrived? I'm here, Commander. Zhuo Zishan had just arrived. After this, you must strengthen the security detail around Lù Jié. His protection level must be at least as strong as mine. Also, call your people immediately. As soon as Lù Jié is available, take him for a full physical examination at the hospital. After being locked in the lab for half a month, what state is his body in? Yes, sir. Understood, Commander. Alright, now let's go take a look at that mech. Chapter 43, Dragon Nation will stand at the summit of the world. Though he'd seen it countless times, Long Xinghua couldn't help but marvel each time. Was this truly Earth's technology? After examining it, number 1 was equally astonished. I'm no expert, but this material doesn't resemble anything found on this planet. Exactly. This is yet another material developed by Lù Jié himself. No matter a soldier's build, whether stocky or slender, once they don this suit, it always fits perfectly. There's absolutely no discomfort during movement, Long Xinghua explained. And its internal functions are, well, downright sci-fi. Oh? How exactly is it sci-fi? Well, for starters, it can project a map? Long Xinghua hesitated, unsure how to describe it. There's a chip inside, I don't know how they did it, that projects a three-dimensional map right before your eyes. Anything within 10 meters, no matter where it is, will show up on this map. Plus, this suit significantly boosts strength and speed. Rough tests show it can barely lift 5 tons, and its speed rivals a cheetah's. Listening to the description, number 1 felt as if he were in a dream. Such technology was something he'd only ever seen in science fiction movies. It was hard to fathom how Lù Jié had managed to create such a thing. It's no exaggeration to say that any single component taken from this mech could win a Nobel Prize. If the Terracotta Army of Dragon Nation is counted among the world's 5 great wonders, then Lù Jié is undoubtedly another miracle. Number 1 couldn't help but marvel. Lù Jié single-handedly propelled Dragon Nation's technology forward by nearly 50 years. When Lù Jié finally awoke, the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was a group of old men gathered around his bedside, staring at him. This was a first for Lù Jié, and he awkwardly greeted the group. But seeing old Lù calmed him down. Having a familiar face around made him feel more at ease. Lù Jié knew exactly why these people had come. They were here to ask him about the principles of the mecha. Grandpas and grandmas, I know why you're here. I can explain it to you, no problem at all. But could you please step outside first? I'm not really comfortable sleeping with clothes on, Lù Jié said, feeling a bit embarrassed. After getting dressed, Lù Jié stepped out. Lu Qingshan looked at Lù Jié and asked, Lù Jié, do you have a quiet place around here? Sure. I'll take you to my lab. When it came to quiet, his lab too was undoubtedly the most silent place on Earth. Even if a bomb exploded on the roof, you wouldn't hear a thing inside. Hearing Lù Jié offer to take them to his lab, everyone was quite surprised. For scientists, laboratories were essentially off-limits, generally off-limits to others. After all, no one could guarantee that someone might copy their experiments after seeing them. Lù Jié, no need. Any conference room will do. Old scholar Lù, being a seasoned academic, was highly sensitive to such matters and promptly interjected. A lab capable of producing sci-fi level mechs? The contents inside were bound to be extraordinary. But Lù Jié shrugged it off. It's fine. There's nothing in the lab you can't see. Besides, you're all my seniors. I'd actually appreciate any small suggestions you might have for my lab setup. Let's go, Professor Lù. There's nothing to see here. Lù Jié knew full well that scholars' laboratories weren't meant for casual entry, even by those closest to them. After all, it was easy for sensitive information to leak out. But Lù Jié was supremely confident in his lab. Feel free to look around. Feel free to touch things. If you ask what it does, I can explain every function, usage method, and even how it was built. But I'll say this, if you can build one yourself, I'll admit defeat. Though no one voiced it, everyone harbored intense curiosity about Lù Jié's lab. After all, a lab where you can hand-build mechs? People who've lived nearly a century have never even heard of such a thing. When the dark doors swung open, the veil of mystery was lifted. The first impression was sheer scale, vast and expansive. Then came the instruments inside, numerous and diverse. Some were familiar, others utterly unprecedented. Within the lab, tiny robots scurried about, tools in hand. They gathered around a tank, tapping and adjusting it with their tools. These are the auxiliary robots I built. For simple tasks, I just draw up the blueprints and hand them over. The robots then modify the tank according to the plans, saving me a lot of time. Please take a seat, everyone, Lù Jié said, gesturing toward a table. Feel free to ask any questions. I'll share everything I know without reservation. I know everyone here has teachers. I hope that after listening, you seniors will pass this knowledge on to your own students. I won't be teaching anyone myself after all, I'm just a freshman. Alright, seniors, you may begin asking questions. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that the experts reluctantly departed, urged on by their security guards. On the surface, it seemed like concern for the experts, but in reality, it was concern for Lù Jié. Lù Jié spent about an hour explaining all the principles. Then he was pulled into discussions with these seniors, lasting until 11. Lù Jié couldn't fathom how these veterans possessed such boundless energy. But Lù Jié was also delighted to be able to pass on the technology he had acquired from the system to these senior figures. These seniors could then use their own words to pass this knowledge and technology on to their own students. Later, those students would refine it, driving continuous technological advancement and new discoveries. Given time, the Dragon Nation would ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the world. Pentagon, United States. Military leaders were now reviewing frame-by-frame drone footage transmitted by the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Initially, they dismissed any cause for concern. But then, in one frame, a Dragon Nation soldier appeared in the corner holding a weapon of extremely unusual design. Got it. Right here. As the frame froze and gradually zoomed in, they saw a firearm unlike any they had ever encountered. According to Dragon Nation's official statement, it was a new type of stun gun. Yet from this blurry footage, it lacked the electrodes present on modern stun guns. Instead, it resembled a revolver. Moreover, as the camera panned across the scene, beams of light struck the Elephant Nation soldiers. Instead of reacting as if electrocuted, they collapsed instantly, as if knocked unconscious by a direct blow. And never had such stable beams of light been seen. Therefore, there is only one truth. Dragon Nation has developed a new firearm. Chapter 44, not happy about it? What's going on? Why isn't anyone from our intelligence unit stepping forward? Does anyone know what the hell this is? The army commander in the Pentagon slammed his fist on the table in fury. The officers present exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless about the situation. The intelligence department hadn't even heard a whisper about this matter. There wasn't a single piece of information suggesting that the Dragon Nation's military had equipped such weapons. If the Dragon Nation had deployed such equipment, it could only mean one thing. The Dragon Nation had developed something far more advanced. Send this footage to the lab. Let those experts figure out exactly what this is. And what about the intelligence department? What the hell have they been doing? We haven't heard a single thing about this. Indeed, the original Dragon Nation could never have mounted such a large-scale counterattack. At most, they would have resorted to mob violence with cold weapons. This was simply too abnormal. Something was definitely off. After meticulous screening at the Hexagon building and thorough research across various laboratories, it was confirmed once more, this was indeed a new type of weapon. The head of intelligence promptly received a warm greeting from the Pentagon. After meticulous analysis, weapons expert Edward immediately identified its operating principle. Based on my assessment, this is a firearm utilizing high explosive gas as ammunition, definitely not the electric or laser gun you mentioned. Our lab began research in this area 20 years ago. However, we've consistently struggled with the instability of the high explosive gas, so we've never achieved any tangible results. Yet the projectiles fired match our calculations perfectly, absolutely identical. Commander Meiji of the Hexagon building frowned. I'm not interested in that. I only want to know the actual power and performance of this firearm. Theoretically, it has no recoil, holds hundreds of rounds, and fires in a near-perfect straight line. The officers present gasped in unison upon hearing this. McGee looked at Edward. How much will it cost to develop? Edward shook his head. We've already spent over 100 billion pretty coins with no progress. All we lack is inspiration. We might develop it tomorrow, or we might never figure it out in 100 years. Smack! Meiji slammed his fist on the table in fury. I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you to develop it immediately. We've already been surpassed by Dragon Nation in this field. Do you understand what that means? It means our infantry is now outgunned by the Dragon Nation. We'll be at a disadvantage in future conflicts. I'll bring this matter before Congress. The army absolutely cannot be outmatched by the Dragon Nation. At Meiji's insistence, Congress swiftly convened a meeting on the matter. In the United States, social unrest might be tolerated, but maintaining military technology at the world's forefront was non-negotiable. Only by doing so could it preserve its position as the global hegemon. If the army begins to fall behind the Dragon Nation, the balance of power will start to tilt. After voicing his opinions, Meiji concluded, I urge Congress to approve special funding to counter Dragon Nation's bionic drones and this firearm. The Dragon Nation is quietly rising. We cannot afford to remain stagnant. We must unite all capable scientists nationwide to collaborate on overcoming these challenges. We cannot allow Dragon Nation to possess technologies we neither know nor understand. Meiji's voice boomed, and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Seconded. Agreed. Agreed. And so, news of this event quickly spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Tianlin couldn't help but chuckle as he shook his head at the intelligence report. 10 million. That's some serious guts. That's enough to build a cruiser outright. But if they actually build it, won't our advantage be gone? His assistant voiced his concern. Not at all. We haven't been standing still. Even with that mech, old Qian and the others said that even if you gave the pretty country half a century, they wouldn't be able to replicate the outer skin layer. Lù Jié once said the key to building an energy rifle isn't the technology, it's the machinery itself that's the biggest hurdle. So they might end up wasting their time. Doesn't this situation feel familiar? Yi Tianlin asked his assistant. The assistant suddenly understood. You mean the arms race? Yi Tianlin nodded. I doubt the higher-ups didn't notice this oversight when releasing the video. I suspect it was intentional. But since the blast rifle caused relatively little commotion, I suspect that once the timing is right or an alternative emerges, even the dragon claw and dragon might mechs will be leaked. By then, it won't be a mere 100 billion anymore. Lù Jié stared speechlessly at Lù Jié sitting before him. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since he'd called this guy over. Lù Jié couldn't help but wonder if the guy slept next to his factory every night. Right now, he was listening intently as Qilin explained the tank's modifications. For armor, we're using the same battle armor as the Dragon Claw fighter. I can confidently tell you that no shell in this world can penetrate it. The engine is a hydrogen-diesel hybrid, significantly boosting both range and speed. At full throttle, it can reach 100 miles per hour. Next is the cannon. Considering traditional tanks' slow reloading speed and vulnerability to accidental detonation under external force, we've directly adopted a high-energy particle cannon similar to an energy rifle. Not only is reloading quick and simple, but its firepower surpasses that of a 240mm cannon. Listening to these specifications, Lù Jié remained level-headed. Having served as a tank crew chief for so many years, he knew that any outstanding feature in a tank inevitably came with corresponding drawbacks. So, what's the downside? Qilin paused. Could something he had developed earlier possibly have flaws? After a moment's thought, he replied, this tank does indeed have one major issue. It tends to lose contact with the rear logistics units very easily. At least my boss frequently hit speeds of 110 during test drives. Lù Jié stared at Lù Jié in disbelief. You know how to drive a tank? Lù Jié chuckled. Autopilot. I just handle the throttle and steering. Don't tell me it has some kind of smart assistance system in there? Lù Jié nodded. Yeah, time was tight, so we only added an auto-locking target system that adjusts the turret's direction and an autopilot system for when crew members are incapacitated. You're not happy about it? Chapter 45, A Flying Tank? Happy, happy, happy. I'm absolutely thrilled. Please don't ever remove this module. Lù Jié grabbed Lù Jié's hand excitedly. Seeing this, Lù Jié tossed him a manual and clapped his hands. This is the tank's operating guide. It's mostly the same as before, just with instructions for the new features. Take it back now, it's just taking up space here. Lù Jié stood there blankly, at a loss. Bro, since you studied tanks, you should know I can't drive this thing alone. Hold on, I'll go get my crew members. Lù Jié pointed impatiently at the manual in his hand. I told you to read the manual first before doing anything else. I even added the smart operating system for you, and you're still thinking about 3 or 4 people operating a tank? Relax. Once you're inside, the AI assistant will handle path recognition for you. Though still uneasy, Lù Jié climbed into the tank's cockpit with a mix of skepticism and hope. The moment he sat down, Lù Jié was instantly stunned. The dimly lit cockpit gradually illuminated. Rows upon rows of intelligent, high-tech buttons dazzled Lù Jié. Ding! Tiger Leopard Intelligence System activated. Please select whether to activate Combat Assistance Mode. Assisted Combat Mode has 3 levels. Level 1, Low Permission Combat Assistance. The system provides only enemy movement data in the vicinity. Level 2, Medium Permission Assisted Combat. Instantly locks onto targets, provides detailed mitigation strategies, and executes them swiftly. You only need to control throttle to manage speed and direction. Level 3, High Permission Assisted Combat System. You need do nothing. I will lead you to victory. Lù Jié glanced around again. Unlike the original crude cockpit, the upgraded tank interior felt far more comfortable, even lacking that intense stifling heat. The only question was whether it would feel stuffy once he started driving. Using the cabin lights, he studied the manual and gradually familiarized himself with the intelligent combat support system. Considering he was driving the tank back to the barracks alone, Lù Jié chose to trust Lù Jié's system. Tiger Leopard, activate the highest level auxiliary responsibility system. I need to return to the barracks. Ding! Highest level auxiliary system activated. Mission objective, return to base. Please select mission priority level. Different priority levels will trigger distinct procedures. After a moment's thought, though his return wasn't urgent, he wanted to see just how far this thing could go. Without hesitation, he selected the highest priority level. The moment he made his choice, the tank roared to life. Just as Lù Jié was settling into his seat and adjusting his posture, a tremendous force suddenly hurled him backward. Lù Jié was drawn to the commotion behind him. The tank, which had been parked in the corner, suddenly surged forward in a wild dash. With a dramatic spin, it careened straight out of the lab. It left a deep gash in the laboratory floor. Upon seeing this, Lù Jié immediately understood the reason behind it. Had this thing suddenly selected the highest difficulty level? Was it that bold? The highest level meant the AI system would stop at nothing, sparing no effort to complete the mission or reach the destination as quickly as possible. Given the distance from the military base to his factory, by the time Lù Jié realized what was happening and tried to cancel it, it would likely be too late. Although Lù Jié was highly satisfied with his intelligent assistance system and confident it wouldn't cause harm, he feared unforeseen complications. He promptly called Uncle Zhuo to inform him of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Zhuo Zishan immediately took it seriously and dispatched troops to intercept the tank if necessary. Outside, a tank charged forward relentlessly, showing no signs of slowing down. Just as Lù Jié had finally adjusted and was about to take manual control of the tank, a tremendous force suddenly slammed him back into his seat. Lù Jié glanced at the speedometer and froze in shock. Damn it! Didn't they say tanks only top out at 100-something? How the hell is this thing hitting nearly 200? Holy! Meanwhile, the traffic cop directing vehicles at the intersection frowned upon seeing the massive object hurtling toward him from the distance. This was in the city, not on the highway. Even on the highway, you couldn't drive this fast. The officer decided to step forward and stop it immediately. But upon recognizing the approaching object, the officer wisely stepped aside. In the next instant, a massive gust of wind nearly knocked the officer flat on his back. In his 10 years on the job, when had he ever encountered anything like this? He immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie. This is not a tank. Not a tank. There's a tank here. A tank is speeding. Estimated speed 200 kilometers per hour. Estimated speed 200 kilometers per hour. There's an intersection up ahead, an intersection. Traffic is extremely congested there. Extreme caution required. Request immediate backup from headquarters, backup now. Inside the cockpit, Lù Jié had barely managed to resist that immense force. But the next instant, a sudden upward jolt threw him back against the seat. He could distinctly feel himself flying. No mistake, he was flying. At that moment, countless people at the congested intersection stared at him in utter disbelief. They had never witnessed or even imagined such a scene in their entire lives. A tank had leapt into the air 5 or 6 meters away from them, soaring right over their heads. It landed precisely in an empty, car-free spot before accelerating away. And they could clearly see blue flames shooting out the back of the damn thing. Inside the cockpit, Lù Jié, nearly knocked unconscious by the violent jolt, clung desperately to his senses. He felt like after this ordeal, he could report for duty with the Air Force tomorrow. In over a decade of tank driving, this was the first time he'd ever seen a tank fly 5 or 6 meters. Just then, he finally recalled the method for canceling the command mentioned in the manual. Fixing his gaze on the red button ahead, Lù Jié summoned every ounce of strength in his body and slammed his finger down on it. After 10 seconds, the blue glow inside the cockpit gradually dimmed. The Intelligent Auxiliary Operating System has been deactivated. Remaining fuel, 30%. Estimated total range, 1,000 kilometers. Remaining ammunition capacity, 20 rounds. Overall vehicle condition, perfect. Lù Jié, now back to normal, quickly took control of the tank's steering, pressing the brakes to gradually slow it down. Once it finally reached a normal speed, he poked his head out and realized he was less than 10 minutes away from the military camp. Only then did it dawn on him he'd gotten himself into serious trouble. Lù Jié, you've really put me in a bind. Chapter 46, Type 59 Modified slaughters the Type 99. Inside the military zone, Lù Jié stood dejectedly beside the tank. Zhuo Zishan paced back and forth beside the tank, occasionally glancing at the figure before him, familiar yet strangely unfamiliar. After his inspection, he sighed, that kid Lù Jié has some real talent. He managed to modify this old relic into something so advanced. If we gave him one of those old Hanyang rifles, who knows what he could create? Lù Jié chuckled awkwardly beside him. Maybe he could turn it into something like an energy rifle. Did I ask you? Did I give you permission to speak? I can't even be bothered to scold you for your own mistakes. Zhuo Zishan pointed at Lù Jié and erupted in a torrent of curses. Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've gotten me into? Racing a tank through the streets of the main city. In all my years in the military, I've never seen an old tank driver push a tank to 100 kilometers per hour in an urban area. You've really opened my eyes, kid. Let me tell you, that video's all over the internet now. Your so-called secret weapon is known to the whole country. Mark my words, if higher-ups come down on us for this, I won't let you off the hook. Lù Jié immediately protested, no, Commander, it's not my fault. When Lù Jié told me about this thing, he never mentioned it could go this fast. I thought the assist system was just for targeting or something. Who knew it could actually take over the controls? Zhuo Zishan didn't want to dwell on the matter any longer. Don't try to brush this off, kid. Go grab 3 or 4 tank crews and bring them over to test this tank against ours. Let's see what it's really capable of. This thing doesn't seem to fire shells. Lù Jié mentioned something about a high-energy particle cannon or something. If this thing actually hits, it'll kill people. Zhuo Zishan picked up the manual, flipped to a later page, and placed it in front of Lù Jié. You've been getting too cocky lately, haven't you? You're driving a new tank and haven't even read the manual? See what it says below? Just tell the tank to switch to simulation mode, and it'll convert to a regular stun shell. Lù Jié took it and examined it carefully, but when he read the last sentence, he felt puzzled. Why does the drill mode have high, medium, and low settings? Did Lù Jié design this thing to be this complicated? Zhuo Zishan shrugged indifferently. Exercises are meant to simulate combat, so naturally we need the highest mode. After speaking, Zhuo Zishan suddenly recalled Lù Jié's predicament. That unlucky guy seemed to have been overly cocky, activating all the highest modes while racing the tank down the city's main thoroughfare. Forget it. Better ask Lù Jié first. It's best not to use the highest mode. If you get hit by a shell in that mode, you'll fall into a state of pseudo-death. I don't know what death feels like, but if you're disabled by this shell, you'll be knocked out for 2 or 3 days, and your whole body will be in agony. It's not good for a soldier's mental state. But I figured if you encounter a critical exercise during training, you might need it, so I left it in. For routine drills, the lowest setting is sufficient, just mild tinnitus and numbness that wears off in half an hour. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Zishan instantly took it seriously. The biggest flaw in current exercises was the issue of casualties. In this era, all nations' drills employed the same standard. When laser beams hit a device attached to the body, smoke would billow from the helmet and a distinct sound would signal a soldier's death. However, this approach failed to provide soldiers with a truly realistic battlefield experience. Moreover, after being marked as downed, some soldiers would remove their helmets and cheat. But if there were a system that could directly let soldiers experience the sensation of death, it would significantly elevate their commitment to future exercises. Noticing Zhuo Zishan remained silent, Lù Jié gently urged, "Uncle Zhuo, I'm telling you, don't mess around with this thing. It's genuinely worse than death. Those with weaker nerves might just break down. If you really want something thrilling, set it to medium at most. Never crank it all the way up." "Got it, thanks for the heads up, Lù Jié." No problem. It's all part of serving the people." After hanging up, Zhuo Zishan began to seriously consider the matter. "Here's the plan. First, block the tank's path and have our tanks bombard it with cannon fire. See if we can affect what's inside. If it works, have all tanks fire live rounds. As for this Type 95 Kai, let's try out the new mode and see how it performs. When selecting personnel, choose those with stronger mental resilience. Set the simulation mode to medium intensity to gauge its actual impact. Inform them beforehand if anyone objects, don't bring them along." Lù Jié nodded and turned to select personnel from his own squadron. On the drill field within the compound, 6 tanks stood poised on the barren land. The Type 95 Modified was operated by Lù Jié's own driver. As the countdown ended, all 6 tanks began frantically swiveling their turrets or charging forward. Then, the crew inside the Type 99 tank witnessed a scene unlike anything they had ever seen in their lives. The ancient, open-top tank charged forward like a galloping steed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Only trails of dust kicked up by its tracks remained in the air. The crews of all the Type 99 tanks were utterly dumbfounded. Is this even a tank? If you didn't say it was a tank, I'd believe it was a sports car. But just as the crew frantically shouted and swung their turrets around, searching for the modified Type 95 silhouette, boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Every crew member inside felt dizzy, a wave of unprecedented terror washing over them before they passed out completely. The crews of the other Type 99 tanks, hearing the sound, dared not wait for death. They scrambled to their feet and began running. But what tank could possibly outpace a modified one? Or whose movement patterns could evade the predictive calculations of the intelligent combat support system? In the blink of an eye, another beam of light coalesced at the breach point of the Zhouwu modified tanks, instantly targeting one of the fleeing Type 99s. This exercise resembled nothing short of a massacre. Within a mere 10 minutes, all 5 Type 99 tanks lay immobilized on the ground. Zhuo Zishan immediately ordered medics to rush to the wrecked Type 99 tanks and extract the crews. The pulled-out crew members merely frowned before slipping into complete unconsciousness. The medics immediately checked their breath. Seeing that they were still breathing, they breathed a sigh of relief. This thing is brutal. If they weren't still breathing, I'd have thought they were dead for sure. Chapter 47, Why didn't you fight the commander? Observing this exercise were commanders from various armored corps within the military region. Witnessing a tank swiftly target and eliminate enemies at high speed left them utterly astonished. Commander! We need more of these tanks. You know us, our 1st Armored Division is the cream of the crop. These tanks must be deployed to our division first. Bull! How many times have you guys upgraded this year? We haven't gotten a single one. We're still using tanks from over a decade ago. Commander, give us what we need first. We're the ones who truly need this stuff. Zhuo Zishan couldn't help but glance at the 2nd Division commander. Playing the victim is fine, but don't be so outrageous. You're lucky you can even find equipment from 5 years ago. Besides, do you really think we'd get our hands on something this good? We'll be lucky to even get a look. In a few days, they'll probably haul this one and only tank off to the capital. The officers turned ashen-faced upon hearing this. Come on, Commander. Can't you fight the higher-ups? Make them leave a few tanks behind. Why does everything always get sent to Zhongshan first? Exactly. You should be more assertive, Commander. Tell them flat out we absolutely need to keep some of these. Exactly, Commander. Opportunities are seized, not given. If you don't fight for it, how can we ever get it? Look at the Western Highlands Theater, they've already fully equipped their forces with blaster rifles. We've barely managed to rearm one division at most. Zuazishan, bombarded by this chorus of voices, grew impatient. He waved his hand dismissively and walked away. But instead of heading to his office, he went straight to the medical ward, where doctors were tending to the 5 crew members from the vehicle. Can't we just wake them up? Zuazishan asked the doctor beside him. The doctor shook his head. I'm afraid that's not feasible. Based on our readings, they're in an unconscious state like they're asleep but without dreams. Forcibly waking them up could cause some psychological issues. After all, the sensation of death isn't pleasant. Zuazishan nodded. This time, Lù Jié had delivered 2 surprises. One was the modified Type 95 tank, and the other was this exercise system. If such systems were adopted in the future, exercises would become indistinguishable from actual combat. Aside from environmental variations, there would be virtually no difference. In Zuazishan's view, this exercise system might even be more crucial than the Type 95 modified tank. The experts who received the news at this moment no longer felt the initial excitement and astonishment. After all, whenever Lù Jié developed something new, they had to halt their own research to conduct comprehensive evaluations of his inventions, weapons and equipment to determine whether they were truly ready for full-scale deployment across all military units. Sometimes they secretly wished they could just move their entire research institute into Lù Jié's company. That way, things would be much more convenient, and they could even seek advice from Lù Jié if possible. Meanwhile, Yi Tianlin was also dealing with a headache. Staring at the screen showing a flying tank captured on a citizen's phone moving at such breakneck speed, he felt utterly frustrated. Just a few days ago, he had finally managed to explain the air explosion incident in Zheng City. Now he had to explain this tank incident. The key difference was that few people had actually seen the aerial explosion, only heard the sound, making that easier to fabricate. But this tank driver had actually driven right into the city center. Explaining that away under these circumstances was no easy task. So Yi Tianlin's thoughts turned once more to Zhang Zhong, who was at home raising his grandson. That old fox was always full of tricks and could talk his way out of anything. Maybe he could pull another fast one this time. Someone, hurry and fetch Zhang Zhong. It's urgent. Meanwhile, videos of the tanks had already gone viral online. There were long-range shots, close-ups, and footage from various angles, capturing the tank's appearance in crystal-clear detail. When everyone pieced together all the visual details, they were stunned to realize this is the Type 95, isn't it? That's right. After multiple comparisons, they confirmed these were the Type 95 main battle tanks from long ago. This thing was practically an antique, but how the hell could it move so damn fast? I get it now, this must be the Type 95 Kai. Holy crap, I'm speechless. That Type 95 is decades old, yet it's still out there fighting? Talk about old but still strong. Honestly, I was the driver whose car got blown over by that tank that day. It scared the hell out of me. I've never seen a tank jump that high. And it was spewing blue flames out the back. Have you ever seen a tank spew blue flames? Could this be some new experimental tank? Just slapped a Type 95 shell on it to play dumb and catch the tiger? That's impossible. If they had that kind of high-tech weapon, would they let you drive it on the streets for people to take pictures? Besides, could a tank really go that fast? Over 100 kilometers per hour? Most cars can't even reach that speed, let alone a monster weighing several tons. What kind of engine would it take to achieve that kind of speed? Probably just some military theme park heavily modified a car to look like this. I bet the traffic police will bust this guy in a few days. It's an illegal modification, not roadworthy, no license plates, and it's bound to cause panic. Exactly. I knew it couldn't be a real tank. Where have you ever seen a tank spewing blue flames from its tail? Calm down and think about it, it really makes sense. How could they still be using tanks from the Wu dynasty? It's probably just a modified car from some theme park. Just then, the traffic police issued an alert. A man driving a modified vehicle had been arrested for speeding. Finally, the truth dawned on them. All this commotion was over nothing more than a skin job. Yi Tianlin looked at Zhang Zhong with admiration. You old fox. Your research skills are top-notch, and your knack for pulling the wool over people's eyes hasn't faded a bit. Zhang Zhong ignored him, stood up, and started to leave. Seeing this, Yi Tianlin quickly stopped him. Honestly, I wasn't joking last time. I still think establishing this war deception bureau is necessary. Take Lù Jié, that guy comes up with some new contraption every other day. If you don't spread the word, won't all the secrets be exposed? Zhang Zhong shook his head. Forming an entire bureau just for one person? That's extravagant. Besides, there'll be no more than 2 or 3 such incidents at most. Setting up a bureau would be pointless. I'm off. My grandson's waiting for me to play. See ya. Chapter 48. But they're rabbits, after all. Zhang Zhong teased Yi Tianlin for being a bit too dramatic. Yi Tianlin laughed at Zhang Zhong for not understanding Lù Jié. In less than half a year, he produced so many remarkable products, some even challenging current scientific paradigms. If it weren't for respecting Lù Jié's personal wishes and allowing him to establish a military-industrial company outside the compound, Yi Tianlin would have had him placed under strict protection in the research compound long ago, forcing him to focus solely on scientific research. You wouldn't be using that War Planning Bureau title to trick me back into working for you, would you? Let me tell you, I've been the one pulling the strings my whole life. I'm not about to be pulled around by anyone else. Zhang Zhong said, eyeing Yi Tianlin warily. Yi Tianlin hastily waved his hands. If you're asking whether I had that intention when I first brought this up with you, well, yes, that's true. But what I'm telling you now is the truth. That kid Lù Jié has come up with far too many new inventions. If we don't cover them up quickly, the pretty country won't let us off easy. Just a few years ago, we finally managed to develop 5G chips, only for the US to impose technological blockades and arrest our people. If they discover we've made such monumental strides in military technology, even surpassing them by nearly a century, what do you think they'll do? You know how seriously those guys take military matters. Zhang Zhong pondered for a moment but didn't immediately agree. Let me think this over. I still don't believe one person could pull off so many major breakthroughs. If he can deliver again next time, then I'll agree to your terms. Yi Tianlin's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. You said it yourself. A gentleman's word is as good as 4 horses pulling a chariot. If you go back on your word, you're no good. So if I go back on my word, I'm no good? You were the one grabbing my arm just now, refusing to let me leave. You old fox, really? Zhang Zhong shook his head helplessly and walked out of the office. Yi Tianlin stood up, gazing out the window as he silently prayed. Lù Jié, whether this man stays or not depends entirely on you now. In the end, the 59th Division was not retained by Zhuo Zishan in their theater of operations. Instead, they were transported by transport aircraft to the Zhongshan Theater. This incident infuriated Zhuo Zishan. It had happened multiple times now, at least 3 times each time, with the Zhongshan Theater snatching the personnel away. Now Zhuo Zishan felt he couldn't hold his head up within the theater. Whenever those passing mayors saw him, they no longer showed the same deference as before. Thus, Zhuo Zishan vowed that upon arriving at the Zhongshan Theater with the tank, even if his own theater couldn't be the first to receive it, he would drag that primitive tank back to his territory. This was the last shred of dignity he had left as a commander. Lù Jié, however, had none of these worries. After all, it didn't matter who they sold it to. Having been here 2 or 3 times before, Lù Jié navigated the streets with ease this time. This time they arrived at the Zhongshan Theater's exercise. The difference was that the Zhongshan Theater's exercises were far more professional than those at Zhuozishan. Not only were various instruments installed on the tank, but they also pre-arranged complex scenarios for the tank to operate in challenging environments, testing its data stability. The final results were astonishing. All unmodified data points were exceptionally strong. This meant the tank could operate flawlessly not only in extreme cold but also in extreme humidity or extreme heat. Even under these extreme conditions, the onboard intelligent assistance system remained as smooth as ever, showing no signs of disruption whatsoever. Upon learning the final results, Yi Tianlin immediately looked at Lù Jié, but then shook his head helplessly. The turnaround time for producing these items was simply too short. The fighter jet production line hadn't even rolled off yet, and now the tank production line needed to be launched immediately. For him, it was just too rushed. Lù Jié felt equally helpless. His blaster production line had only just been fully assembled and was now churning out 50,000 units daily. Meanwhile, the fighter production line had only just begun. Set up. The first line alone had taken 2 months to assemble. Moreover, once the fighter production line was operational, the next urgent task would be to assemble the auxiliary combat armor production line, pushing the tank production line further back. Still, Yi Tianlin pressed for the most fundamental and most frequently asked question. How much does this thing cost to build? 50 million, Lù Jié replied truthfully. Yi Tianlin was taken aback by the figure. Such an advanced system only costs this much? What on earth had they been building all those years with the tens of billions poured into Tankard D? Zhuo Zishan approached Yi Tianlin's side and cleared his throat a few times. Commander, now that this tank has completed its testing, may I take it back? Why the rush? Why the rush? It's not like we're keeping it here permanently. We'll return it after the research and evaluation are complete. Rest assured, we're not going to steal your property. Zhuo Zishan gave an awkward chuckle. No problem, no problem. A few extra days won't hurt. Just know it'll be returned. At that moment, Yi Tianlin suddenly recalled an idea that had struck him earlier in the conference room. Lù Jié, would you be interested in joining the research institute? Working alongside these academicians on research projects? The academicians, who had been engaged in heated discussion, instantly lowered their voices considerably. Though their eyes didn't turn this way, their ears perked up sharply in our direction. Lù Jié, of course, declined decisively. If he went to the research institute, how could he possibly keep racking up those engineer points? My apologies, Director Yi, but I still feel my qualifications are insufficient to work alongside these academicians. Hearing this, Wang Peng's face burned the most. After all, he had been the first to criticize Lù Jié for his lack of experience. Yi Tianlin, having no such thoughts, chose not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, within the Pentagon in the United States, all the officers were repeatedly watching the video circulating online. Because the incident had occurred suddenly during peak hours, footage from all angles was scarce. The officers inside the Pentagon watched it over and over. Initially, they found it highly improbable, and official denials followed. Yet something felt profoundly off. Based on past experience, when it came to the rabbit's affairs, if you believed it, it existed. If you didn't believe it, it usually existed even more. To verify the video's authenticity, they even enlisted Hollywood experts to analyze it for signs of Photoshop manipulation. The final conclusion? None found. The officers were now deep in thought. They couldn't shake the feeling they'd seen this tactic before, long ago. Using an ambiguous video to capture the attention of an adversary nation and divert its funds toward this side, when in reality, the thing never existed at all. The goal was to exhaust the enemy nation's resources. But this is Rabbit. They wouldn't release meaningless footage like that. Chapter 49, Elephant Nation is still the easiest to fool. The American High Command was momentarily at a loss over this conclusion. On one hand, they had no idea why Dragon Nation was developing such ultra-high-speed tanks. If these tanks served a specific strategic purpose, the United States would be at a significant disadvantage if it failed to develop comparable countermeasures. But on the other hand, if this tank from the Dragon Nation was merely a deliberate decoy designed to lure the United States into an endless arms race, draining its national strength, the consequences would be irreversible. All eyes turned to the Minister of Defense. After deep contemplation, William declared, "We must build it too. What the Dragon Nation possesses, we must possess. What the Dragon Nation lacks, we must also possess. This is a cunning nation. If we relax our vigilance even slightly, they will catch up to us at an unmatched speed in the blink of an eye. We must mobilize all our intelligence agencies to gather information on this tank. We must uncover the true purpose behind its creation. We absolutely cannot fall behind the Dragon Nation in the military sphere." Meanwhile, back in Dragon Nation, as Lù Jié kept churning out weapons and equipment that were way ahead of their time, the higher-ups started working hard to hide Lù Jié's identity. In the nation's archives, Lù Jié was merely an ordinary college student who had opened a drone toy factory using his father's modest family assets. Beyond that, there was nothing extraordinary about him. Lù Jié paid little heed to honors or accolades. After resolving his matters, he flew back from the capital to Jiangcheng. The moment Lù Jié sat down in his office, he learned that the man from Elephant Country had come looking for him again. Though he had no desire to meet Amir, the man was his top contributor in terms of sales figures. This time, when Lù Jié met Amir again, the man had shed his former arrogance. Lù Jié struggled to suppress a smile. "Mr. Amir, is there something else you need this time?" Amir hesitated for a moment before gathering his resolve to speak. "I'd like to purchase more drones from you." "Certainly, no problem. However, due to recent raw material shortages in the international market, our drone prices have risen significantly. We may not be able to offer the original pricing." "No problem. I'll take whatever you have. Price isn't an issue." 300,000 pretty coins per unit, Lù Jié stated the figure calmly. "How can it be so expensive?" Amir couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing the figure. "This is pure extortion." Lù Jié shrugged indifferently. "Then you can go elsewhere. If you find my prices too high, feel free to leave." Amir stood up indignantly, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lù Jié. But in the end, he chose to sit back down. The last time he'd bought drones at a high price from Camel Country, it had led to a major international incident. Not only had the operational objectives failed, but it had also backfired on his own country. Had it not been for his connections, he would have ended up behind bars for such a grave offense. "Fine. Sign me up for a $50,000 contract first, but I'll pay you after inspecting the goods." Lù Jié ignored him completely, standing up and heading for the door. "If you still want them, you must follow the previous transaction method. You need to settle the payment first before I can ship the goods. I've sold over 1 million drones, but I've never encountered a customer like you. You should know my drones are bestsellers worldwide. Every country that uses them raves about them. Only you come back after less than 2 or 3 months complaining about this and that. You can leave. I don't want to sell you anything anymore." Seeing this, Amir quickly pulled Lù Jié's hand away. I'll pay. We can sign the contract right now." Lù Jié's lips curled into a faint smile. But as he turned away, his face still bore a look of reluctance. "This is the last time. If you keep slandering my product with all sorts of excuses, I won't sell it no matter how much you offer." Gazing at the 15 billion pretty coins that had just landed in his company's account, he forced a faint smile and shook hands with Amir. This single deal had instantly recouped all the funds he'd invested in researching tanks and aircraft. He had been right all along. He should have chosen Elephant Country over Cherry Blossom Country from the start. Look at that. What a prime sucker. Mr. Amir, rest assured. As our factory's largest client, I'll prioritize matching the products to you first. You can wait comfortably at home for the drones to arrive. Amir no longer cared about kickbacks. All he could hope for now was that this shipment would arrive intact in his country. If anything went wrong this time, he'd be finished for good. After Amir left, Suchiran knocked on the door and stepped inside. He had heard every word of the conversation clearly, having drafted the contract himself. Seriously, aren't you worried about causing a diplomatic incident? Deliberately selling defective products to them at such inflated prices? Lù Jié waved dismissively. What do you know? Everything I sell to others is top-notch. Only when it gets to him does it turn bad. How could that possibly be my fault? Besides, this guy from Elephant Country is just plain dumb. He knows full well there's major tension between my country and his, yet he still comes to me to buy stuff. Why would I sell him anything good? We're all business people. There's no such thing as moral or immoral. Making money is what matters. Suchiran nodded upon hearing this. Oh, right. I need to tell you something. The drone assembly line is fully operational now. Should we now concentrate all resources on building the blaster production line or another specific product line? Or should we spread our efforts evenly and advance all lines simultaneously, starting with one production line for each of the other products first? Hold on, I'll need to consult Uncle Zhua and the others about this. See if they're in a hurry or not. If there's no urgency, my suggestion is to concentrate all resources on one type first. After all, that approach is faster and ensures maximum production capacity. Alright, let me know once you have their feedback. But do it quickly. Labor costs here aren't cheap. No worries, no worries. When we run short on funds, we'll go to Elephant Country. They're easier to sweet talk. Chapter 50. How could it be that simple? Following the higher-ups directive, we'll prioritize completing the blaster production line first. Future plans for fully equipping troops with blasters along with aircraft, armor, tanks, and such can be postponed slightly. As for aircraft, tanks, and auxiliary combat armor, after discussion, we've decided to treat them as secret weapons. Keep production low for now. When the need arises, we'll ramp up production. So let's prioritize setting up the blast cannon production lines first. Understood. I plan to establish 10 blast rifle production lines, each capable of producing nearly 2,000 units per day. Zhuo Zishan pondered this. At that rate, they could produce 20,000 per day, 60,000 per month. By then, the troops in his sector could be fully equipped with blaster rifles within a month. Lù Jié, just like last time, once your blaster guns are ready, let me know first. Or better yet, stock them in the warehouse and I'll send someone to pick them up myself. Got it, got it. But you need to coordinate this with the other generals. If any conflicts arise later, I won't be held responsible. Leave that to me. Zhuo Zishan patted his chest confidently. In my hands, even Yi Tianlin himself couldn't take a single thing from me. Seeing Zhuo Zishan bragging again, Lù Jié could only shake his head helplessly. After all, Lù Jié still vividly remembered how that tank had been retrieved last time. Even when Yi Tianlin explicitly offered to return the tank, Zhuo Zishan refused to believe it. He kept leaning in close to Yi Tianlin, persistently seeking confirmation. When Yi Tianlin finally confirmed it, even offering to write a note promising to send the tank back, Zhuo Zishan nearly knelt on the table in gratitude. Sure enough, anyone could talk big. But when push came to shove, they all ended up groveling. Lù Jié shook his head, banishing those images from his mind. It wouldn't concern him anyway. He was just the manufacturer. How they allocated it was their business. After hanging up with Zhuo Zishan, Lù Jié immediately called Su Qiuran. After relaying Zhuo Zishan's message, Su Qiuran promptly went to arrange the work. Bored, Lù Jié glanced at his system interface. His engineer points now stood at just 50,000, the points earned from selling those drones. Just 500 points. Although the system indicated that the conversion ratio between sales revenue and engineer points differed significantly between civilian and military products, civilian products generally had greater market demand. After all, there were over 7 billion people worldwide. He couldn't solely focus on military products. He should also allocate these engineer points toward civilian applications. After much deliberation, Lù Jié finally set his sights on the automotive sector. It was clear that new energy vehicles represented a major national development trend. In less than 5 years since the policies were introduced, new energy brands had emerged in rapid succession, and countless new players had begun to actively compete in the domestic market. However, these new players have largely focused their efforts on intelligent features, while the fundamental issue of vehicle range has yet to see significant, lasting improvement. Extended range is essentially achieved by using the engine as a generator to increase driving range. Pure electric batteries, though advertised with high capacities, suffer significant real-world efficiency losses during actual operation. Lù Jié believed solving this problem didn't even require the system's intervention. The batteries in his own drones exhibited remarkably low capacity degradation and exceptionally long endurance. He already possessed a fully developed battery production line. All that was needed was to optimize the battery shape to meet automotive standards, after which they could be directly applied. Upon realizing this, Lù Jié hurried to his lab and got to work. The moment Lù Jié entered the lab, Zhuo Zishan was notified. Zhuo Zishan immediately went on high alert, as if facing a major threat. Ensure adequate security forces are deployed around the perimeter. Absolutely guarantee Lù Jié's safety in the lab. And the moment Lù Jié emerges, report to me immediately. After hanging up the phone, Zhuo Zishan sat back in his chair and mused. Young minds truly possessed immense energy. He had only just finished modifying the tank when a new idea immediately sparked in his mind, driving him back into the lab to bring it to life. Lù Jié alone had propelled Dragon Nation's technology forward by nearly a century. After all, according to the Air Force's assessment, the Dragon Clawfighter's combat capabilities were nearly a century more advanced than the United States F-22. Even the B-2 bomber, hailed as alien technology, paled in comparison to the Dragon Claw. That Manhwa has someone like Lù Jié is truly the greatest gift heaven has bestowed upon China. Just as everyone assumed Lù Jié would disappear into the lab for another fortnight or month. Lù Jié emerged from the lab after just 2 days. Upon seeing him, Wang Lan immediately relayed the news to Zhuo Zishan. Zhuo Zishan checked the time and confirmed only 2 days had passed, his surprise evident. He never emerged without spending at least a fortnight inside. Why was he out so quickly this time? Despite the unusually brief stay, Zhuo Zishan dared not take it lightly. Could what Lù Jié had been tinkering with in the lab possibly be simple? He promptly drove to Lù Jié's lab. Wang Lan also approached at that moment, eager to see what Lù Jié had managed to concoct. Then he saw Lù Jié drive out in a car with an extremely avant-garde design. Wang Lan looked at the car with some confusion. Boss, you didn't put some kind of weapon in this car, did you? Or is this thing actually transformable? Like, it's a car when you're sitting inside, but press a button and it turns into a combat mech just like a Transformers robot? Seeing Lù Jié shake his head, a terrifying thought immediately formed in Wang Lan's mind. This car isn't some kind of missile, is it? Like, you sit inside, but when you press a button, you get ejected, and the car flies straight to the target like a missile and explodes. Boss, we need to make money, but this is taking it too far. What legitimate country would use this thing? Lù Jié had initially thought Wang Lan was just a simple-minded fool, but he hadn't expected this guy's imagination to run so wild. It's just a simple electric vehicle. I merely upgraded the battery and installed it here, built my own car. Wang Lan naturally didn't buy this explanation. Good grief, what kind of things were coming out of this place? Dragon Claw fighters, combat support mechs, and that tank with the unpronounceable name. How could it possibly only produce a plain old electric bike? Chapter 51, 3,000 miles range? What kind of supercar is this? Soon after, the roar of engines echoed outside his lab entrance. Lù Jié turned to see a jeep leading the way, followed by 5 military trucks. When the vehicles came to a halt, Zhuo Zishan stepped out of the lead jeep. From the 5 military trucks behind, over a dozen soldiers leaped down and formed a line behind him. The moment Zhuo Zishan stepped out, his face lit up with joy. He spread his arms wide and embraced Lù Jié. Ha ha ha, Lù Jié, what marvelous contraption have you concocted this time? Hold on, I don't need you to demonstrate it here. Zhuo Zishan glanced back at the soldiers he had brought. Come on, hurry up. Load up everything Lù Jié just developed. Zhuo Zishan was thoroughly impressed by the sleekly designed vehicle behind Lù Jié. Just like the Dragon Claw fighter jet and that combat support armor before, its appearance was incredibly sleek and cool, and its functionality was also extremely powerful. This car Lù Jié had built this time must surely possess outstanding capabilities as well. Uncle Zhuo, you seem to have misunderstood. This time, it really isn't for military use, it's just a simple civilian car. Lù Jié hurriedly explained to Zhuo Zishan. Zhuo Zishan scrutinized the vehicle, then chuckled as he slapped Lù Jié's shoulder. No worries. Whether it's military or civilian, haul it over to the military zone first. Their security measures are far stricter than yours here. Hey, you guys. Quick, take it away. Hurry up. Hop in, kid. I'll take you to the combat zone to see how your car really performs. I've been needing a vehicle lately anyway. This one looks pretty cool, might just buy it from you later. Lù Jié reluctantly followed Zhuo Zishan into the jeep. The driver maneuvered with the fluidity of a race car pro, swiftly leaving the lab and speeding toward the combat zone's training grounds. As they approached the training ground, Lù Jié grew increasingly uneasy. 5 tanks were waiting there. Seeing this, Lù Jié quickly protested, Uncle, I really did get a civilian car this time. What are you doing lining up 5 tanks here? This thing isn't like the armored vehicles and tanks I built before. It can't even withstand a single shell. The A-pillar would get warped instantly. Seeing Lù Jié's persistent insistence this time, Zhuo Zishan also began to sense something was amiss. You're telling me this is genuinely a civilian car? You're not pulling my leg? Uncle Zhuo, when have I ever deceived you? Haven't you always been the first to see my creations? If you insist, get in with me and we'll test it together. If there's even one military grade part in there, I'll build the whole thing for free deal. Lù Jié finally understood why some celebrities struggle so much to transition careers. That ingrained perception is a powerful weapon. He'd been frantically building military hardware before, and now look, he builds a civilian car, and people still see it as military gear. Just then, Zhuo Zishan's phone rang. Lù Jié didn't even need to look to know it was Yi Tianlin calling. Zhuo Zishan put the call on speakerphone. The moment it connected, Yi Tianlin's booming voice filled the room. Zhuo Zishan, you little bastard. Are you hogging everything again? I already got the news. Lù Jié just pulled something out of the lab, and you snatched it right away. How dare you act like this? Listen to me, don't even think about keeping this thing for yourself. It belongs to the state. Zhuo Zishan instantly felt deeply wronged. If this really were a weapon, then he'd be acting like a scoundrel. But the thing was, it wasn't a weapon at all, and now he was getting blamed for it. Sir, let me explain. This time it's not a weapon, it's a civilian car. Bull. Do you think Lù Jié would ever stoop to making civilian stuff? Look at what he's built before: fighter jets, tanks, mechs. Do you seriously believe he'd lower himself to building a car? Listen to me, kid. If you keep pulling this nonsense, using these ridiculous excuses to fool me, I'll have you removed. You believe me? Zhuo Zishan looked helplessly at Lù Jié, who sighed and took the phone. Commander Yi, this is Lù Jié. This time, what I've built is truly just a civilian car. Nothing else. Yi Tianlin fell silent on the other end before his voice softened. Oh, so it's just a car? No problem, no problem. I thought that old rogue Zhuo Zishan had stolen your stuff again. If it's just a car, then it's fine. I'll hang up now. Bye. Though his tone was gentle, Lù Jié could clearly detect disappointment in his voice. Zhuo Zishan looked at the car, the previous fervor gone from his eyes. It was just an ordinary car. Having weathered so many storms, it held no novelty for him. Still, out of courtesy, Zhuo Zishan casually asked, is this an electric car? That's right. It's a pure electric vehicle. A full charge takes only 5 minutes, but it can travel up to 1,200 kilometers. That's the minimum range achieved under simulated extreme conditions in my lab. Wow, 5 minutes to charge, 1,200 kilometers of range. Wait a minute. 5 minutes of charging for a minimum range of 1,200 kilometers. Lù Jié nodded. Exactly. And the production cost is incredibly low. The base model of this car starts at just 250,000 yuan. Plus, I've integrated a simplified version of the voice chip from the Dragon Claw combat system into this vehicle. It can effortlessly process all kinds of traffic information for intelligent driving. However, due to the vehicle's length limitations, battery capacity is somewhat restricted. If we could pack as many batteries as in that military truck, it could travel nearly 3,000 kilometers under full load with just a 15-minute charge. Zhuo Zishan's mind raced instantly. Currently, a military truck can only travel 500 or 600 kilometers on a single tank of fuel. And they generate tremendous noise. If replaced with electric vehicles, they would not only have longer range but also operate much more quietly, offering significant advantages for future strategic transportation. Is this battery stable? It won't suffer the same issues as current cars, or extreme cold weather slashes range by nearly 80%. Lù Jié shook his head confidently. Absolutely not. What I'm describing is the absolute minimum scenario. I conducted this experiment in a lab freezer, adjusting the temperature to the lowest possible setting of -40 degrees Celsius to arrive at this conclusion. Zhuo Zishan grabbed Lù Jié's hand earnestly. Lù Jié, just get us 500 military trucks first. The price is negotiable, absolutely negotiable. Chapter 52, I won't let you off easy. Lù Jié was taken aback by Zhuo Zishan's proposal. He had been so eager to transition to civilian enterprises, yet here he was, back in the military-industrial sector. But this was probably for the best. After all, military contracts were more stable. The only question was whether the system would calculate his engineering points based on military or civilian projects. Uncle Zhuo, don't worry about this just yet. According to my plan, I need to deploy a massive network of charging stations nationwide. Only then can my cars become widely adopted across the country. After all, one major pain point for new energy vehicles right now is the lack of charging infrastructure. You wouldn't want to be driving along and suddenly find yourself stranded with nowhere to charge, would you? Plus, I think the military trucks still need improvements in many areas like armor plate thickness, safety ratings, comfort levels, cargo capacity, and camouflage capabilities. All these aspects require comprehensive upgrades. No worries, no worries. As long as it can be built, that's all that matters. Zhuo Zishan was eagerly anticipating this truck. After all, anything Lù Jié produces is bound to be top-notch. He'd seen how Lù Jié had upgraded those retired tanks into such advanced machines. How could a small truck be anything but extraordinary? Who knows? Like that tank, this truck might even take flight. Lù Jié gazed at his newly built vehicle, thoroughly satisfied. After all, this was the new energy vehicle he had envisioned. Back at his company, Lù Jié shared his vision with Su Qiuran. Military contracts were highly profitable, but they had a certain saturation point. Take his drones, for instance. The market was gradually becoming saturated. If it weren't for the occasional orders from India, Lù Jié would have scaled back the drone production line and switched to something else. But venturing into the civilian sector presented far fewer obstacles. With a global population nearing 8 billion, the market was enormous, and orders were never in short supply. It was an excellent revenue-generating venture. Upon hearing this, Su Qiuran shot Lù Jié a helpless glance. You're already juggling multiple production lines, the auxiliary mechs, the dragon claw fighters, and now the modified tanks. You haven't fully mastered any of these three yet. Adding another one to the mix might feel a bit cramped, don't you think? Lù Jié reflected on his current predicament: limited production capacity and a flood of orders. While others struggled to keep production up with demand, he faced the opposite problem: production couldn't keep pace with orders. Manual construction is still too slow. Keep an eye on company affairs these days. If anything comes up, just come find me in the lab. With that, Lù Jié left the office. Su Qiuran had grown accustomed to Lù Jié's hands-off approach, which ironically made her feel like the real CEO of the company. When Wang Lan saw Lù Jié walk into the lab again, she was completely stunned. Wasn't he just out today? What was he going back in for? Wang Lan immediately relayed the situation to Zhuo Zishan. Zhuo Zishan was utterly bewildered upon hearing the news. But after a moment's thought, he felt utterly delighted. When Lù Jié left, he mentioned he wanted to modify his car. Could he be going in now to work on mine? Lù Jié is such a diligent young man, he keeps his word and never drags his feet. It's precisely because of young people like this that the nation can thrive and prosper. Meanwhile, in the lab, Lù Jié's mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of construction robots. Thousands upon thousands of robots working simultaneously, only energy consumption needed consideration, not rest periods. Human workers labor 8 hours a day, while robots can run non-stop around the clock. Moreover, robots held significant advantages in construction. Simply input the blueprints and plans into the robot's execution protocols, and they would construct according to the predetermined specifications. With round-the-clock operation, his production line's construction would undoubtedly accelerate. A glance at the system revealed the plan was surprisingly affordable. A set of the latest construction robots? It only required 50 engineer points. To Lù Jié, this was practically dirt cheap. Without hesitation, he acquired the manufacturing blueprints. Lù Jié then began his seclusion. Meanwhile, within the Military Research Institute, a heated debate about Lù Jié was in full swing. The instigator of this controversy was none other than Wang Peng. Once a highly respected scientist, now treated like a clown, Wang Peng naturally felt deeply wounded. Moreover, the fact that a mere 20-something youth had produced research far surpassing his own felt like a fatal blow to his intense pride and vanity. To salvage his dignity and curb Lù Jié's progress, Wang Peng ignited the debate against him. Such critical technology should be minimally shared with the state, it must be fully controlled by the state. Lù Jié himself shouldn't be out there as a businessman making public appearances, he should be kept under wraps as a strict researcher. Furthermore, all technologies developed by Lù Jié should be contributed to the state without compensation, allowing us researchers to study them freely, thereby achieving collective advancement. Lù Jié's current actions are teetering on the edge of treason. As a businessman, he's bound to be corrupted by money. If he accepts funding from foreign spies and hands over his advanced research materials to other countries, the consequences would be unimaginable. I believe our entire Military Research Institute should unite and adopt the proposal above. Only then can we fully master cutting-edge technologies and elevate the research capabilities of scientists nationwide. As soon as Wang Peng finished speaking, someone naturally stood up to counter. How do you know Lù Jié didn't share the technology with us? It's because you didn't have the guts to go. Back then, I visited Lù Jié's lab with old Li, old Wang, old Zhao, and over a dozen other researchers. Lù Jié didn't hold anything back, he showed us everything. He even said if we needed it, he could replicate the entire lab and give it to us. This proves exactly what you said: Lù Jié is a selfish person. And he taught us everything he created, completely and thoroughly. I think it's your own heart that's the problem. You lack the ability yourself, yet you rely on eating others' work. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an old man nearby chimed in. He's absolutely right. If Lù Jié wanted to leave, he would have left long ago. What reason does he have to stay here? You're judging a gentleman by your own petty standards. Soon, the others joined in, swarming around to accuse Wang Peng of being unprincipled and petty. Seeing he couldn't win the argument, Wang Peng flung his hand dismissively and stormed off in anger. His face darkened as he walked away. Lù Jié, just you wait. If you won't let me live in peace, I won't let you either. Chapter 53, what he knew was all false. Meanwhile, Wang Peng's actions were clearly observed by someone lurking in the shadows. On the surface, Wang Lin was an ordinary researcher at the Military Research Institute. In reality, he had long been recruited by the intelligence agency of the United States, providing them with classified information from the institute. His original orders were to obtain data on the blast energy rifle and detailed specifications for tanks. However, since these were top-secret materials, an ordinary researcher like him had no access to them. Thus, over the past few days, Wang Lin had been observing the senior technical personnel at the Military Research Institute, looking for any signs of wavering resolve. Today, he had identified Wang Peng. That vain fool. After returning to his residence, he contacted the American intelligence agent using their pre-arranged method. Upon receiving the intelligence, the United States immediately initiated an urgent analysis of Wang Peng's detailed background. What they didn't know until they looked into it left them stunned. This guy was a complete and utter scoundrel. Stealing papers, bullying his students, forcing them to write papers for him to claim others' research achievements, he'd done it all. However, due to insufficient evidence, these allegations had never been confirmed. However, American intelligence operatives also uncovered key personality traits of Wang Peng. He's extremely vain and self-serving. He stops at nothing to achieve his goals. Such a person is precisely the kind intelligence operatives need. He was both easily bribed and highly controllable. We can make contact. Yes, we absolutely must bring him into our sphere of influence. Upon receiving the news, Wang Lin began preparing for his meeting with Wang Peng. Early the next morning, Wang Lin timed his arrival precisely to coincide with Wang Peng's usual commute and deliberately waited for him at the entrance. When Wang Peng arrived punctually at the entrance, Wang Lin deliberately bumped into him and slipped a note into his pocket. Sorry. It was an accident, I swear it was an accident. Wang Lin kept bowing apologetically like a clueless newbie at work. Wang Peng shot him a disgusted look and brushed himself off. If you can't watch where you're going, get out. You don't belong working here. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Lost in his own thoughts, Wang Peng couldn't be bothered to argue with this person and simply walked away. The apology mongering continued. Once Wang Peng had ascended the stairs, a faint smile slowly curled at the corners of Wang Lin's mouth. Back in his office, Wang Peng seethed with anger. The past 6 months had been nothing short of a disaster for him. First, that upstart Lù Jié had burst onto the scene and stolen all his thunder. Now, on his way to work today, he'd been knocked over by some clumsy oaf. Bad things always seem to come in threes. As Wang Peng reached to hang his coat on the rack, he felt inside his pocket and suddenly discovered a piece of paper. Pulling it out, he saw words written on it. If you want revenge on Lù Jié, come to the cafe on Wangjin Street. I'll give you the honor and achievements you've never been able to attain. Wang Peng recalled his morning. Aside from being bumped by that clumsy fool, he hadn't interacted with anyone else. Which meant this note must have been slipped in by that clumsy person. There's a spy inside the Military Research Institute. Upon receiving this news, Wang Peng immediately intended to report it to his superiors. But as he reached the doorway, hesitation struck him. After glancing once more at the words on the note, he slipped it back into his pocket. After work, Wang Peng followed the information on the note and found the cafe on Wangjin Street. He chose a secluded spot and sat down. As soon as he sat down, an ordinary-looking man sat across from him. Without a word, the man pulled out a stack of documents and placed them on the table. I'll be blunt. If you're willing to cooperate with us, this bag contains 50 million pretty coins. And this bag contains this year's research findings from Puso Gold Laboratory. If you agree, both of these belong to you. Simply publish this paper, and I guarantee your work will appear in every top-tier international scientific journal. Wang Peng frowned deeply. What do you need in return? The man produced a photograph showing the blaster gun. All detailed information about this device and ideally, details about its inventor. What do you say? Are you willing to partner with us? Faced with such tempting terms, Wang Peng didn't hesitate for a moment. The Beixiong Laboratory was one of the most prestigious research facilities in the world. Any scholar working there, regardless of their background, would cause a global sensation with every paper they published. Every paper emerging from this laboratory inevitably propelled tremendous progress in a specific field or industry. Precisely for this reason, the Nobel Prize selection each year inevitably included one or more individuals from this laboratory. I can't get you the actual blaster gun, but I can tell you who invented it. In that case, the man retrieved the research findings from the Puso Gene Lab. As you know, we're inclined to request detailed specifications for this weapon. Wang Peng gathered the beautiful coins from the table. Don't you want to know who, in just half a year, invented 4 weapons capable of surpassing your economy by over a century? The man's brow instantly furrowed. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said, Wang Peng shrugged. The other things he created are far more interesting than this crappy gun. Of course, if you want to know more, you'll have to offer more in return. Wang Peng clutched all the terms the man had just laid out. Especially that research paper from the Beixiong Lab. If he published this paper, he would become the first scientist in Long Nation's history to win a Nobel Prize. The thought of standing on the international stage made Wang Peng want to laugh. Especially since that man had promised him a monthly payment of 10 million pretty coins as long as he kept feeding him intelligence. Then he would achieve both fame and fortune. As for harming the nation's interests, Wang Peng couldn't be bothered with such trivialities now. How could someone on the verge of winning a Nobel Prize possibly care about such trivial matters? Meanwhile, in a corner, a dozen men watched Wang Peng emerge from the cafe clutching 2 documents. Instantly, they understood what he had done. Reporting to the commander. Reporting to the commander. Wang Peng has accepted the enemy agent's terms and may have already passed certain information to them. Should we proceed with immediate arrest? No need. Everything he knows is fake. Chapter 54, a company? More like a regiment. When Lù Jié learned that Wang Peng had leaked his intelligence to the United States, he stepped out of his laboratory for the first time before the experiment was complete. As Zhuo Zishan had stated, while the core data of all weapons remained secure, his personal details had been leaked in their entirety. This meant everything: his home address, background, and personal history had been exposed. When Lù Jié rushed to the military district in a panic, he found Zhuo Zishan surprisingly calm, not nearly as anxious as he'd expected. Uncle Zhuo, what are we going to do about this? If he leaked all my information, doesn't that put my parents in danger too? Zhuo Zishan shook his head with a smile. Do you think we're useless? All your personal information except for the fact that you're the factory director of the toy factory has been completely erased. Even if they try to investigate, they won't find a single trace. Of course, I can admit one thing: you might run into some trouble in the future. After all, being targeted by the American intelligence agencies isn't exactly a good thing. Lù Jié felt a chill run down his spine at the thought this was his first time facing such a situation. Can I ask what they might do to me? Kidnap me? Torture me for information? What do you take us for? We've got more guards stationed around you than a company could muster. If you get caught by those guys, where would our faces be? But the real trouble lies in the fact that you might face some headaches on the international stage going forward. After all, the US lackeys are everywhere, and they control the most media outlets globally. They might spread rumors about you, causing some distress. Beyond that, there's nothing else to worry about. Zhuo Zishan stood up and patted Lù Jié on the shoulder. Stop overthinking it, kid. I told you the guards around you outnumber a whole company. You're more precious to this country than even the top leader. Hearing this, Lù Jié gradually relaxed. After all, ensuring his personal safety was paramount. As for rumors and such, he had bigger ambitions. There was little to concern himself with in that regard. By the way, aren't you planning to arrest that Wang Peng? You know, if you delay any longer, he might spill everything he knows. Zhuo Zishan shook his head. In that case, let him keep feeding intelligence to the pretty country. When the time comes, they'll exaggerate your research findings by millions of times or fabricate entirely impossible achievements out of thin air. Let the pretty country take their sweet time guessing. It's not like we're footing the bill. Lù Jié finally understood. After all this time, they wanted the pretty country to be the big sucker. Of course, this whole thing still depends on you. Me? Exactly. The pretty country is a major player in global scientific research interests. If we just make stuff up, they'll likely see right through it. That's why fabricating the evidence falls to you. Our imagination tends to conjure impractical ideas, but whatever you come up with, no matter how far-fetched, can actually be built and perfected. This task falls to you. When the time comes, you'll need to invent plenty of things to drain the beautiful country's resources. Hearing it was all about pulling the wool over people's eyes, Lù Jié immediately perked up. After all, the bulk of his company's funding came from pulling off scams. Of course, I'm more than willing. By the way, how's the truck modification coming along? Lù Jié looked puzzled. The truck? I haven't even started modifying it yet. Zhuo Zishan looked utterly incredulous. You haven't built the truck? Then what exactly did you rush into the lab to work on? Not yet, Lù Jié shrugged. This time, I plan to build structures with high precision in a remarkably short time using robotic assistance. This approach will significantly enhance security. First, it allows our factory to accelerate construction and better meet military demands. Second, it prevents workers from disclosing factory secrets, thereby strengthening confidentiality. After all, the stricter the measures, the more suspicion they tend to arouse. Therefore, I plan to replace all personnel except managers and research staff with machines going forward. This approach will not only greatly improve efficiency but also enhance security. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Zishan's eyes lit up once more. Inside, he couldn't help but marvel. This Lù Jié is a veritable treasure trove of ideas. If, as he claimed, construction robots could rapidly erect highly complex structures, deploying them in military applications would be nothing short of revolutionary. Not only could they rapidly erect defensive fortifications, but they could also swiftly construct bridges and other engineering structures. Or perhaps even logistics and supply operations could be handled by robots in the future. After all, soldiers need rest, while robots can work non-stop. The entire Dragon Nation military no longer harbors the same resistance toward artificial intelligence as before. The fundamental reason lies in Lù Jié's AI being exceptionally advanced. Compared to Lù Jié's technology, today's so-called artificial intelligence is nothing short of artificial stupidity. When Lù Jié saw Zhuo Zishan's expression, he realized his operation might need to add another production line. No need to say more, Uncle Zhuo. I get it. Once I've got it built, I'll show it to you first, okay? Zhuozishan laughed heartily, slapping Lù Jié on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, we two are becoming more and more in tune with each other. You really get me. Since that's the case, you shouldn't stay here any longer. I won't keep you from building your stuff. Quick, someone take Lù Jié back to his factory. Young people should focus on working hard and achieving their goals as quickly as possible. Go for it. Lù Jié emerged from the office looking utterly bewildered, shaking his head helplessly. While others might discard you once you've served your purpose, here they're discarding you before you've even finished your work. When Lù Jié arrived at the factory and saw the workers laboring feverishly outside, a sense of dread crept into his heart. What if the United States sent an assassin to blend in and take him out? That would be a total loss. Even though Uncle Zhuo claimed he had nearly a company of guards protecting him, personal safety couldn't be left in someone else's hands. Looks like I'll need to deploy defensive robots as well. At that moment, Zhuozishan sat in his chair, struggling to suppress a smile. Lù Jié feared the construction workers might leak factory documents. What Lù Jié didn't know was that these so-called construction workers were either active-duty engineers or retired military engineers. Rather than saying Lù Jié had a company of guards, it would be more accurate to say he had nearly a regiment. Chapter 55, Intelligent Construction Robots. At first, Lù Jié couldn't understand why such a high-level AI robot only required 40 engineer points. But upon completion, he finally understood why the AI chips previously used in his fighter jet, combat support mech, and tank had been combined to create this construction robot. Looking at the roughly 1.3-meter tall robot before him, Lù Jié was thoroughly satisfied. After uploading the blaster rifle blueprints into the robot's system, its eyes lit up. Locating the raw materials, it immediately began working. Its movements were remarkably deft, completing the task in just a few swift motions. Lù Jié then fed the blueprint for this tube into the construction robot's system. The construction robot promptly began gathering various materials and, using various tools, crafted another version of itself. Both robots then replicated themselves using the same method. When the lab was densely packed with 50 robots, Lù Jié ordered the construction work to cease. But considering the crowds outside and the prying eyes, if spies were to discover this, it would be disastrous. So Lù Jié waited inside the room until the workers had finished their shift before stepping outside. He loaded the blueprints for a 30-square-meter cottage into the robot's system. Immediately, the robots began working according to the plans. A lead robot issued instructions while the others transported materials, each with a clear role. In less than 5 hours, a 2-story building stood complete. Lù Jié was satisfied with the result. This outcome met his expectations. By mass-producing more robots, he could eventually replace all the construction workers in the factory. Then his safety and the factory's secrets would be preserved. By morning, Lù Jié shared the news with Su Qiuran. After today, tell the workers I'll compensate them with 6 months' worth of wages in one lump sum. From now on, they won't need to come to work anymore. Su Qiuran looked puzzled. If you don't like a particular worker, just fire them. Why are you firing a whole group? What if we can't meet the deadline? The production line won't be ready in time. Don't worry about that. Last night I developed an intelligent access robot. I plan to replace all the construction workers in the factory with robots. This will significantly enhance both confidentiality and safety. Su Qiuran relaxed upon hearing this. She proceeded to follow Lù Jié's instructions. After work, when all the workers learned they'd been laid off, their faces showed utter shock. Some were combat engineers from military units, others were former military engineers. They had come here under military orders. Without those orders, they wouldn't have dared to withdraw. Seeing their hesitation, Su Qiuran initially thought he had underpaid them, causing their discontent. Gentlemen, if you have any grievances, please voice them. It was indeed our fault to address you so abruptly, but this is also a crucial reason why the establishment needs reform. We're forced to do this due to practical circumstances. For these soldiers, the issue now wasn't about money, it was about awaiting orders from above. Once orders arrived, they could abandon the pay and withdraw immediately. Soon, the workers began whispering among themselves. To Su Qiuran, it seemed they were discussing what demands to make, but in reality, they were relaying orders passed down from above. Boss, we have no objections. Let's proceed as you suggest. The terms you've offered are already quite favorable. Exactly. Let's proceed as General Manager Su suggests. We have no objections. After the workers departed, Lù Jié immediately opened his laboratory, revealing nearly 500 robots inside. Following the system's instructions, they gradually began taking over the tasks previously handled by the workers. Their operational efficiency skyrocketed exponentially, with seamless coordination between units. When Su Qiuran witnessed this scene, astonishment filled his heart. Although Lù Jié had previously created many impressive things, visually speaking, nothing compared to a group of robots operating flawlessly without human intervention. Their coordination was remarkably seamless, as if they were seasoned partners who had worked together for over a decade. At this pace, we should have all production lines fully operational within the next month or so. Just then, a loud rumbling echoed from outside. Lù Jié knew exactly who had arrived without even looking. Zhuo Zishan stepped out of his vehicle and made his way into the factory with practiced ease. For Zhuo Zishan, aside from his own home, Lù Jié's place felt like a second safe haven. Of course, this sanctuary served to lift his spirits and give him greater confidence. When he first received word from his subordinates that Sister Luo was coming, Zhuo Zishan already suspected that Lù Jié's intelligent robots might have been developed. But seeing the sheer scale of it still surprised Zhuo Zishan. This speed, coordination, and technology, if applied to military construction, it would be lightning fast. If this were railway construction, wouldn't they be laying hundreds of kilometers of track per day? And if this technology were applied to highways, wouldn't it be possible to connect every corner of the country with major roads in less than a decade? Zhuo Zishan approached Lù Jié, and Lù Jié instantly understood what he wanted to say. I know. With this production line and the robot, things will improve rapidly. And with ample raw materials, this robot can even replicate itself like cloning. Don't worry about the production line for this thing at all. Just tell me how many you need. Zhuo Zishan roared with laughter. The more the merrier, of course. As many as you can make. During military exercises, while other armies struggle with bulldozers digging trenches, I'll just deploy my robots. Let's see how they compete with that. A vivid image formed in Zhuo Zishan's mind. His troops marching through trenches while construction robots dug furiously ahead, creating trenches all the way to the enemy positions.